Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Was Secret Child of Ginny. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Come you pathetic fool, screeched the now stronger than ever Voldemort. Wormtail, I must make it known that I am alive, and ready to kill. Wormtail fidgeted and finally asked, Lord Volume, I mean oh powerful master, but who are we letting know that you're alive? Voldemort no looking angrier than before said in a fed-up voice, the world of course, and then muttered, I really could have used a GHTER slave but I desperately needed a hand, literally. Come you bloody fool, let's apparate to Chudley Cannon Stadium, it's about half time now. But oh powerful master, I thought you were an Irish fan, Wormtail whimpered. I'm not there for the game, I'm there for the fans. Voldemort yelled, and for that stupidness you'll pay. Cruaco. Wormtail fell to the floor and howled in pain for about a minute. When it wore off and Voldemort said, all right, now that you're done getting your punishment, let's bloody apparate. All the other Death Eaters are meeting us there, and get on you mask. Out of thin air, Voldemort and his slave appeared at the entrance of the Quidditch Stadium to meet about 100 other Death Eaters. We already killed the guards and a few workers, now all we do is run in an attack, said another Death Eater that sounded strangely a lot like Lucius Malfoy, and by the way the Chudley Cannons are winning by 50 points, so the crowd's all worked up. Perfect, eared Voldemort as they all ran into the stadium. Voldemort was the first to attack, shouting Avada Kedavra at the Chudley Cannon beater, then at the referee and one of the front row fans. The OT. Her Death Eaters obviously followed his lead because they all started shouting the most unforgettable curse at the players, fans and workers while shooting up at least a dozen death marks at a time. Ari suddenly shot up out of bed at number 4 Privet Drive because his scar was burning immensely with pain and his faded t-shirt was covered in cold sweat. He sat up, taking in deep breaths, still comprehending what he just saw. Harry Potter was not a normal boy, particularly because he was a wizard living with his awful muggle uncle and aunt because his parents were murdered. They were murdered by the man Harry had seen 4 times before. He first saw Voldemort when he was a baby after he killed his parents and tried to kill him but left him with nothing but a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which his Aunt Petunia hated. He saw him a second time his first year at the world's best wizarding school, Hogwarts. He saw him as a mere spirit feeding on his defense of the dark arts teacher. The third time he saw him as a 16-year-old memory coming out of a diary. Finally, the 4th time he saw him, he needed Harry's blood in order to become resurrected, and he knew that wouldn't be the last. Harry lay back down in his bed trying to remember what exactly happened in his dream he just had when he heard a tapping on his bedroom window. He quickly ran to his window, accidentally stepping on a creaking floorboard. He quickly looked to his wrist to look at his watch, but he remembered he lost it at the lake, so he then looked at his bedside atomic clock. It flashed 4:30 in red letters. He hoped it wasn't too early. In case his Uncle Vernon woke. He listened for a moment, concluding his Uncle Vernon was indeed asleep, because he usually wasn't a sound sleeper. He quickly unlatched his window when 5 owls swooped in, all carrying packages, landed in various places all over his bedroom. He started to close his window when another owl flew in and passed out on his bed. He noticed it quickly as Errol the Weasley's owl. He quickly untied the package that was tied around its leg and opened it as fast as he could. Inside were 3 letters and a few various items from the Weasleys. He opened up the first letter and it read, Hello Harry dear, happy birthday. How are you? Dumbledore said you would be able to stay with us for the last week of the summer, isn't that great? I hope Errol made the flight without much difficulty. Harry stopped reading the letter to glance over at Errol, who was still lying down gasping for air. He then went back to the letter. Anyway, I sent you a few gifts, such as some chocolate cupcakes and sweets. Anyway, I can't wait to see you. We'll pick you up on Friday at 6. Oh, by the way, I was very surprised to see that Ginny, Fred, and George also sent you letters and presents. P.S. I'm very afraid of what the twins sent you. They've had so many explosions in their room this year. Sincerely, Mrs. Weasley. The next letter he recognized the handwriting as Ginny. I wonder why Ginny wrote to me. He thought as he tore open the letter. Dear Harry, I just felt like writing to you to see how you were doing, and to give you a little birthday gift. T's in the cylinder wrapped package with the emerald green wrapping paper. I thought it matched your eyes. Hope you're doing well, see you soon. Yours truly, Ginny W. Opening parenthesis. He opened up the last letter, Wick. H was from Fred and George, with caution in case it turned into a bird or exploded, knowing it was Fred and George's doing. He was surprised when he opened the letter that nothing happened, so he began to read. Hey, Harry. Ever since the money you gave us, we've been working as hard ever coming up with new ideas. All of them are muggle safe, so you can use them on your fat cousin of yours. They all wear off after about 5 to 35 minutes, so have fun. Fred and George. P.S. Were you surprised that nothing happened this letter? Well, it one of our products. Look at the bottom of this letter. Harry paused from reading this letter and saw at the bottom right-hand corner of this page a symbol with the letters F and G. He then resumed back to the letter. That's our symbol. Oh yay, hand 5, 4, 3, 2. The letter suddenly burst into silver and gold flames, then turned into a small silver coin with the same symbol from the letter with the letters F and G. He then pocketed the coin and saw what else was in the package. There was some chocolate cupcakes and few other sweets like sugar cookies and peppermint patties. Then he saw the emerald green package from Ginny. Harry quickly opened it. Revy. Link 2 sugar quills and a chocolate quill. Thanks, Gin, he thought as he picked up what Fred and George had sent him. It was orange box with the Fred and George symbol on top. He slowly opened the lid in case it too burst into flames. It didn't burst into flames, but inside was a whole bunch of joke items, enough to torture Dudley until next spring. Inside he saw just what the pranksters had been up to. He saw items labeled goose gum, eyeball poppers, jelly legs, jello mix, and much more. He then heard a soft screech from Ron's owl pig. He went over to it so it didn't make another noise to wake up his uncle. He untied the package to find a letter and another gift. He fist opened the letter that was obviously from Ron. Hey Harry, happy birthday. Guess what? You get to come live with us. Isn't that great? And oh yeah, whatever you do, don't open the package from Fred and George. Just the other day they passed me a strawberry that burst into flames and made some weird coin with a symbol, and then he gave me some jello and my legs turned into jelly just like your arm, when that old git Gillory took away the bone. So, whatever you, don't open the package or read the letter because you probably won't make it out alive. I sent you a little gift. It's a Chudley Cannon action figure. Harry paused, wondering if his dream was real and if all the Chudley Cannon players and fans were indeed dead. Of my favorite player, Tucker Henderson. And it's more lifelike than ever before. Just don't let it near a chess set, because the real Tucker Henderson for some reason has a huge fear of wizard chess. I think it was some childhood incident when a pawn attacked him. Anyway, the Ministry. Harry paused to wonder if the Ministry had found out about the vision he had in his dream. Just raided the beer factory and brought back a whole bunch of bottles of butter beers. Percy said he might smuggle me some for the Hogwarts Express. Well, can't wait to see you have fun, Ron. P.S. I heard Ginny wrote you. What's that all about? And there's a few new courses being open to 5th years this year. I'm going to drop divination, and have you heard from Hermione yet? I wrote her a letter complaining about Victor and she never wrote back. Wonder why. Harry opened the package to find a figurine of Tucker Henderson who was wearing a full Chudley Cannon uniform and holding a toothpick-size firebolt. Once Harry picked up the figure, he got startled and quickly dropped it because it started to move. Why the heck did you drop me? It would then take its broom and then jump in the air and fly in AC. Urkel for about 5 seconds, then glided to the ground screaming, "Woohoo, alright. Yeah, let's go." And it repeated that until it finally stopped and went back to its original position. Harry picked up the frozen figure and placed it next to his box of goods from the Weasleys. Harry walked over to Hedwig. He had sent Hedwig to Hermione the night before because since she had no owl of her own and no way to get one, and untied the package from Hedwig's legs. Man, this is heavy, thought Harry. What did she send me? A few chunks of marble. Harry ripped open the package before reading the letter B. Because he was too anxious to find out what the package was. My God, she did send me marble chunks, Harry muttered, looking in amazement at the wizarding chess set Hermione sent him. He then tore open the letter, trying to read what his friend had written. Dear Harry, knowing you probably tore open the package before reading this letter wondering what it was, I hope you like it. I bought it last year at Diagon Alley when you weren't looking. Well happy birthday. I hope you like the gift. Wait a minute, what are my aunt and uncle going to think when they see a bunch of rock carvings fighting each other? I know your aunt and uncle would not approve of magical marbles, so I looked up a few charms in a book I sent out for. Okay, the first one is a stunning spell. It's Medicit. It will turn the pieces into stone so they won't move when the muggles see it, and to undo the spell all you say is, mover. It turns most stunned people or objects able to move. The second will help you get better so you can defeat Ron once in a while, and since I know Dudley won't want to go near anything magic, I found a fake opponent. It's made just for chess. The spell is Adversariant. Hope you like your gift. I'll meet you at Diagon Alley. Oh, I almost forgot, you won't believe it, I'm a prefect. In addition, I might take up Wizard Medics. Isn't that great? I'm already thinking of good pass words for the common room, just to be ahead of things. How about Eye of Newt, or Elephant Shoe, or Rutabaga? I'll tell you more soon. See ya at Diagon Alley. Hermione Granger. Harry picked up Hermione's gift and placed it next to the gift Ron had just given him when it suddenly came alive and yelled, "Bloody hell, what are those things?" "They're chess pieces," Harry muttered. "Chess pieces," screeched Tucker in alarm. "Attack." Then out of nowhere the action figure of Tucker Henderson ran at the chess pieces holding up his firebolt like a spear. He first tried to attack a pawn when it stood up and snapped the broom in half with its sword. The model of Tucker looked at his broken broom with absolute fear, then gathered up the pieces and ran and jumped into the box of gifts from Weasleys and whimpered. "Thanks," Harry muttered to the pawn. "No problem, Sir Potter," the pawn said and then saluted. "Great," thought Harry, "now I've got a house elf and a whole board of chess pieces worshipping me." Harry then went over to a barn owl that he guessed was from Cyrus. He untied the letter and golf ball-sized package. He first read the letter. "Hey Harry, happy birthday. I've been working for Dumbledore lately, but the other day I was off duty and cleaning out my attic when I found a box of James's old school things. As you may or may not know, your father was the school seeker and a good one at that. But at his last game of his 7th year, he caught the snitch in the first 5 minutes, and since he broke the school record, he got to keep the winning snitch. I know the only thing you have from your father is the invisibility cloak in his hair. I thought you might want this in a keepsake or an item to remember him. Therefore, I've decided to give it to you. Yours truly, Sirius." A snitch, thought Harry. Would he really send me a golden snitch? Without further thought, Harry opened the package and picked up the well-polished snitch when it suddenly came alive and flew out of his hand. "Damn it," Harry cursed as he jumped up and down trying to reach the hovering snitch. "I'll get it," yelled the slightly dim-witted Tucker toy. "No, don't," Harry said while trying to reason with the figure. But it was too late, for the action figure, who had repaired his broomstick with some spell tape, had flew on his broomstick towards the golden flying blur. Before Harry could try to once again protest, Tucker had jumped off his broom, having it fall to the ground, and was hanging on to the wing of Harry's father's snitch. The weight of the Chudley cannon figure was too heavy for the golden snitch, making it slowly fall to Harry's hand. "Thanks," Harry said. "No prob. But will you hand me my broom and keep that in its case?" said the happy little toy. "Sure," Harry said while handing the broom and putting the snitch in its purple velvet box. Harry went over to the last owl, an old leather-brown woodland owl that was from Dumbledore and Hagrid. Harry untied the 2 letters and fairly heavy package. He read the first letter, that was from Hagrid. "Dear Harry, happy birthday. I hope you got some interesting presents." Harry chuckled at the thought of all his interesting gifts. "I am gonna be teachin' game this year. I was up north looking for me mum's friends to join our side, case you know who starts up a war. When I was comin' back ter Hogwarts, I saw a nest o' these eggs o' all errant shapes and sizes, so I brought 'em back fair class. I looked 'em up in this book o' mine and found out they're northern ice-shelled gemettas. And since I teach care, magical creatures not stud. Why, magical creatures, I decided the 5th years will take care the northern ice-shelled gemettas by themselves. I can't tell you any, or it's a surprise. Oh yeah, I sent you a copy our book we en. Eat and don't worry it dawn, bite but it does growl, times. Hagrid. Harry worrying what on earth Hagrid could have sent that sometimes growled. Harry opened his package to find what Hagrid had sent him. It was actually a beautiful book that was covered in thick lime green dragon hide. The marvelous book was titled Magical Monsters in a fine gold ink. Harry opened the first page, which was labeled Northern Ice-Shelled Gemetas. All the pages were lined gold and all the lettering was in lime green dragon blood. Harry flipped to almost the end of the book and under the chapters about dragons was the name Harry had remembered fighting just a year before. A cold shiver went down his spine as he remembered watching Cedric's death. To get his mind off that, he opened Dumbledore's letter. He first found his acceptance, a list of new classes and a list of his new books. Harry also noticed a personal letter from Dumbledore that read, "Dear Harry, I've been writing you to tell you not to feel response. Ibel about Cedric's death and don't feel afraid of Voldemort. I've never been afraid of Voldemort and Dumbledore knows that. You have a wizard nearby protecting you and when you're at Hogwarts, you'll always have Fawkes and me by your side. Speaking of Fawkes, when I was writing this letter she pulled out a tail feather and dropped it on this letter. I think she's grown liking of you. Don't worry, tail feathers grow back. Since Phoenix tail feathers are so rare and elegant, I have decided to make it into a quill. I found a spell that will turn any feather into a quill, so I castled it upon the phoenix feather. I also casted an unlimited ink spell upon it. I thought you might have wanted the quill spell so you could make easy gifts for your friends, so the spell is Atrementum. Oh yes, and happy birthday. Sincerely, Dumbledore. A wizard protecting me. But who? Thought Harry as he picked up the most beautiful quill he has ever seen. It was a phoenix quill from Fawkes. It was flower yellow with the most beautiful emerald red on any phoenix. Harry took his new quill and first started to write to Cyrus, thanking him for the snitch and tell him about his vision dream when Pig the young screech owl screeched a loud glass scattering screech which resulted with a Harry from his very angry uncle who had just been waken up. Harry was trying to quickly hide all of his birthday gifts under the loose floorboard before his very angry uncle who had just been woken up by an owl comes into his room. Harry, screamed his uncle, open this door at once, or I'll snap that piece of wood you call a wand in half. Harry quickly stuffed Tucker Henderson figure into his sock drawer, which was very difficult because he was biting Harry's hand trying to get him to let go. Harry, you open this door, this instant, howled his Uncle Vernon. Coming, Uncle Vernon, just 1 second, Harry said while stuffing the last of the gifts into the loose floorboard with his schoolbooks. Harry quickly unlocked his door, letting in his very angry uncle. His Uncle Vernon stomped into Harry's bedroom, red face with anger. Harry, his uncle yelled in a voice just like a wizard howler, why on earth did you wake me up at 5 o'clock in the morning? Uncle Vernon quickly glanced around Dudley's second bedroom, which was occupied by Harry, and saw the 5 owls that now sat in Harry's bedroom. And what on earth are those birds doing here? You, sending secret messages to your freaky friends again, aren't you? Harry's uncle started to wave his arms in the air shouting, shoo! Get out of my house. They're not going to leave their tame. Harry said at his uncle who just threw a shoe at Pig, and don't hurt them. I'm going to send you away, so far away that you'll never, ever be able to go back. Oh, that school of freaks with that freakish Dumbledore. You don't have to send me away, I'm going to go live at the Burrow in a week, Harry said to Vernon in a very angry voice. That house of freaks has a name, screeched Vernon. Harry, that was now angrier than before, and his magic unexpectedly came out, slamming the door on Uncle Vernon's face and making an invisible magical lock on the door. His uncle was no cursing while trying to open the magically locked door. Harry, not knowing what to do, opened his window and slid down the banister. Harry started to run down his street when he heard a faint voice saying, Harry, where are you going? Harry turned around to see somebody he hasn't seen in 5 years, Mrs. Fig, trying to run away again like you did when you accidentally blew up your aunt. How did you know about that? Harry said in a scared voice. Don't be afraid, Harry, don't you remember me? Mrs. Fig said in a calm voice, remember, I had all the cats. I remember you. How did you know about when I tried to run away as a fugitive? Harry asked. Do you recall Dumbledore writing to you lately telling you there's a wizard watching you? Yes, Harry muttered. Well, actually, it's a witch, Mrs. Fig told Harry, actually it's me. It's you, Harry asked in a puzzled voice. Yes Harry, it is me, I've been protecting you for 15 years, you know how I always seem to get more cats every time you saw me. Yes but what does that have to do with anything? Well actually, those aren't cats they're Death Eaters, Mrs. Fig said. Death Eaters? Harry said in alarm. They had tons of Death Eaters come to try to kill you over the years, and since I've always been good at transfiguration I decided instead of putting them into Azkaban I turned them into cats, Mrs. Fig said while laughing. So you're an Auror? Asked Harry. Yes actually, Mrs. Fig said, now since I'm a certified witch let's go check on your uncle and put on a memory charm. Harry smiled as his neighbor and him walked back into number 4 Privet Drive. They walked up the hallway and saw Uncle Vernon still pounding on Harry's door screaming very rude remarks thinking Harry was still in there. UNC. Vernon suddenly spotted Harry and his old babysitter walking up the stairs. Mrs. Fig what are you doing here? I haven't seen you for 5 years Harry. How did you get out of there? I am going to kill you. Uncle Vernon suddenly charged at Harry just when Mrs. Fig held up her wand and shouted oblivate. Uncle Vernon suddenly fell to the floor unconscious. Is he dead? Asked Harry. No, just knocked out. Oh. Pity, Harry said. His memory is gone up until about 3 o'clock this morning and he'll be knocked out for about an hour so that'll give you enough time to reply to your letters. Now I'm just going to put him back in his bed, Mrs. Fig explained. She then muttered something under her breath making Vernon magically glide back to his bed. Happy birthday, Mrs. Fig told Harry and then apparated back to her own home. Harry then opened his door, which was not magically locked anymore. He then walked down to his desk grabbing a few pieces of parchment and his new quill. All right to Sirius first. Dear Sirius, thank you very much for the snitch, I now know always to keep it in its case. I must first tell you about a dream I had last night. It was Voldemort and he was talking to Wormtail about making it known that he was alive and ready to kill. He then apparated to Chudley Cannon Stadium to meet about 100 other Death Eaters, and they all ran into the stadium and killing everybody in sight. I then woke up with my scar burning with pain, and last time that happened it was real. What could that mean? And I tried to run away just like the time I thought you were a murderer and I met Mrs. Fig. Have you ever heard of he? Anyway, please write back and tell me anything good. Harry. He then tied the letter to the barn owl and let it fly out the window to wherever Sirius now lived. Who to write to next? How about the Weasleys? He started scribbling down on a piece of peach parchment with his new magic quill. Dear Mrs. Weasley, thank you very much for letting me come and stay with me. I can't wait. Then you so much for the sweets because Dudley is now on a diet that I also have to go along with not to make him feel bad and I was about to die of lack of sugar. Don't worry there was no explosions from the twins only gold and silver flames. See you soon, Harry. All right now to write to Jin. Dear Ginny, thank you so much for the gift. I'm sure it will cure my sweet tooth during potions class. And just so you know I'm doing fine well now that I've heard from you and I can't wait to try the new chocolate quill. See you soon, Harry. No to write to those twins. Dear Gred and Frioge, great idea on the letter it caught me right by surprise. And love the logo symbol thing. I can't wait to try all of my new gifts on Dudley eyeball poppers, goose gum, jelly legs jello. They all sound great. Hope you don't get into too much trouble. Catch you later, Harry. Okay one last Weasley. Dear Ronald, thank you so much for the Tucker model. I haven't seen anything like it and great idea about the fireworks. I accidentally put him near a wizard chessboard and he kind of went nuts. He's also slightly dim-witted, reminds me of Gillory Lockhart. Anyway I had this weird dream that Voldemort went and killed all the Chudley Cannon players, then I woke up with my scar burning and I was covered in cold sweat. What can that mean? See you soon, Harry. P.S. My neighbor is a witch and she has about 30 cats that once tried to kill me. Okay no to write to Herm. Dear Hermione. I can't believe you got me a wizard chess set. But how am I going to use those spells on the chess pieces if I'm not allowed to use magic? I thought out of all the people to know that you would little Ms. Prefect. I also had a dream that Voldemort and on 100 other Death Eaters went and attacked Chudley Cannon Stadium along with Wormtail and killed hundreds of people. What can that mean? I also met up with my neighbor, Mrs. Fig, who is a witch and turns Death Eaters into cats and then keeps them as pets. Can't wait to see you at Diagon Alley. Harry. Let's see 2 more letters. Dear Dumbledore. Thank you for the quill. It's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. But I must first tell you that I had a dream that Voldemort and 100 other Death Eaters went and attacked Chudley Cannon Stadium along with Wormtail and killed hundreds of people. What could that mean? I also met that wizard, or shall I say witch, protecting me, Harry. All right, know what to write to Hagrid. Dear Hagrid, thank you so much for the new book. I am so glad that it didn't bite, but what did you mean it sometimes growls? What are the northern ice-shelled gemettas? And what do you mean we're going to be taking care of them? Did you get any giants to join our side? I have so many questions. See you on the train. Harry. Harry finished tying all his letters to the owls and then let them fly out his bedroom window. Harry, who was now tired from waking up at 4:30 in the morning from a nightmare, decided to go back to sleep and catch some Z's for about 2 more hours. Harry suddenly appeared at the burrow, and was flung onto the floor. Harry quickly tried to stand up when his legs suddenly gave in and he fell back to the floor with a crash. His eyes suddenly slammed shut like a loose window shutter in a windstorm. Then his hearing went away and his entire body went numb. Then it came, an ice-cold shiver went down his spine and then spread all over his body. Then he heard screaming, all the screams he had ever heard in his life all put together and louder than ever before. Harry thought his eardrums would explode as he distinguished his mother's scream. Harry's vision came back on as fast as a light with a switch. He couldn't see the burrow or the Weasleys. What he saw was Cedric's death over and over again. Every time it happened it would be more painful and Cedric's screams would get louder and louder. Then he saw Voldemort laughing with cruelty as he sliced off Wormtail's hand and killed Cho's boyfriend. Once Harry saw Voldemort, his scar started to burn like fire. It was as hot as molten lava. The burning started to spread, going all around his head and then down to his neck, chest, arms and finally reached the end of his toes. The burning was unbearable. Harry would rather die than stand hearing the screams, seeing the death of Cedric, and the unbelievable burning pain running all through his body. Harry thought he would surely die as the freezing came back. It spread over his body in the blink of an eye and it was colder than before. It felt as if his body was a giant frostbite. Harry thought every part of his body would freeze off of this coldness when he felt a warm soothing sensation on his shoulder. The warmness was spreading as the miraculous warmth was spreading up and down his arms. The screaming got fainter, the pictures got blurrier and his eyes started to slowly peel open an ever slight bit. There was a voice overpowering the screams. It sounded as if an angel were speaking. Harry, are you all right? The warmth was such a wonderful feeling, but the rest of his body was still ice. Suddenly the warmth hit him like a shooting star, spreading all over his body. His eyes opened more as he could see a figure with fire-red hair. He heard the beautiful voice again. Harry, you're waking up. His eyes opened as wide as they could and he could see a young girl revealingly hugging him. Harry, oh Harry, come on. Then he had feeling all over his body and the images, voices, and ice chill disappeared. He stood up and saw the girl who was hugging him. Ginny, what's the matter? Harry asked as the young Weasley stopped hugging him and looked at him with total shock. You're alive, Gin. Why said with happiness as she wiped away a tear of joy and sniffled. Of course I am, Harry said while smiling. Harry then looked around the room and saw all of the Weasleys standing there staring at him. At first I thought you accidentally ate some of that jello we gave you when you fell to the floor, George said. But then we saw you stay on the floor with your eyes closed, and we thought maybe you passed out or something, Fred said, interrupting George. Yeah, and you starting to shiver like you were lying on ice, but it's 87 degrees out, said George. We thought you were dead when Ginny suddenly ran in and saw you, Fred. Tears started pouring down her face as she saw you, thinking you were dead, George. She fell to the floor and put a hand on your shoulder as you started to stir and you just woke up, Fred. We're all wondering what just happened, so if you would please explain, George. I'm not really sure what happened, but I can tell you as much as can, Harry said in a shaky voice. Please do, Ron said. It was the first time Ron had spoken since Harry had gotten there. "All right, I touched the portkey when my legs gave in and I fell to the floor. Then my vision went, along with my hearing when my entire body went numb and then ice cold. I then heard screams." Harry was interrupted by Mrs. Weasley. "Pardon me, but screams. My mother's screams and ever other screa. Ms. I have ever heard, but it was so loud I thought my ears would explode. Then I saw it. I saw Voldemort killing Cedric over and over again, each time getting worse. Then my scar burned like fire and it spread all over my body like a wildfire in a dry field. Then the cold came back, but much colder than before, and I thought I would die of frostbite when Ginny came and kind of warmed me up, I guess, making me wake up." "But why did it start?" asked Ron. "I think I can answer that," Percy said proudly. "Harry, if I'm not mistaken, you were brought to Voldemort by a portkey when you saw Cedric die and saw a somewhat of a ghost of the people who were killed by Voldemort come out of his wand. I'm guessing you're just haunted by it and the feeling of the portkey brought some kind of flashback." "Maybe," Harry said. "That took a lot out of me, so if you don't mind I'd like to rest." "Yes, of course, Mrs. Weasley said. Ron, take him up to your room." Harry and Ron walked up the stairs as Harry muttered, "Sorry, Ron." "Don't be," Ron said while he opened his door. Ron, where's your posters?" Harry asked as he stared at what used to be a completely orange room. "I'll tell you about it tomorrow," Ron said. Harry had no time to answer as he fell asleep at once. Harry was in what looked like the Hogwarts dining hall, but every inch of it was decorated in flowers of all different shapes, colors, and sizes. The entire floor was covered in flower white and red rose petals and hundreds of vases full of flowers. The big stone walls were covered in daisies, daffodils, tulips and many other flowers, all pined to the wall, and all over the dining hall floor were every kind of flower, magically floating 10 feet above the ground. The ceiling was completely covered with white, red, and pink rose vines covered with fully bloomed flowers and brightly colored flower baskets filled with other flowers hanging off of the vines. Suddenly the door burst open as Ginny came running in wearing a red dress the same color as the romantic and beautiful red rose in her hands. Her arms wide out, and she came right for Harry. She put her arms around him, giving Harry a huge big warm loving hug. "Oh Harry," Ginny said as she started hugging harder and harder. "Ow Gin, that hurts," Harry said. "When did you get so strong?" Ginny suddenly let go and turned into one of Harry's worst enemies, Voldemort. Voldemort was now wearing a robe. Also red, but not the rose red as Ginny's dress, it was blood red like Voldemort's eyes. Harry saw the beautiful red rose turn into a bloodstained dagger. "Well, let me think I was always strong until a couple years ago in a freak accident when my power left me, but I recently came stronger last year when I was somewhat resurrected." Harry's eyes widened with fear as he stared at those blood-red eyes. "Now let's get to business. You see this dagger in my hand? Well, the blade is actually a portkey, so when I jab it into your shoulder blade you'll be brought to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean in a cage. How does that sound?" Before could respond or try to get his wand out to defend, the small dagger was jabbed right into his shoulder blade, causing blood to pour out when he felt the jerk behind his stomach. The next thing he knew, Harry was in a steel cage about 50 feet under the ice-cold water. He looked around, not realizing what was happening, when he saw Cedric's dead body just floating. Fish bitten, bloody and starting to rot. Sharks started to come when they sensed the blood from Cedric and Harry's injured shoulder, and they started to circle around the metal cage. He then turned around to see his parents, Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, Cho, Ginny and everybody else he cared about in the same condition as Cedric's body was. He quickly noticed he was running out of air. When he swallowed water, it started choking as the water pressure got to his lung and, Harry, wake up." Harry suddenly woke up to see Ginny standing there resting her hand on his shoulder. "Gin, what are you doing here and what time is it?" "It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I was getting a drink of water when I heard you mumbling something, so I walked in to see if you were right, and you were sweating like crazy while rolling around in fear. So she woke me up," Ron said as he jumped off the top bunk. "And Ginny felt your scar, and it was burning, so we thought it would be best if we woke you." "We need to talk," Ginny said. "I agree," Ron and Harry both said. "We should go down to the kitchen and we'll eat some leftover dinner since Harry didn't have any while we talk," Ginny told Harry and Ron. After they walked on the stairs, Ron pulled out some roast beef, mashed potatoes, pastry buns, and string beans out of the ice box and placed them on the counter. Gin, where's the heatroid? Ron asked. Excuse me, but what is a heatroid? Harry also asked. It's something to heat food, Ron said while opening up a cupboard looking for the heatroid. It's like an oven but smaller and a lot faster to work. I learned about an oven in Muggle studies, Ginny told Harry, and Ron, it's under the sink. Oh yes, thanks Gin, Ron said as he pulled out what looked like electric purple arrow. How does it work? Harry asked. You just stab it in, like this, Ron said as he stabbed the purple arrow into the roast beef, making the beef turn the same purple color as the arrow, and then the color would fade away as steam rose up from the food. Ron did this to all the food when he grabbed 3 plated and 3 forks and knives. Ron put all the food on the table and said, "All right, let's start." Harry started putting enough food on his plate to feed 3 people when Ron asked, "Did they starve you?" "You know your aunt and uncle." "No, they were afraid I'd blow them up like I did too." "My aunt," Harry said while stuffing a spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth. "Then why are you taking so much food?" Ron asked. "Well, because I have skipped the last 3 meals, so I thought I'd eat enough for 3 meals to make it up." After a while of eating, Ron asked, "Okay Harry, remember when you told me you had a dream about the Chudley cannons all dying?" Ron said in a weary voice. Yes, but why?" Harry asked as Ron passed him the latest issue of The Daily Prophet. Harry looked at the cover, which was a black and white photo of about 20 dead people lying on the bleachers of a Quidditch stadium and a Death Eater running up and down the stairs to kill more. Harry then glanced at the title of the article labeled, "Over 1,000 Killed, You Know Who Is Back." Harry had a horrified expression as he looked at Ron, who nodded. "I can't believe it either," Ron said, as he looked at Harry. "By the time I got your letter I had just heard the news and it was too late to do anything else." "Any survivors?" Harry asked. "Yes, but only 4, Ron told Harry. The first one was a second-string Chudley cannon beater. He luckily had his wand on him and performed Reflectario, a reflecting charm on his bat, and beated all the curses back to the Death Eaters as he flew to safety. Another was a reporter. One of the chasers flew above her and was killed, making the chaser fall next to the reporter. And she grabbed the chaser's broomstick and flew to safety. The 2 other were 2 children who were playing under the stands when the attack happened, and they never got killed." "Why didn't anybody just apparate?" Harry asked in a weary voice. "Because there was so many death marks in the sky it made a kind of force field surrounding the stadium and nobody could apparate through it," Ron answered. "And then that weird flashback you had. And what was that dream about? Was it another vision?" Ginny asked. "It couldn't be a vision," Harry told them, "it was too unreal." "What happened?" Ginny asked. "I was at Hogwarts. It was decorated with flowers and then Ginny came in and hugged me. But then Ginny turned into Voldemort." Ron shuddered at the hearing of his name, but to Harry's surprise Ginny didn't even mind. "Like he took Polyjuice potion and then he took a knife which was a portkey and jabbed it into my shoulder. I was transported to a metal cage underwater where I saw Cedric and everybody I cared about all dead in half-decade. I then started to choke or to die when I was woken up by you guys." You're right," Ron said. "I don't think that would happen." "Yeah, but what could the dream mean?" Ginny asked. "Well, maybe it's just an average nightmare," Harry replied. "Probably," Ron said in a worried voice. "How about we go to the living room and talk, since I'm guessing we're all not tired, Ron?" Harry and Ginny walked into the living room and each chose a couch to lie down on. Harry walked over to a royal red couch with a few scratches from a cat on the chair legs and a few magically sewn patches on the armrests. Harry saw Ginny struggling to pick up a huge box of books on her yellow and orange striped recliner chair. "I'll help you with that," Harry said as he helped pick up the big heavy box. "Thank you," Ginny said in a sincere voice. "The other day Fred and George accidentally crashed into the glass bookshelf we had and it shattered into a million pieces, and when Mum came it was too beyond repair. Even magically." "Hey Harry," Ron interrupted, "wanna duel me to a game of chess?" "Most definitely," Harry said as he raised one eyebrow. Ron walked over to Harry's couch and pulled out a box from under it. Ron, why are you getting that box out?" Harry asked. "That's where the chessboard is kept, of course," Ron said in a cocky voice. The other day Fred and George witched the Monopoly pieces with some fake ones, and all the fake game the pieces kept on stealing other people money and passing it to the twins. So Ron doesn't want that happening to his chess, Ginny explained. Oh, I see, Harry said while setting up his pieces. Ron went first, commanding his pawn to move forward 2 spaces, when the pawn and said of course sir, and made Harry think of Tucker Henderson. Harry chuckled and said, man Ron. That Tucker guy sure is pretty dimwitted. Yeah I know, I got myself Jason Johnston, one of the beaters, and he's really odd. I mean all he does is fly around on his broom and swat bugs saying they're alive bludgers trying to kill me, Ron said while laughing. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you, in the letter you gave me you said something about a wizard chess set. Oh I didn't tell you yet, Harry said while watching his knight chop off Ron's bishop's head. Hermione sent me one for my birthday. You've got your own? Ron asked in a surprised voice. Yeah, Harry answered. Is it the new advanced chess set? Ron asked in an excited voice. I don't know, I haven't got a chance to look at it very much. We could check later if you want. You must know, Ginny too. LD Harry, they have recently come out with a new one and Ron's been wanting to play it ever since. The weird part is Hermione told me some charms to put on it. Man, that Herm's so odd sometimes I am. Ian, she's a prefect and she doesn't even know that she can't use her magic in the summer. And another weird thing about her is how she likes that Vicky freak. Ron, just let her be, she'll soon find out Crumb's not for her, Harry said. Yeah I guess so, Ron sighed. No, let's get back to some chess. Ron and Harry went on for a measly 5 minutes when Ron said, check and mate. I mean seriously Sumbo. Guy who owns their own chess board should at least be able to last a little longer than you can. Before Ron could say any more, Mr. Weasley walked down the stairs and noticed 3 of his children and 1 of their friends sitting on the couch at 4:45 in the morning on a Saturday. Ron, Ginny, Harry. What are you doing up? It's not even 5 in the morning, go back to bed, Mr. Weasley said. But we're not tired, Ginny pleaded. I would try to fight with you but I have to get back to the ministry so I'll leave you be. Cheerio, Mr. Weasley said as he walked out the door. Ginny, her brother and Harry talked about stories, embarrassing moments, and other things for about an hour when Mrs. Weasley walked down the stairs. My God, Mrs. Weasley said in a startled voice, why are you up at 6 in the morning? Don't you know it's Saturday? Couldn't sleep, Ron mumbled. Oh all right, Mrs. Weasley said, know that you're up anyway, you can go wake up the others, we are going to go to Diagon Alley after breakfast. All right Mum, Ron said while running up the stairs. All right, here's the plan. We're going to go outside to the apple tree, grab some apples, go on our broomsticks and chuck it at the twins through their bedroom window. Oh, you're so evil, Ginny giggled. They slowly walked back down the stairs not to be heard by Mrs. Weasley and walked outside. Ron showed them to the apple tree as they filled all their pockets. Over here, Ron whispered as he opened the shed door, getting out 3 very old and very slow broomsticks. Here you go, Ron said as he tossed them the brooms. They all hopped on the brooms and flew over to the open window of Fred and George's room. Ron was first to throw an apple at one of his older twin brothers but was then shortly followed by Harry and Ginny. After a while of throwing and missing, Harry threw one right between Fred's eyes as he woke up with a startle. Bloody hell. George, what do you think you're doing chucking apples at me at the break of dawn? Fred yelled at George as he woke up. I wasn't throwing them at you. You were throwing them at me, George accused Fred. Was not, Fred hollered. Was too, George hollered. Before Fred could say his was not, Percy had walked into the room yelling. It was both of you. What, you think it's funny to get up in the middle of the night to get a midnight snack and then throw it at each other? Well, I have you know I need my sleep. I am an important worker at the ministry. And Harry couldn't hear any more as the 3 pranksters had locked their brooms away and started walking into the burrow. Once Ron opened the door, he heard Fred, George, and Percy coming down the stairs. I'll get you for this, Fred yelled. Who, me or George? Percy asked. I don't know, both of you, Fred said in an angry voice. Yeah, well, I know for a fact it wasn't me, George said in an angry voice. All right, listen, if both of you don't shut up I turn you into a bunch of frogs, Percy threatened. I don't want to even hear it. Mrs. W. Easley hollered as her sons walked into the room, "Just go sit down at the table and eat with the rest of us." Ginny, Harry, and Ron were giggling like mad when Mrs. Weasley put a few flapjacks on their plates. "Okay. After breakfast we're all going to get our things for Diagon Alley and go, but leave your school supplies here, we'll come back for those. Now when you're all done with breakfast you can go get ready." After about a half an hour of listening to the twins and Percy complain about their rude awakening, all of the kids walked up the stairs to get ready. Harry walked into Ron's bare room, Rue on a green and yellow striped color shirt, grabbed his wand, and a few other supplies. After Ron put on a navy blue t-shirt and grabbed his supplies, they both walked down the stairs to meet the rest of the Weasleys. "All right now Harry, you first for the flu powder, Mrs. Weasley said while handing Harry a handful of flow powder. Harry stood up straight in the fireplace and started to say Diago N. Alley when some ash flew into his nose making him drop the flow powder, starting the process and accidentally saying it once again felt as though Harry was being sucked down a giant drain. He then started to spin very fast, then roaring all around him. The roaring was deafening. He tried to keep his eyes open to see where he was going, but the whirl of green flames made him sick. He got to tuck in his elbows and something rock hard knocked his elbow. He tried to tuck it in but it was hard since he was still spinning and spinning. Now the feeling came, the feeling of ice-cold hands slapping his face. Squinting through his glasses he saw a blurred stream of fireplaces, and snatching glimpses of the rooms within. Harry saw Nocturne Alley, and then he passed Diagon Alley thinking, "Oh great, where am I going now?" It was hard to think because it felt as if all the organs inside of him were spinning around, tying themselves into knots. Harry saw the green fire outlined fireplaces all around him. He went farther and farther down, when the fire turned from a light green color to a dark green, almost black color. Harry closed his eyes wishing it would stop, and then he fell, face forward, onto hardwood floor and felt the lens of his glasses crack. Dizzy, bruised and covered in soot, Harry slowly got to his feet to try to look around, even though it was hard because he didn't see very well through his broken glasses. Harry, wondering where he was, started to look around. Harry started to look around, seeing a dark room covered with all different trinkets. There was a hardwood desk with a few items on it such as a sneak scope, and a black leather-bound book titled, Dark Potions. There was a black marble snake paperweight with emerald green eyes on a pile of papers titled, Recently Murdered. There was a small dragon skull on the corner, and a cauldron that looked like the one Harry saw when Voldemort was resurrected. Harry looked to the nearest wall and saw a painting of a death mark. To the right of the painting was another painting, a painting of Lord Voldemort standing on a platform with dozens of Death Eaters bowing down in front of him. To the left of the death mark photo was a small window. A window cracked and covered with spider webs. Harry looked out the window to see an overgrown ghostly graveyard. Harry then turned to see a shelf with two items on it. The first was a wand on a small black marble wand stand. A wand that looked exactly like his wand. Harry checked to see if it were his wand, but his wand was still neatly tucked into his belt. Harry picked up the wand. "It feels just like my wand," Harry thought as he placed it back down. Next to the stand was another stand, a stand with a long, thin, shining, blood-stained dagger. "No, I can't be, I'm in Tom Riddle's house," Harry thought as he almost collapsed in fear. Harry caught his balance, heard somebody walking up the stairs. Harry quickly looked around the fireplace to find some flow powder to go somewhere safe, but found nothing. He then looked above the fireplace to find a shelf covered in portkeys. There was a pencil labeled, Hogwarts, a butterbeer bottle labeled Hogsmeade, and many others. Near the top of the shelf, Harry found what he was looking for. A brown spell book labeled, Diagon Alley. Harry heard the doorknob turn when his scar started to explode with pain. Harry quickly grabbed the spell book and felt the all-too-familiar jerk behind his stomach. Harry was suddenly flung onto the floor of Flourish and Blots while still clenching his scar. Harry stood up to say, an entire crowd staring at him and the Weasleys standing close around him. "Honestly Harry, we sent you on flow powder and you come with a portkey," George said. "Fred, George, quiet," Mrs. Weasley hollered. Her voice then calmed down and asked, "Now Harry dear, are you all right?" "Yes Mrs. Weasley, I'm fine, but I was at Voldemort house," and Harry paused as he saw almost everybody in the room flinch at He named Voldemort, I heard somebody walking up the stairs, so I looked around for a way to get out when I found a portkey, and it brought me here. You were at you-know-whose house. Are you sure? Mrs. Weasley asked. Yes, I'm sure, Harry said to Mrs. Weasley. His wand was there and everything. Did you see him? Mrs. Weasley asked, getting nervous. No, he was walking up the stairs when I grabbed portkey, Harry told the Weasleys. That's why my scar hurt. Almost every adult in the room suddenly apparated, including Mrs. Weasley. Harry quickly ran to Ron. They apparated to the ministry to notify them and get some oars, Ron told Harry. They're going to need that portkey, so you should put it on that stool over there and don't touch it, Ron told Harry, otherwise you might accidentally go to Tom's house. Harry walked over to an old wooden stool and placed the book down on it and placed his broken glasses in his pocket when about 30 Aurors appeared in the room, making it very cramped. If you are not an Auror, please leave the room, a very tall female Auror said, unless of course you want to go get killed by Lord Voldemort. With hearing that, everybody in the room ran out screaming except for the Aurors. The Weasleys and Harry. Excuse me, but where is the portkey? A man with short blonde hair asked. Over there on the stool, Harry said while pointing to the wooden stool next to the old-fashioned cash register. Harry and the Weasleys then started to walk out the door when they heard the female Auror say, everybody hold hands while I touch the portkey. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All of the Aurors disappeared from the room and all of the adults, including Mrs. Weasley, came back into the room. Most of the parents ran out to the children, but the Weasleys, followed by Harry, slowly walked to meet their mother. Once they had gotten to Mrs. Weasley, she started to hug Ginny since she was shaking. Hello everybody, I was at the Leaky Cauldron getting a bit to eat. So what did I miss? Nothing much. Just Harry going to you-know-whose house, coming back with a book portkey, and having a bunch of Aurors come to save the day. Fred said jokingly. I missed that much. Really? Well, is everybody okay? Mr. Weasley said. Well, Harry. Glad you're back. Once you went to Diaku, we tried to go there too, and find you, but when we tried we went somewhere in Ireland. So did they get you-know-who? Don't know yet, Dad, Ginny said after she stopped shaking. Well, I'll see you later, they'll probably need me, and with saying that Mr. Weasley apparated to the ministry. Yeah, me too, Percy said, and I want to go see who it was at the Riddle House. Don't be stupid. It's you-know-who, of course. Ron shouted at his brother. He's dead, Ron, Percy sighed right before he apparated. Don't worry, Harry. He's doing whatever he can to be on Barty's good side, George told Harry. Just then, Hermione ran into Flourish and Bloots with a concerned look on her face. Harry, is it true? I was at Gringotts and I heard the pay Opal next to us talking, and are you all right? Have you heard any news? It's true and I'm fine, Harry told the worried Hermione, and since I haven't heard any news yet, they probably haven't caught Voldemort. And Harry, did you break your glasses again? Yeah, Harry said while handing Hermione his glasses. Ignulus reparo, Hermione said as she tapped Harry's glasses. Now that the excitement is over, let's look at our book list. Shall we? Ron said. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out an old crumpled school list. 5th-year students will require The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5 by Miranda Goshawk. 1001 Magical Herbs and Funguses by Fleta Spore. Magical Monsters by Matthew M. Grant. Spellbound by Henry Smith. Chocolate Charms by Jerome Cooper. There is also 3 new classes being offered to 5th years. Study of Runes taught by Elena Tempest. Rocky Runes by Kiki Tatnot. Enchantment taught by Michael Larganos. Enchanted by Molly Perman. Magical Medics taught by Madame Pomfrey. Magically Cured by Dr. Rebecca Sampson. If you chose to take one of those classes instead of divination, please buy the book to go along with it. Once Harry and his friends finished reading their list, Hermione immediately said, I'm going to take Magical Medics, it might come in handy one of these days. Then let's all do something different so we know what to do next year, Harry said. Then I'll take Enchantment. Alright then, there's only one thing left, Ron said. I mean, anything is better than divination, so I'll take Study of Runes. The 3 friends then started to look around the bookshelves for their new lists of books. Harry and his friends looked down the bottom shelf near them and picked up the Standard Book of Spells dumped into their cauldrons. Mrs. Weasley had Gotten Harry's cauldron before since he was at the Riddle's house and looked for their other books. They walked over to pile of neatly stacked books that were magically floating in the air, and that's where all of their other books were. There was a bunch of copies of magical monsters in the middle of the shelf, all looking different. Some were dragon hide, another was covered in blast and screw it shell, etc. Ron grabbed the one covered in blast and screw it shell, and Hermione grabbed one covered in forest mung-up fur. They each grabbed a red and orange book, spellbound, and Ron's jaw dropped when he saw their new charm book. I can't believe it. It's a book made of chocolate. Ron said as he grabbed a book made completely of chocolate. Don't be ridiculous, it's a charm, Hermione said. Look, I'll show you. Hermione took her book and took a huge bit out of the corner, making it turn into a normal book. I knew that, Ron said as he grabbed a stone book that was rocky runes. Hermione also grabbed a book that looked like it was covered in human skin. Gross. Look at that book, it bloody and skin covered, Ron blurted out. What on earth are you talking about? Hermione asked. Just look at it, Ron said in a fed-up voice. Hermione rolled her eyes thinking Ron was crazy when she looked at the book in her hands. It looked as if it were covered in skin, but suddenly a huge cut appeared. Read on the book having blood run down, and then the cut and blood disappeared when a huge bruise came up and once again disappeared. Well, it's a magical medic book, what do you expect? Hermione said as she shrugged. I can't find my book anywhere, Harry said in a disgusted voice. Well, let's go up to the desk and ask, Ron suggested. The three friends walked up to the front desk to ask where enchantment was. Excuse me sir, but where is Enchantment by Molly Perman? Over there, the man at the desk said while pointing to a wicker basket next to the desk. Harry walked over to the WIC basket that was filled with tennis ball-sized glowing rainbow-colored orbs. Of course, Harry thought to himself, they're enchanted. After Harry placed the glowing orb in his cauldron, they walked over to the counter to pay for his new items. Oh no, I haven't gone to Gringotts yet, Harry said. Oh, don't worry, my mum already went to Gringotts and got some money for you, Ron said while he passed Harry his money bag. Thanks, Harry muttered while paying for his new school supplies. After they all finished paying, they walked out of the crowded bookstore. You want to go walk around? Ron asked Hermione and Harry. Sure, Hermione said. Why not? Harry agreed. Right as the three friends started to walk around, Fred and George came running towards Ron with a look of excitement on their face. Ron, the twins both yelled at once. We have a little surprise for you, Fred said while a grin came upon his face. Come dearest brother, let's just go take a little walk over to Malkin's robes, Shaw. LLW, George said while putting an arm over his brother's shoulders. After Ron and his twin brothers ran away to Malkin's robes, Hermione asked. Wonder where they're going? Hermione asked. Yeah, I wonder, Harry muttered. So we can't really walk around until Ron comes back, so, what do you want to do? Want to go for an ice cream? Harry suggested. Yeah, that's a good idea, I've been craving so. Mething sweet, Hermione said as they started to walk to Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Once Hermione and Harry sat down on a stool at the counter, Florine Fortescue came over. Hello young'uns, what can I get ya? Asked Florine. Well, Harry said while looking at the lists of ice cream flavors, I guess I'll have the chocolate tulip crunch. May I have the butterscotch and cherry please? Hermione asked Polity. Sure thing lady, the Florine Fortescue said. It'll just take a second. The lady at the counter went over to the counter and tapped her wand and then came back with 2 bowls of ice cream. And then left to the others' costumers. So Harry, I haven't gotten to ask you yet, Hermione said while stuffing a huge bite of ice cream into her mouth, what exactly happened? About, you know. Well, I'll tell you from the beginning, Harry said while trying to remember what exactly happened, as you probably know, because you receive the Daily Prophet, my dreamer Vision W. As real and Voldemort came to kill everybody. Then I used a portkey and went to Ron's house, and the feeling of using a portkey brought back, like a flashback type thing where I saw Cedric's death over and over again and I heard screaming. Then this burn came over my entire body and then a freeze came. And Ginny came, and saw me on the floor thinking I was dead. She came over to hug me and kind of warmed me up. After that I got very tired and I went to bed when I had a nightmare. Wait, a nightmare, or a vision? Hermione asked while interrupted. A nightmare, it's got to be, it was too unreal. Wait, what happened in the nightmare? Hermione asked while interrupting again. Like I was saying, in the nightmare I was in the Great Hall, that was filled with flowers, when Ginny came holding a rose. She turned into Voldemort and the rose turned into a knife, and the knife was a portkey that Voldemort stabbed into my shoulder. I was then transported into a steel cage under the water and all around me, and I saw Cedric. And everybody else I cared about all dead in the cage with me, when I was woken up by Ginny and Ron. After that morning, we went downstairs to go to Diagon Alley, using FL. Powder and I accidentally said Diaku, going into the Riddle house. In Voldemort's house, I saw all of his stuff including his wand, and then I saw a rack on the wall full of portkeys when I heard Voldemort coming up the stairs, so I grabbed a Diagon Alley portkey and then I met up with you. Well, that's a pretty exciting week, wouldn't you say? And oh yeah, I think you have a little crush on Ron's little sister, Hermione said while finishing her ice cream. Harry's face turned a bright red in embarrassment. And look, Hermione said while putting her spoon on the counter, your face matches her hair color. Maybe you guys could wear matching outfits along with your face color and her hair. After Harry's face turned back to his original color, Harry asked, alright, and in your note you told me to do a few spells on the chess set, and you know I'm not allowed to. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I had the man at the store put an antidetectable spell on it, Hermione said while getting out her money to pay. Isn't that illegal? Harry asked. Yeah, but nobody will ever know because it's antidetectable, Hermione said while smirking. After the two friends had paid, they walked outside to see Ron run towards them. You guys, guess what? Ron said in an excited voice. Fred and George bought you dress robes. Harry guessed. Yeah, how'd you know? Ron asked in a puzzled voice. Just a lucky guess, Harry said while winking at Fred and George. Look at him, Ron said while holding up his new robes. Hermione and Ron both looked at Ron's new robes. They were navy blue with a red collar and cuffs. There were absolutely no signs of frilly cuffs to be seen. Those are great, Ron, Hermione said pretending to sound excited. Yeah, Fred and George bought them for me, Ron said while stuffing his robes back into the bag. After seeing Ron show his friends his new robes, the twins ran off to sell joke items to some Hogwarts kids in the street. After Fred and George were away from hearing distance, Hermione asked, where on earth did all that money come from? Maybe Ludo paid off, Ron suggested. Wanna go walk some more? The three friends walked off for a while when Ron's mouth dropped as he stared through a window at the store Merlin's Majesty. Hermione and Harry walked back to see what Ron was looking at. There was a big sign that read, New and Advanced Wizard Chess. There was a levitating chessboard with two men playing it. Harry saw the new chess set for the first time. It was the same black and white marble chess set with the same amount of squares, but the players were not at all the same. They were all famous wizards and witches throughout the ages. The pawns were what looked like very small dragons, all different kind of dragons. There was a Welsh green, a scarlet Chinese fireball, a Swedish short snout. Of course a Hungarian horntail, and a few others Harry did not recognize. The king was Merlin and the queen was a wizard Harry did not recognize at the moment. The knights were two very strong wizards riding on two ferocious hippogriffs. The bishops were dementors and the two rooks were centaurs just like Firenze. Harry saw as the older of the two men commanded the dementor to move to 5 when it said, no, how about I go to c3? Before the man could disagree, the dementor had levitated above the ground and slowly flew to the dragon on square c3. The dementor opened his mouth, performing the kiss on the Welsh green, making it crumble into sand and then dissolve, reappearing on the sideline all tied up. Ron's eyes had wandered from the chessboard to the price. Oh my god, did you see that price? Ron said in disgust, that's unreasonable. Well, just wait till the price drops and come back, Hermione said trying to help. Yeah, the price will go down in a millennia, Ron said in anger. Before Ron or anybody else say any more, Percy apparated right in front of them. Hello Ron, we're having dinner at the pub in 2 minutes. Don't be late, and with saying that Percy disappeared as fast as he had come. How can I eat when I know I can never play chess again? Ron complained as he began to pretend he was sobbing. Oh, give it up, Ron, Hermione said over Ron's fake sobs. You have your own set or play Harry's. Oh, But it's not the same. I mean mine's just a normal chess set and Harry's is. Harry, we never checked your chess set. Ron said in an excited voice. Yeah, but mine's nothing like that, Harry said in a sorry voice. Oh no. What will I ever do? Ron fake sobbed while slowly walking towards the pub. Hermione, I'll meet you there, I have to. You know, go get Ron a little gift. Harry muttered to Hermione. All right, Hermione said while smiling, I'll tell him you're in the loo. With saying that, Hermione skipped away towards her red-haired friend. After Harry seeing his friends walk away, he walked into Merlin's Majesty to buy Ron a gift. Harry walked into the store, paused for a minute to look at the chess players, and then walked to the man at the counter. Hello sir. I'd like to purchase the new chess set, Harry said to the man at the counter. Sure young man, that is if you have the money, the counter man said, it's 35 galleons and 4 sickles. Yes, I have that, Harry said while placing his money bag on the counter. After the man has took the 15 galleons and 4 sickles, he reached under the counter and pulled out a black and white checkered sphere. The counter man then tossed the sphere and said, have fun. Sir, how do I get it to work? Harry asked. Oh, sorry about that, all you do is tap it with your wand and say, checkmate. The man told Harry, would you like me to put an antidetectable charm on it? No, that's fine, thank you again, Harry said as he ran out to meet the Weasleys and Hermione. Harry quickly ran down the crowded street to get to the leaky cauldron, and quickly barged through the door. Harry spotted a round table in the corner with the Weasleys, Hermione and her parents, and an empty chair. Harry walked over and sat in the empty chair. So Dad, did you catch you-know-who? Ron asked. Nah, when we got there he already apparated, but we got his wand and some other items of his. We got the knife that Wormtail had cut his hand of with, and we might be able to make a potion, using his blood, that will make him transport to Azkaban. It's a very complicated potion, so it probably won't work, Mr. Weasley explained. Hey Harry, where were you? Ginny asked. Going to the loo, Harry said when Ron stood up and announced. I have new dress robes. Fred and George bought them for me. What? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Where'd they get the money? Well you see, Fred said while trying to make up a lie. We sold joke items to kids today and got tons of money, George said quickly. You did you? Percy asked. Why with all your money did you buy Ron a new dress robe? Because he's our darling little brother, of course, George said while hugging his little brother. George the first can't breath, Ron said as his face started to turn a bright red color to match his hair. Sorry Ron, George said. Hey Ronnie, can I have your old robes? Ginny asked. Sure Gin, but, if you call me Ronnie again I'll take it away, Ron said while taking a sip of his butterbeer. Ginny smiled and was about to say, okay, when the waiter came with their food. They ate for about another half an hour of eating and having small talk and listening to Ron complain about his boring chess set. After they were done they walked upstairs to go to sleep in the leaky cauldron. Ginny and Hermione walked into room number 4, Mrs. and Mrs. Weasley into room 6, Percy into room 8, Mrs. and Mr. Granger into room 7, Fred and George into 5, and Harry and Ron went into room 3. Harry walked into his room that had a peach-colored wall, 2 twin beds, a card table with chairs and a dresser. Harry took off his clothes and put on his Hogwarts pajama pants, and a faded t-shirt. Ron also changed into pajamas consisting of Hogwarts pajama pants with a magic t-shirt that had a picture of a man turning a pig into a duck on the back. After they had put themselves under the flower covers Ron asked. Harry. Yes Ron, Harry answered while staring at the ceiling. Why in your dream did you have Ginny and flowers and hugging? Ron asked while throwing a blue ball against the far wall. Harry too. RNED over to face Ron and answered, no reason. Maybe because dreams reflect on what happened that day, and Ginny had kind of warmed me up, so maybe that's why she was in the dream. And the flowers were I don't know, sometimes things in dreams make any sense. Trust me, it's nothing. Alright, Ron said as the ball had hit the floor instead of the wall and stopped bouncing. The candle then blew out. As Harry Potter rolled over and shut his eyes. Harry was shaking and rolling in his sleep because of the awful nightmares he was having. Harry woke up from the awful nightmare and found himself Quirrell. Up in a little ball at the end of his bed. He had gotten to that position in his sleep. He looked at his wrist to see what time it was and remembered he had lost his watch the previous year and thought, I've really got to get a new watch. Harry, not knowing whether to go back to sleep or stay up, walked over and sat on the windowsill. Harry opened the window as he felt the cool air blow against face. And he watched the sunrise over the empty Muggle street. Once the sun had fully risen, Mrs. Weasley knocked on the door and hollered, Harry, Ron, get up. We have to get going. Harry, who was already awake, quickly got changed and gathered his things. Right before Harry had walked out the door, he glanced at Ron, who had pulled his pillow over his face trying to fall back asleep. Harry had walked out into the hallway and down to the leaky cauldron when he saw Mr. and Mrs. Granger kiss Hermione goodbye and go back to their house by Flow Powder. After the parents had disappeared into the green flames, Harry went over and sat in a red armchair next to Hermione. Hello, Herm, Harry said as he curled up in the chair. Oh, good morning, Harry, Hermione said while yawning. After 5 minutes, the Weasleys had walked in the room, all complaining about getting up so early. The Weasleys had all sat on the couches except Mrs. Weasley, who was standing in front of the fire holding a pot of Flow Powder. You first, Harry dear. Remember, it's the burrow, THEBURROW. I know, Harry muttered as he stepped into the fireplace. The burrow. Harry felt as he was being flushed down the prefect's bath tub into the lake. Harry remembered to tuck in his elbows as he saw the room within. There was a room with a fireplace, one with a flowered couch and a plant, one with tons of cats and a young woman, etc. Harry felt the cold hands slapping his face as he flew face forward onto the burrow's floor. Luckily, Harry's glasses did not break, so he looked up to make sure he was at the burrow and then sat down to wait for the rest of the Weasleys to come. In a split second, Fred and George appeared in the room. Harry, so glad you're here. We thought you might have gone to the Malfoy Manor, Fred said while popping a pepper imp into his mouth. And before George could also say something, all of the other Weasleys had entered the room. All right, the loud noise of Mrs. Weasley said over the noise of 5 people talking, go right upstairs and get ready to go. We have to leave at. There's a gnome in the house. Mrs. Weasley grabbed a broom and tried to chase the gnome away. Before anybody could be blamed, the twins, Ginny, Hermione, Percy, Ron, and Harry quickly ran up the stairs to get packed. We've been neglecting to degnome the garden for weeks, and lately they've been getting very curious. Just the other day one slipped into Dad's briefcase, Ron explained as they walked into his room. Harry started to pack up his clothes and other items when Ron complained, oh, great, I'm going to have to make like 5 trips to get all my stuff down the stairs. Harry was about to say, oh yeah, I'll have to take about 7 trips up and down the stairs, when Percy suddenly apparated right in front of them. Bloody hell. You scare me half to death when you do that. Ron blurted out. Sorry bro, but I got you some butterbeer from the ministry, Percy said as he handed Ron 6 bottles of butterbeer. Thanks, Perk. Will you help me get our stuff down the stairs? Ron asked as he put the bottles into his train bag. Yeah, Percy said as he took out his wand, Wingardium Leviosa. He shouted as all of their trunks levitated into the air and magically drifted out the open window and placed them into a small vegetable patch in the garden. Thanks, Perk, Ron said as he and Harry ran downstairs. Harry walked into the room with the couches and sat down on the red sofa he had sat on before. Harry talked to Ron for a moment about their new year at Hogwarts when Fred, George, Hermione and Ginny walked down the stairs. Ron, where's your stuff? Ginny asked as she put Bill's old trunk on the ground. Percy helped us, Ron explained. He never helped us, George snorted. The twins walked outside to put their stuff outside when Mrs. Weasley walked down. How are we going to get there, Mrs. Weasley? Hermione asked. Oh, we're taking the day bus, darling, Mrs. Weasley said. All right everybody. Grab your stuff and let's go. Everybody except Ron and Harry hauled their luggage out the door. Mrs. Weasley held up her wand, hauling the day bus. Harry felt a sickening feeling in his stomach as he saw the same bus as the night bus pull up. The gold lettering on the windshield read the day bus. I hope it's not the same one, Harry thought as he stepped onto the day bus. The same conductor from the night bus, in the purple uniform, stood up and announced, Welcome to the day bus, a transport service for a witch or wizard. Just wave your wand and we'll take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike and I will be your conductor today. Harry tried to hide behind Fred and George not to be recognized by the familiar face. The bus looked the same as the night bus except instead of the beds there were purple velvet armchairs. Where are you going? Stan asked. We're going to the Hogwarts Express, there's 7 of us, Mrs. Weasley said as she helped Stan load the luggage. That'll be 77 sickles. Mrs. Weasley paid the money and they all sat down when Stan asked Harry, do I know you? No, Harry quickly said as he sat down in a chair with his back facing Stan. Well, this is exciting, Hermione said as she looked out the window. I mean, look at everything, it's just jumping out of the way. The remainder of the ride was entertained by Fred and George, who were showing off all of their new joke items. Once they got at the train station, Harry piled all of his stuff on a trolley as fast as he could to avoid Stan when he said, Neville. Is that you? No, Harry said quickly as he ran away. Harry got to platform 9 3/4, ran through the gate, and waited for his friends. After a few minutes Hermione and Ron came through. Why'd you run off like that? Ron asked, and why'd that guy think you were Neville? Luckily, before Harry could make an excuse the train driver stood up, magically made his voice louder and announced, you may now enter the Hogwarts Express. The 3 friends read the train and took a compartment near the front. Once they got in, Ron placed his train bag and announced, my train bag sure feels heavier than before. Maybe it's because of all those corned beef sandwiches your mom put in. Hermione suggested. Yeah, guess you're right, Ron said as he went to close the compartment door. You guys should come here. What is it? Hermione asked anxiously. Who are those guys? Ron asked as he pointed at what looked like 3 fifth years. The first was a young lady with freckles and golden blonde hair, the second a strong man with jet black hair, with an Asti cowlick in the front making it stick straight up, and the third another young man, but with dirty blonde hair and ice blue eyes. Who knows, Hermione said as she closed the door, maybe exchange students. Who do you think the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher is? Harry asked, trying to start a conversation. I hope it's Lupin, Hermione said in a cheerful voice. I don't care who it is, as long as it's not Lockhart. Ron said as he sat down. I agree, Harry snickered. So Ron said slyly, did you ever go to Vicky's house? Oh, I haven't told you yet, Hermione said in a serious voice. You won't believe what they do at Bulgaria. They eat house elves. Ron started to laugh uncontrollably. It's not funny, Hermione shouted. I know, Ron said as he slowly stopped laughing. Oh, Hermione said as she jumped up. I forgot, I've got to go to the prefect compartment. Hermione ran out as fast as she could and slammed the door. Glad she's gone, Ron said when the cart lady appeared. What can I get you? The fat cart lady asked. We'll take the lot, please, Harry said, trying not to break tradition. All right then, the lady said as she dumped the candy into Ron's lap and took Harry's money. Once Ron opened a chocolate frog, Neville walked in and asked, My toad, have you seen it? Yeah, Ron said as he passed Neville a chocolate frog. Neville, not knowing what to do, just walked away. What card did you get? Harry asked. Oh, it's some young lady named Arabella, they don't show her last name. I've got about 3 of her. Ron said as he put the card in his pocket. Let's get changed, we're almost there. After Ron and Harry changed into their school robes, Harry suggested, want to drink some butterbeer? Okay, Ron said as he took a jellybean out of his mouth that was flavored earwax. Ron opened his bag when 2 gnomes hopped out. Oh no, Ron said as rubbed a hand on his forehead, and they drank the butter beers. Ron was now very angry at the fact that the Arden gnomes drank the butterbeers and took out his wand. I think they're drunk, Harry said as he noticed the 2 gnomes waving their arms in the air and singing, for they're a jolly good, fellow, and nobody can, deny. Ron in anger took out his wand, grabbed the 2 gnomes by the scruff of their neck, pointed his wand at the window and shouted Finite Incantardum. The window glass suddenly shattered, making glass shards fly onto the floor. Ron held the gnomes out the window and was about to drop them when the female gnome noticed she was hanging out the window. And it shouted in a high-pitched voice, ah. Ron quickly stuffed the 2 gnomes into the bag, and magically repaired the window when a young woman walked in. She looked like she was in her late 30s, she had red and gold curly hair, chestnut brown eyes, and beautifully smooth skin. "What's the matter? Who screamed? Where's Voldemort?" she asked. You know who's nowhere." "That was me shouting," Ron said, trying to make up his bed excuse. "That was you?" the blonde-hair woman asked. "Well then you have a pretty high voice, and why'd you scream?" "I was, just so excited about the new wizard card I got. And when I screamed, my voice cracked. You know I'm 15. Ron quickly said, trying to make up its own excuse. "Oh I see," the woman with red and brilliant gold hair said while smiling. "My name's Alana, I'm the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher." Before Harry and Ron could introduce themselves, another woman who looked exactly the same as Alana walked in. "Wow," Ron said, "are you twins?" "Yes we are," Alana said. "This is Alain, my identical twin sister." "Hello," Alain said, "what's your names?" "Oh," Harry said, "I'm Harry and this is my friend Ron." Alana and Alain smiled and asked, "Harry Potter, son of Lily and James?" "Yes," Harry said, getting interested. "Do you know my parents?" "Vaguely," Alain said. "Well we better be off." "Wait," Ron said. "Alain, are you teaching too?" "Yes, I'm teaching study of runes," Alain said. "Oh I'm taking that," Ron said proudly, "but how will we tell you two apart?" "Well, we haven't really thought of that yet," Alain said in a cheerful voice. I'll wear my hair down and Alain can wear it up," Alana said. "How's that sound?" "Great," Ron said as he ate a pepper imp. "Well we better be off," the new study of runes teacher said as she stormed out. "Is it raining?" Ron asked as he stared out the window. The slight drizzle suddenly turned into pouring rain. "I sure think so," Harry said as he stared at the rainstorm outside. A loud voice came through the train announcing, "We have arrived at Hogwarts." Ron and Harry stuffed the remaining candy into their bags and walked to the exit of the train. Because it was raining, almost all of the students had put an umbrella charm over them. Before anybody could do anything else, the three unfamiliar students Harry had seen before had turned into three full-grown adults as if they were using Polyjuice potion. Harry couldn't see much of the strangers because they were wearing Death Eater masks. "Ah, they're Death Eaters," a second year shouted. "Wands out," a sixth year shouted. When every student took out his or her wand, that's when the chaos began. Because it was raining, it was very hard to see who was who. Many students ended up turning each other into giant balloons and other things. Harry, who was looking where the actual Death Eaters had gone, saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. They were the only students who weren't scared. And they took the advantage of this chaos to hex and jinx other students. Harry saw Malfoy turn a third-year Hufflepuff student's teeth giant just like he had done to Hermione. Harry hated Malfoy and his friends. And what they were doing, so he took out his wand and, where the three Slytherin students were standing, there were now three white ferrets bouncing up and down into the mud. Harry quickly looked around, seeing people lying on the floor, some in the air, others running around shooting curses everywhere, and some turned into animals and chairs. Harry turned around to see the larger of the two male Death Eaters. The man had suddenly spotted Harry and aimed his wand at Harry, but Harry was too fast. He also took out his wand and reflect arrow. A purple and blue liquid shield appeared in front of him. Just as the man shouted Avada Kedavra, the unforgettable curse bounced off of Harry's shield and hit the man right in the face. Harry took away the shield and ran to Ron. "Ron," Harry shouted over the screams, "I killed one, I used a mirror shield." "Really?" Ron said as the other male Death Eater appeared behind them. Harry yelled Medusit. However, right when Harry said that, Ron also said Finite Incantatem. The man turned into stone, but then Ron's curse hit him, making the stone man crack into hundreds of pieces and then was buried by the mud. Before Harry could say anything else, Cho had appeared behind them. Harry stared into Cho's eyes. He knew it wasn't really she, somebody was inside of her and she couldn't control it. Crucio. Harry was flung onto the floor. It felt as if hundreds of flaming, spiked bludgers were beating against his head, white-hot knives were trickling down his spine, and dozens of full-grown blast and screw-its were exploding all around him. Harry was screaming out in pain when it finally ended. Harry's eyes opened to find everybody standing around him. Harry got up and asked, "Is everybody okay?" "Somewhat," Hermione said. "Nobody seriously injured." And anybody who is hurt is over there with some 7th years. Are you okay? I'm fine, Harry said as he tried to brush mud off of him, now at least. Hermione, if you would. Please escort the first years to campus, Hagrid said, they're using the boats. Hermione nodded and ran off with the first years. How are we going to get to Hogwarts? Ron asked. Well, I honestly don't know. We can't go across. It's an enchanted storm, we can't go through it, Hagrid said as he threw a stone into the storm and it was immediately struck by lightning making it turn into sand. Harry, trying to think, felt his muggle backpack start to shake. Harry quickly opened it and the figure of Tucker Henderson flew out. I don't know about you, but I'm flying through, the figure of Tucker said as he started to fly to Hogwarts. Harry quickly pulled out his wand and yelled, Accio Tucker. The model of Tucker quickly pulled out of the air, barely dodging a bolt of lightning, and landed into Harry's hands. That's it, Harry said aloud. He then took out his wand, pointed at his throat, making his voice become louder. Everybody quiet down. If we can't go through it, we'll go over it. You have to listen carefully. You're going to have to try to get the school broomsticks from the school to here by using Accio. And even if you have your own broom, please do it anyway. There also won't be enough brooms. So you're also going to have to make a magic platform, turn it light as a feather, and have it magically bolted to the broom. After a few minutes of trying, a line of old, rackety broomsticks appeared on the horizon. After they had enough broomsticks, a few 6th years helped. The other students turned the platforms light as a feather and bolt them on. Harry had flown into the air carrying Ron, Seamus, Neville, Dean, Ginny and a few of his friends. Fred, George and Katie had the injured on their platforms. Harry was in front of the line because he was the fastest, and was leading them to school. Once Harry was flying at a steady pace, he asked Ron, what happened to Cho? Oh well, I didn't know she was under the Impero curse, so I had her fly into a tree, knocking her out. Ron said while being a little bit embarrassed. After a while of flying, the astronomy tower was seen over the storm cloud. Harry was first to let the students off at the tower and then waited for the rest of the students to come. After almost all the students had come, Fred, George, and Katie came. Let's fly to the window of the hospital wing, Katie suggested. Yeah, Harry said as they started to fly to the large window of the hospital wing. That'd be best. Once they got to the window, Madame Pomfrey almost fainted at the sight of all the injured students, some not even human form. Madame Pomfrey too came out her wand and had all the students fly into hospital wing beds. Now you four better go to the dining hall, but let me clean you off, Perger Abrumper. All the mud and dirt disappeared, his wee tea and torn robes came clean and not ripped, and his hair dried, but it was still as messy as ever. Harry jumped through the window and ran to the dining hall with his broom in hand. Once Harry got in there, he saw all the other students who had not been injured there, and they had also been magically cleaned. Once Harry was in, the sorting hat had began. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There. Ease nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see, so try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, their darling, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuff are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always fid their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends, those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, or I'm a thinking cap. All the students and teachers burst into applause when Dumbledore stood up and announced, I have why. Ted to make the announcements until everybody was here. Dumbledore stared at Harry. I know you all just had an exciting experience. And I am here to inform you that nobody was killed or seriously injured. I know some of you saw Tina, a Hufflepuff student, hit with Avada Kedavra, but at the same time 4 other students hit the woman with Stupefy, and that diluted the curse so she's only petrified, and we have enough medicine from 3 years ago so she'll be back tomorrow. One of the 3 Death Eaters is at Azkaban, the other 2 are dead. Because of the heroic act from you all get 50 points to each house. The crowd all applauded and screamed with joy. Now I am pleased to inform you that we have 2 new teachers this year. Alain and Alana, yay, they are twins. They crowd bro. K into applause as the 2 new teachers stood up. Alana was wearing periwinkle robes and Alain was wearing violet robes. And this year the boys' prefect bathroom is off limits, as well as the forbidden forest. Now let the sorting begin. Quote, Marshall, Jake, Professor Mongongal said, please come up to be sorted. The young student with dark brown hair and freckles came up and had the hat put on him, Gryffindor. Harry was about to clap when Dumbledore came up next to him and said, Ron, Harry, I need to talk to you. Harry and Ron got up and walked to Dumbledore's office. Once they got to the gargoyle, Dumbledore said, Jelly legs Jello. The gargoyle jumped out of the way and the 2 friends and the headmaster stepped on the moving staircase. Once they had gotten into the office, Harry saw Fawkes perch empty. Where's Fawkes? Harry asked. Flying around, Dumbledore replied, now I need you to tell me what happened. I hear, Harry, you killed one. No, I didn't mean to. It was self-defense. Harry protested. Calm down, Dumbledore said. I believe you, now tell me what happened. There were 3 students who we didn't recognize and they turned into 3 Death Eaters. Everybody panicked and started to curse everybody accidentally. I ran around to try to find the Death Eaters, and I saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle hexing everybody, so I turned them into ferrets. Harry stopped to see Dumbledore chuckle. When I saw a Death Eater behind me, I performed a mirror charm on me and the Death Eater's curse bounced off of me and hit him in the face. Oh, Dumbledore said, I see, that's okay. I ran to find Ron when another Death Eater came and Ron and I both hit him with a curse, making him turn into stones. And that's when Cho came up from behind me and hit me with Crucio. When it ended. Yes, Harry, I heard the rest of the story about your genius plan. Dumbledore said, the dinner's already ended so you may eat in here. Dumbledore took out his wand and had plates full of steak, mashed potatoes, and string beans appear. Just like Mongongal had done a few years before. They talked about what to do with the gnomes, and after Harry and Ron finished eating, they went down the hallway to the Gryffindor common room. Once they got to the fat lady, Harry put his hand on his head and sighed, we never learned the password. Come on, fat lady, we've been going in and out of this dorm room for 5 years, you know we're Gryffindors. Password, the fat lady in the portrait said. I'll just have to guess, Harry said. Eye of Newt, Elephant Shoe, Hermione rules, Rutabaga. No matter what Harry tried, nothing happened. Wait, Ron exclaimed, Hogwarts, a history. The portrait flew open and Harry and Ron stumbled in. The only person still in the common room was Dennis, Colin's brother. Harry, Dennis Crevy exclaimed, may I take your picture, you know, since you saved everybody. Not now, Dennis, Harry sighed, but if you go away I'll autograph one for you. Yes, Dennis squeaked as he ran up to his bed. Now it was only Ron and Harry in the common room. Why don't you just throw the gnomes out the window? Harry suggested, you know, into the Hogwarts gardens. We can't, Ron said, they'll overpop. We'll it in seconds. Ron dumped his bag, having the 2 gnomes run around in circles. Both gnomes bumped into each other, having them get knocked out. Ron picked up the knocked out gnomes and threw them into the fireplace. Ron picked up some flow powder, threw it into the fireplace and shouted, the burrow. Having the 2 gnomes disappear into the green fire. Come on, let's go to bed, Harry said as he walked up the stairs. Harry's stuff was already in his room. Harry quickly scribbled a note to Cyrus about what had happened and let Hedwig deliver it. After Harry changed into his sleeping attire and went into bed, he fell into a deep slumber. Harry felt the lurch behind his stomach as he was flung onto the wet ground of a graveyard. A hooded figure came over to him, slammed him against a cold rock gravestone and tied him to it. Harry struggled to break free, but he was tied too tightly. He looked at the gravestone with the little around him. Cedric Diggory. Harry looked ahead. There was a cauldron. A huge cauldron big enough to fit a 7th-year Hogwarts student. Inside was bubbling white liquid. Sparks flew from it, but then the sparks turned into blazing fire. Blurry steam was pouring out, blurring the hooded figure. Then Harry heard the cold voice. Hurry! It is ready, master. Now, said the cold voice. Harry saw where the cold voice was coming from. It was a bundle of robes in the hooded man's arms. Harry saw what was inside the robes. The man had opened the robes, revealing the ugliest thing Harry had ever seen. It was all red in color, its arms were helpless and they hung loosely, all shriveled up. So did its rough-skinned legs. The man put the hideous creature into the cauldron. The water began to hiss as Harry heard the creature hit the bottom of the cauldron. Let it drown, Harry thought. Please, let it drown. The man raised his wand and spoke. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The white liquid turned into a poisonous blue, as the bone was dropped in. Out of the fog in the distance came Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Seamus, Dean, and a few others Harry cared about. They looked the same except they were all wearing rags and they were covered in dirt and grime. Flesh of servants, willingly given. You will revive your master. The friends of Harry walked in a single line to the cauldron. First is Ron, the man too. Okay, a silver dagger and sliced of Ron's hand as it fell into the cauldron when Ron gave a cry of pain. Harry covered his eyes and ears for he did not want to watch or hear what was going on. Now the hooded man walked over to Harry. He took out the same knife as before and said, Blood of the enemy. Forcibly taken. You will resurrect your foe. The man slit Harry's arm and had blood trickle down into a glass beaker. Why would he need my blood? Harry screamed, trying to fight the pain. I'm not Cedric's enemy. The man poured the blood into the cauldron as Cedric Diggory came out. No. Harry screamed, why my blood? I'm not an enemy, I'm a friend. Then Cedric, who was now robed, walked over and said, a friend, you say? Why would a friend kill me? I didn't kill you. Harry screamed, no, it wasn't me. Voldemort did. Not me. It was you. Cedric screeched as he took out his wand, and now I'll kill you like you killed me. Avada Kedavra. Harry suddenly woke up. His scar felt, as it would explode. Harry was drenched in cold sweat and he was gasping for breath. Harry couldn't go back to sleep, so he walked downstairs to the Gryffindor common room. Once Harry got downstairs, he saw Fred and George. What are you doing here? Harry asked, still a little shook up about his dream. Just putting some whoopee cushions under the seats, Fred said as he put a cushion back on the chair. Normal whoopee cushions? Harry asked. No way, Fred said. They're part of our product, George said while smiling. In just a few minutes the kids will come down and sit in the chairs, so go get change and come back down for front row seats. Harry ran upstairs, quickly got changed and ran back down. Once Harry was in the common room, a few students had started to walk down the stairs. Come on guys, George said to the students who were getting their books. Take a break, sit down a while. Ron, Neville, and a few other Gryffindors had sat down when they were suddenly started to inflate. They filled up with air as if they were balloons and started to rise to the ceiling. It seemed as if Ron was popped with a pin because all the air left him as he went zooming around the room. A few seconds later, everybody who had sat down started zooming around as the air left their body. Fred, George, and a few other students were laughing like crazy when all the air left Ron and he fell onto the floor looking normal again. We were inspired by you when you blew up your aunt, George said while laughing. I'm going to get you. Ron screeched as he ran towards his older brothers. Sorry, Fred said in fear, gotta go. Fred and George quickly ran through the portrait hole and down into the dining hall. After all the students who had gotten back to their original form and Ron had cooled down, he said, come on, I'm starving. All of the students had gotten their books and walked out the portrait hole. I swear, Ron said, still a little angry, if they do one more thing I don't know, but I'll do something. After breakfast, Harry looked at his schedule and saw that his first period class, Care of Magical Creatures with Slytherin. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked outside to Hagrid's hut. The storm had blown over and it was a beautiful day outside. At Hagrid's hut there was a table covered in straw with different types of eggs on them. Once the students had gotten to the table with eggs, all of their copies of magical monsters had jumped out of their hands and stated to growl at the eggs. A few students ran away in case the books would start to bite. Come on now, Hagrid said calmly, the books. Growl when there is a monster nearby that is in the book. Look, Hagrid said as the books opened to the first page and then stopped growling. Now read about the Gemetas and then I'll tell you what to do next. Harry picked up his copy and it read, Northern Ice-shelled Gemetas. These rare creatures are only found in the north, or in the coldest of climates. These animals have two forms of life, Sumu. Hat like an ant, first larva and then ant. After they first hatched, they could be in any form. However, at the first snowfall or a month later they go into their second form. Nobody has ever witnessed the actual rebirth of the northern ice gemetas, but it is believed to be very beautiful and magical. There are two types of northern ice gemetas. The first is Tomosho, the kinder and loyal type, and the other is Kamata, the somewhat vicious and cruel type. Once adults they have thick white fur and claws, and teeth made of ice. They are able to make a shell or shield around them made of the thickest, strongest ice. These creatures are probably the world's best warriors, but they are very hard to train and capture. Most closely related to the common field mouse, this animal only eats snow and meat. Hagrid. These sound pretty dangerous, Harry said as he finished the passage. Nah, if, you are the furs, to see 'em they become attached to, you, Hagrid said, know that you're all done each pick an egg. The ones with the green speckles are Kamatas and the light blue speckles are Kamatas. Every Slytherin took the ones with the green speckle and every Gryffindor took a blue speckled egg. Now, you are goin' to hatch 'em, so put a fast heating charm on 'em, Hagrid said with a grin on his face. Harry took out his wand and Kaler Opeler. A ring of red and orange light started to circle around the egg when the egg exploded and out popped what looked like a pile of white fur. Once Harry came closer, out popped a face. It looked as if it was a white wallaby with ice blue tipped fur and little feather wings. Harry went over to touch it when it jumped into Harry's arms and fell asleep. Think it likes, you, Hagrid said to Harry, what it ya gonna name it? I think'll name it Dirkman Shaw. And call it Dirk for short. After Harry finished petting the soft fur of Dirk he walked over to Ron and Hermione. Their gemetas were also sleeping in their arms. Ron's looked like a white orangutan with scrunched face. Hermione's had long fur and a cat body with a very long silky tail. Its name is Callie, Hermione said. Mine's Jalmont, Ron said while petting Jalmont. Harry saw Malfoy in the corner of his eye. His had rough black claws, green eyes, razor-sharp teeth, and its fur was tinted gray. Has everybody's hatched? Hagrid asked. All the students nodded in agreement. Now you're goin' to be takin' care of 'em till they go into their second stage. So you're goin' to learn how to feed and take care of 'em. Hagrid handed them each what looked like bottles, except that they were filled with a blue and green liquid. It's a special potion I made. It has lots o' nutrients and stuff. I'm gonna teach you how to make 'em. It's real easy, you can find all the ingredients in the school supply shelf. Now write this down. Crushed unicorn horn, winged horse feather, 4 hairs of a forest monkgump and some milk and snow. After Harry finished writing down the ingredients, he asked, are we going to take them to class with us? Nah, they sleep during the day when they are young, so keep 'em together in your room and they'll sleep. Feed 'em the formula twice a day, and bring 'em some meat back for you meals. Dirk yawned and curled back into a little ball. Class dismissed, Hagrid said, and don't forget to take care of 'em. Harry quickly ran up to the common room. On the couches, chairs, and in front of the fireplace were all the other gemetas the other students had gotten. Harry put Dirk in front of the fireplace next to Neville's, whose had giant mouse ears and a short stubby tail. Harry looked at his schedule and saw that his next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts with Hufflepuff, taught by Elena Leonissa. Harry ran to his next class, trying not to be late, and got into a seat next to Ron. Now I was informed by what happened at the Hogwarts Express and I have decided to teach you mirror and shielding charms. Now everybody stand up and take out your wands. First one we're going to learn is the Golden Shield. The spell is Miromerta de Monta. Now what you need to do is constraint on having a golden shield in front of you. Watch, Miromerta de Monta. A gold blast of light came shooting out of Professor Leonis's, having a golden wall appear in front of her. She flicked her wand, having the wall disappear, and she said, now you try. Harry took out his wand and, Miromerta de Monta. Instead of having a golden shield in front of him, a silver shield came shooting out of his wand and hit Dean right in the face. Dean became unconscious, and Professor Leonissa ran over to aid him. Tina, take Dean to the hospital wing. You can levitate him there. Tina took out her wand and had Dean levitated and walked him to the hospital wing. Now Harry, what did you constrain on? Professor Leonissa asked. A metal shield, Harry said. There's your problem. Think of a fine golden shield with jewels all over it. Harry took out his wand and said loud and clear, Miromer to Demanta. This time, instead of silver shield flying out, a brilliant gold light shot out of his wand, making a golden jewel-crested shield in front of him. Excellent, Professor Leonissa said, while clapping her hands on her mouth. Now everybody else try. Of course Hermione did her spell perfectly, and so did the other prefects. A few students of course had shield fly out of their wands, and a few had golden squirrels fly out. Neville accidentally made a brick wall surrounding him, and no matter what Elena did she couldn't get him out. They had to call all of the teachers come and on. By one melt the bricks with a lava spell. After they finally got Neville out, it was time for potion class. Harry walked down the dark creepy hallways made of stone into Snape's dungeons. Harry and other Gryffindors walked down the damp hallways into Dungeon 5. This was Harry's first time in Dungeon 5, and he was actually a little excited to see what it was like, except the fact that Snape was in it. Once Harry and the other students turned the large wood and stone doors, the floor they were standing on vanished, somewhat like the step on the staircase. They were sliding down a cold, hard rock slide down to the deepest, darkest of all the dungeons. The slide ended and Harry and the other students were flung into seats. The room was cold and it sent a shiver up Harry's spine. There was a green, gloopy slime that grew on the ceiling and sometimes dripped onto the floor. All of the other Ravenclaw students were there, except for Cho. She was still at the hospital wing. A metal gate on the other side of the room opened as Snape walked out. This room used to be where the worst students would go. They would lock them in those cells over there, and see that giant cauldron in the middle of the room. That's where they would make the potions and test them on the prisoners, and over there. Dean, who was back from the hospital wing, had tapped Harry on the shoulder and whispered, "I hear that junk Snape's saying isn't real. He had this place made to scare the kids." Harry silently laughed at what Dean had said and heard the rest of what Snape was saying. "And I have IAL permission to do what they used to do in here." The rest of the class was occupied by Snape deducting points from Gryffindors and explaining what was going to happen in the class this year. The ONLY thing that caught Harry's attention was when Snape said, "I will be out for a couple of weeks next month and Fleur Delacour, you might remember her from last year, will be filling in for me." This was a relief to Neville and a few other students. After he assigned a 36-inch essay due the next day, he dismissed the class. "But how do we get out?" a Ravenclaw student asked. "Don't be stupid," Snape snapped, "cell number 4. And before the student could ask 4 from the left, or 4 from the right, Snape stormed out. "How about the Gryffindors go 4 from the right and Ravenclaws go 4 from the left?" The students agreed and the Gryffindors walked to their cell. Once they stepped in, the steel gates slammed shut and the cell started to rise like a Muggle elevator. Once the ride stopped, the Gryffindors knew that they weren't in the Hogwarts hallways. It was Snape's secret stash of potions. "I guess Snape moved his supply because you stole his gillyweed last year," Hermione mumbled. "I didn't steal it," Harry protested. "Dobby did." "Come on, let's go." All of the students ran back down to the moving platform without hesitation. The students ran to the right cell as fast as they could, not to be caught by their potions master. The steel gates slammed shut and they rose up. Once they rose to the top, there was a rock wall in front of them. The rocks crumbled and the students walked out as the rocks got back together again. "See you guys later," Harry said as he walked down the corridor. "I'm going to enchantment." Harry remembered that he didn't know where on earth the enchantment room was or who taught it. Therefore, he took out his schedule, taped the enchantment column with his wand and said, "More information." The paper grew larger and there was a long description about the class enchantment and a map. Harry found out that it was taught by Matthew Grant. Harry followed the map until he reached a dead end with a knight in shining armor standing there with its hand out. The map read, "Shake the knight's hand." Harry thought he was acting like an idiot and stuck out his hand and shook the knight's hand. He wasn't an idiot. The armor turned into a metal spiral case made of the same material as the armor. Harry stepped on the staircase and it started to spin around just like Dumbledore's staircase. In a few seconds, Harry was in a classroom that looked like none other. All of the seats were giant red with white spotted mushrooms, the desks looked like clouds, the chalkboard was a giant, floating pile of water filled with bubbles. Harry's jaw dropped when he saw the classroom. Professor Grant walked over, put his hand on Harry's shoulder and said in a calm voice, "It's enchanted, it's always a little surprising for first students, now please take a seat." Harry sat down on a plump mushroom near the front of the room to get a closer look at what he was going to learn this year. Harry looked around to see who else was taking enchantment. Harry was glad to see a few students from his own house, such as Neville and Seamus, but he also pleased to see that neither Malfoy nor his snotty friends had signed up for the class. Enchantment is the base of the wizarding world. Enchantment is always around you, for example the dining hall is the largest enchantment around you. However, we're not going to learn how to enchant ceilings to look like the sky just yet. First we're going to make forks look like spoons, just as if you would start transfiguration by turning needles into matches. Then we will start to learn about portkeys and I will inform you more after that. Matthew passed out a bunch of forks and told them, enchantment is not so much about spells or potions, it's mostly about willpower. There is a spell but mostly you must want to make the fork look like a spoon. You have to feel it in your bones. Now the spell is Spoonabata. But you must want it to look like a spoon, not a fork. Harry took out his wand and Spoonabata. It looked as if Harry's spoon had turned into a fork, but when you felt it, it's still a spoon, it just looks like a fork. You're a natural, Professor Grant said with joy. The class was ended early because Ye had accidentally made multiple copies of his spoon and they were zooming around the classroom stabbing people in the back. Harry waited for about 15 minutes in the dining hall when his friend's classes ended and they came down to eat. How was enchantment? Ron asked as he sat down. Wonderful, Harry said. How was study of runes? Pretty good actually. So Hermione, Ron said slyly, how was magical medics? It was great. I'm going to learn so much. Like in a few weeks Hermione was interrupted by Dumbledore's important announcement. Listen carefully, this is very important and I ask you not to be alarmed. Now please do not be worried because at Hogwarts you are perfectly safe. Harry looked around the room and saw everybody had a worried look upon their faces, and then he listened to what Dumbledore was saying. A prisoner at Azkaban, somehow convinced a Dementor to let him and the other Death Eaters go, and well, he did. Everybody in the room gasped as they heard this. And started to whisper when a Ravenclaw student with long black curly hair stood up and asked, does this mean the Dementors have joined the dark side? Thank you for asking, Dumbledore said trying to talk in a calm voice not to scare the students. Your answer is yes and I have asked Professor Leonissa to teach you all the Expecto Patronum, so in a few months you'll have nothing to worry about. Even though Dumbledore said this, it didn't make any students any happier. Harry glanced over to the Slytherin table and overheard what Malfoy was saying. Well, that's good news. Maybe I'll be able to see my uncle. He was in Azkaban, you know. Harry rolled his eyes as he heard this and went back to Ron and Hermione when the food appeared at the table. It was breakfast for dinner, and Harry grabbed a few flapjacks, eggs, and some maple syrup. Breakfast is Harry's favorite meal. What can this mean? Harry asked as he put a buttered pastry into his mouth. I don't know, Ron said slowly, but nothing good I can assure you. Towards the middle of dinner, breakfast the mail came swooping through the dining hall. Harry was hoping for Sirius's reply, but instead of Hedwig coming, an unfamiliar owl came. Harry was about to open the letter from the night owl when he saw the fear in Ron's eyes. What's the matter, Ron? Harry asked. Look, Ron said in a shaky voice as he pointed to the howler in front of him. You have to, Hermione said. Ron ripped open the card when everybody in the room stared at Ron. Ronald Weasley. I can believe you. How would you feel if you were drinking tea with a few friends when two drunk Mrs. Weasley emphasized on the word drunk. Garden gnomes come flying out of the fireplace and hit you right in the face, making you drop your china teacup and have it shatter into a million pieces. And spilling tea all over the guests and the carpet. How would you feel? I said in your second year that if you do one more thing luckily for Ron the card burst in to flames. Howlers have time limits, as Ron shrunk even lower into his chair. All of the Slytherins started laughing and pointing at Ron, making his face turn a darker shade of red than his hair. Aft. The Slytherins had stopped their laughing, Fit Malfoy being the last one. Ron slowly started to eat his food again, but in complete silence. Harry then opened the card and found out I was Form Hagrid. Harry. Why don't you come over after dinner? You can bring Ron and Hermione if you want, but nobody else. Hagrid. Harry passed the note to his friends, and after Ron read it, he said it was first time he had said anything since the Howler. I hope it's not another dragon. After dinner, the three friends walked out the entrance to Hagrid's hut. Once Harry was outside, he got the real feel for Hogwarts, making him remember the tragic event that happened last year. Harry didn't fall down or pass out, but he did slow down. Hermione and Ron sensed this and they walked closer to Harry. Hermione knocked on the oak wood door and Hagrid immediately opened it. Once Harry stepped inside, he saw Fang lying on the chair in the corner, but next to Fang was another dog. A big black dog as large as a bear. Harry quickly ran over to his godfather when he turned into his original form. Harry gave Sirius a warm, loving hug, and Ron and Hermione came over and shook his hand and said, "Pleased to meet you again, Mr. Black. What are you doing here?" Harry asked in an excited voice. "I'm staying here for a week or two, but then I'm off on an important assignment for Dumbledore. I'll be able to make your first game though. I'll get to see my godson in action." "Yes," Hagrid said, "but if anybody asked, it's my cousin's Helga's dog and I'm babysitting it because she's on vacation at the British Virgin Islands." Harry laughed at this and then went back to his godfather. "Ron, Hermione," Sirius said, "you need to leave now, but it was nice seeing you and I hope to do this again in future times." Harry's friends walked out and then Harry and Sirius sat down in front of the fire and talked. "Well, I don't really know where to begin," Sirius said while staring into the blazing fire. "I mean the vision and then the train. How did you come up with that genius plan anyway?" Harry laughed and then got serious again. "First of all," Sirius said still staring at the fire, "are you alright?" "As much as I'll ever be. Hagrid told me about the Dementors and all the prisoners." "Yeah, but they have no wands, so unless they can get some wands they're not a threat. And besides, the Dementors are no match for you. After what you did 2 years ago." Sirius smiled at Harry after saying that. "Now you need to go back to your dorm room. And you can't come visit me anymore." "What?" Harry protested, as he stood up in a fit of anger, "and why not?" "Cool down. What I was going to say is, you can't come visit me because you shouldn't be wandering outside, and besides, what would people say if they saw you talking to a dog?" "All right," Harry said in an unwilling voice. "Now get some rest, it's your first Quidditch practice tomorrow. Now be careful on your walk back. Good night." Harry gave his GHTS to Hagrid and Sirius and then walked back to the common room. Once Harry stepped through the portrait, he saw all the students sitting on the floor because all of the Gemettas were curled up on the couches in one big pile of white fur. "Still 6 inches short," Ron said as he finished Snape's essay. "I know." Ron took out his pencil and wrote the words, "The End," in the biggest letters he could, finishing the 36-inch essay. Harry had already finished his essay during the 15 minutes he waited in the dining hall since enchantment was done early. Harry took Sirius's advice and went to bed early. Harry did not have any nightmares that night, probably because of the cheerful visit from his godfather. Harry was quickly sat up in bed because of the startling wake-up call from the Tucker Henderson figure. "Why'd you wake me?" Harry said while changing into his practice Quidditch robes. "You're not going to practice." "Yes I am," Tucker Henderson said while trying to stand up straight to look taller. "Fine." Harry snorted as he saw Ron's Quidditch figure waking up Ron, but fly with Jason on the sideline. They two figures shouted with glee as they flew out the window to get to the Quidditch field. "I honestly don't see why they woke me up," Ron said while getting dressed. "I'm not even on the team." "Not yet you aren't," Harry said while grabbing his firebolt. Harry and Ron walked down the stairs to see a few other Gryffindors waiting in the common room. There was Fred, George, Katie, Hermione, Ginny, Neville and a few others. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked. "We came to see your first practice, of course," Ginny said while smiling. All of the Gryffindors walked through the portrait hole and down to the Quidditch field. Once Harry stepped onto the green damp grass, his stomach filled up with butterflies. He got the flashback of last year when he and Cedric ran for the trophy right where Harry was standing. Harry almost collapsed, but then he looked around and saw all the people he cared about. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Dean, and a big black dog that had just trotted into the group of friends. Harry felt safe around them. He got back up to his feet when Neville screamed, "Ah!" It's a death omen. I'm going to die. Neville wouldn't stop screaming, so Hermione was forced to take out her wand and put a silence charm on Neville's mouth. Neville tried to scream but nothing came out. Hermione took the charm off when she noticed this. No, it's not. It's Hagrid's cousin dog. He babysitting it while she's on vacation. Oh, Neville said as he sat down in the stands, I knew that. Harry walked over to the rest of the team. Now, as you all know, Harry said, acting teacherish, we need a new captain, and before Harry could give out any suggestions, LL of the other team members said in harmony. I vote Harry. Harry was blown from this statement and tried to say something, but all that came out was, but. What? Oh, don't be ridiculous. George said, you know it was coming. No, I honestly didn't, Harry said, still shocked from before. Oh, come on. Katie said, smiling, you were just like Oliver. There could be no better captain. Harry Sue. Elle didn't think of anything else to say, so he hopped on his broom and started to fly over to the stands. This was the first time Harry was on his broomstick, on his own free will. It felt wonderful to soar through the sky. He had no boundaries and he could go wherever he wanted. He soared through the skies as he did a flip and reached the stands where the other students his uncle were sitting. I'm the new captain. What? Ron said, just as shocked as Harry was. They all voted for me. All of the students clapped and cheered or barked for Sirius Case, and a few of the girls even hugged him, including Hermione and Ginny. The other Quidditch players had flown over to him and Fred said in a teasing voice, come on, I have gotten to hit anything with a bat in weeks. Harry flew over to the practice key. D-ditched chest and opened it as two padded bludgers and a silver snitch flew out. Harry picked up the quaffle and flew to the other players. Harry tossed the quaffle to Katie and began to soar around. He glanced around and saw the chasers passing the quaffle around and Fred and George smacking the two bludgers in the air to see who could hit it the farthest. Harry flew over to Fred and George, hung upside down on his broom, and asked them, hey, what do we do about tryouts for a new keeper? I don't know, monkey, Fred said as he smacked a bludger into the stands on the far side. Go ask the others. Harry flew over to where the chasers were practicing, sat on his broom in a meditating position and asked Katie. What do we do about keeper tryouts? How about he hold them on Wednesday, Katie sighed. As she passed the quaffle to Jacqueline, the sooner the better, and let's get a few more subs for the other players. Harry nodded and then flew over to the stands. Seamus and the others were trying to swat the Quidditch figures away. What are these things? Hermione asked as she took out her wand and did a freezing charm immobilizing both of them. Never seen them in my entire life. Harry lied. Now Ron, are you going to try out for keeper? I guess so, Ron said. You better. Harry snapped, tryouts are on Wednesday. Harry smiled and did a backflip on his broom as he caught the practice silver snitch. You're good. Neville blurted out. What do you expect? Ginny said as she smiled at Harry. Harry smiled back at Ron's little sister and then flew back to his teammates. So Captain, George said as he wrestled a bludger back into the chest, what now? We're going to have our practices 45 minutes early because of our lack of skill and we have to win the Quidditch Cup this year. Harry gave a stern look and finished his statement, any questions? And before anybody had a chance to protest, Harry quickly said, good. Now go shower and go to breakfast. The players walked in. Ry heard George mumble, he's only been captioned for 5 minutes and already he's stretching our practices. To Harry it felt so good to be on his broom and he wouldn't get off it for the world. Harry flew over to his friends and asked, anybody want a ride? I do. Ginny squeaked. Harry lowered his broom so Ginny could get on. Ginny sat on the broom side saddle style and put her arms around Harry's waist. Harry flew as fast as he could to Hogwarts' main entrance to give Ginny the whole feeling of the firebolt. Every second of the ride Ginny giggled with glee. Once Harry reached the main entrance, he did a hockey-style stop as Ginny hopped off. I had no idea how fast that goes, Ginny said while still giggling, see you at breakfast. Yeah, but I have to go change first, Harry said as he ran up the corridors. Harry walked to the portrait hole when he saw a young woman sulking in the corner with her head in her knees. Harry walked over to the woman when Ron showed up behind him. Tell Dumbledore we're going to be late for class. He'll understand. Ron nodded with agreement as Harry walked over and put his hand on the crying woman's shoulder. Cho, Harry said softly as he sat down next to. Oh, the Hufflepuff student, are you alright? Oh, Harry. Cho sobbed, I'm so sorry. Sniffle, it wasn't me. Sniffle, I couldn't control it. Please, I couldn't control it, it wasn't me. Cho began to cry, hysterically, and Harry tried to comfort her. Shish, I know, you couldn't have done anything, I understand, and I'm not mad at you. You're not, Cho said as she wiped her nose and put her face up to look at Harry. But when she stared into Harry's deep emerald green eyes, she began to cry again. I hated the feeling not being able to control it, and I never want to do that again. Well, maybe. You can get Dumbledore's permission and Elena Leonissa can help you. I hate him, Cho said in a very angry and serious voice. Harry was startled by this and asked. Who? Voldemort, Cho said in a deep voice full of fear. Harry was surprised that she didn't fear the name Voldemort, and she even said it. I want to do whatever I can to defeat man who killed my boyfriend. You're going to become an Auror? Harry asked. Whatever I have to, but first I have to learn how to control being under the Imperius curse. Cho nodded and stood up. She had stopped crying. Let's go to Dumbledore. The two students walked down the empty hallways and to the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. Cho, I don't know the password, Harry said as he shrugged. I do, I saw him earlier, Skittles. O said as the gargoyle jumped to the side and they stepped onto the moving staircase. Once they were off, Harry knocked on Dumbledore's door. Come in, the old voice of Dumbledore said as the door magically opened. Oh, Cho. And Harry, great to see you. Come in, come in. Once they walked in, Cho immediately said, Dumbledore, is there any way for me to somehow be able to learn how to control the Imperius curse? Dumbledore didn't seem startled by this and said, well, I am having a meeting with Professor Leonissa in a couple of minutes and we might be able to think of something. Now back to class. You have transfiguration now if I'm not mistaken. The students nodded and ran down to class. Luckily, they hadn't missed any of Professor McGonagall's class. Harry trotted into the class and took a seat next to Ron. What did I miss? Just charms, we're learning freezing and heating charms this year. After Ron said this, Professor McGonagall walked to the middle of the class, turned Lavender's key into a cushioned chair and started to speak. This year we are going to learn human transformation. Example. Professor McGonagall took out her wand and pointed it at herself when a blast of green light flew towards her. All of the students quickly ran out of their seats to go see what happened to their teacher. Where McGonagall was standing, there was now a fully bloomed rose. All of the students were stunned. And when Hermione was about to take out her wand to do a spell to turn anything that was transfigured back to its original state, the beautiful turned back into their teacher. Now class. Human transfiguration is the hardest of any transfiguration I know of. Many wizards to this day still can't change themselves into a common honeybee or a red wig. Turning yourself into a living thing is much easier than turning yourself into a door, but turning yourself into an animal is the hardest of all. This gave many confusing faces to students, so Professor McGonagall cleared it up by saying, so we will learn to turn people into plants, or vegetables. Nevertheless, you will not be turning yourself into anything else, you will be turning other people things. Now pick partners and there is a list on your desk of all of the simpler vegetables and plants. Pick one from the list and turn your partner into it. Have fun. Harry and Ron were obviously partners, and Harry scanned High's list to pick something good to turn his friend into. The list read, banana, tulip, apple, rose, carrot, daisy, pear, Venus, flytrap, mango. Harry thought this over carefully and finally chose to turn Ron into a pear. Done, Ron. Yeah, Harry. What did you chose to turn me into? You'll find out. Alright, 1, 2, 3 inches after Harry counted to 3 they both took out their wands, pointed it at each other, when green and yellow blast of light flew towards Ron, and purple and red light blasted towards Harry. Neither Harry's nor Ron's spell had worked perfectly. Harry looked somewhat like a giant Venus flytrap. Jet black leaves sticking out all over the place and a lightning scar at the top of it. Ron looked like a pear with red hair, freckles, and 2 little arms sticking out. The spell wasn't that strong and quickly wore off. How'd I look? Harry asked excitedly. Like a mutated plant that was run over by a car and digested by a troll. Shut up, Ron. Well, you looked like a. Harry couldn't finish because he was distracted by what Neville was doing. Neville turned Seamus into a perfectly shaped apple-green apple. Wow Neville, you did it perfectly. Ron said as he stared at Neville. Yeah, Nev. Il said as he shrugged, but I tried to turn him into a tulip. After Harry's classes, he went to the library to study. In the library, he saw Ginny, Colin, and Neville practicing switching spells. And if Harry was mistaken, he saw Neville try to turn his textbook into a pencil but accidentally had all of the pages catch on fire and then explode. Harry walked over to Hermione, who was reading the Daily Prophet, and asked, "Hey Herm, whatever happened to Rita Seeker?" "Oh, well my parents' dentist office is getting a whole new makeover with a jungle theme, and I thought it was a perfect idea to have a jungle green beetle on display." Harry started to laugh at this when Cho came running over to him smiling like mad. "We got permission. Let's go." Cho grabbed his hand and started running down the hallways. So fast Harry couldn't ask where they were going. They reached the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom when Harry said in a puzzled voice, "I already had class today." Cho didn't respond. Dian walked into the classroom where Professor Leonisa was sitting on a desk. She stood up, took out her wand, and had all of the desks fly to the edges of the room when she said, "I have been given special permission to cast the Imperious Curse on you, but I have never been under the curse so." Elena was interrupted because a sneakscope on the shelf started to spin uncontrollably. "Sorry about that. I wanted to put it up just once but I knew I couldn't because of all of the little lies going on around here. It's a very sensitive sneakscope and can detect a lie within half a mile." Harry nodded. Dead as Professor Leonisa took out her and put a silencing charm her lie detector, now back to business. "Since I have never been under the curse I cannot tell how to get out of it, but I have had you Harry. We're excellent in being able to break free of the curse. So I will perform the curse but Harry you must teach her how to get out of it." Okay, Harry said as Cho walked into the middle of the room. Leonisa took out her wand and Imperio. Cho started to sing an Italian opera while dancing the hula. Since she was having no progress in stopping the unforgettable curse the teacher took it off. Cho. "Yeah Harry. Did you hear that little voice in the back of your head that was trying to stop it?" "Yes. Well you have to let that voice be the stronger voice, have it fight the other voice and win." Cho nodded and tried the curse again. This time Professor Leonisa had Cho doing finger push-ups. After seeing no progress with Cho, they decided to meet at the same time the next night. Harry went to bed that night and had the same reoccurring dream. He tossed, turned, and sweated like mad. Harry was jolted awake, panting for breath and holding his scar. He couldn't stand another night of this. He walked downstairs to meet Fred and George standing over a black kettle boiling with red and blue liquid. Harry walked down the stairs still holding his scar and muttered, "Damn it Voldemort. Couldn't say it better myself," Fred said. "What are you doing up at the crack of dawn? Another whoopee cushion?" "No," Fred said as he poured some crushed unicorn hair into the pot. "We'll tell you about it later," George said as he tripped over Colin's gemetas. "I have to get a few things out of my head," Harry said while trying to think of something to do. "Take a fly," George said as he stirred the potion. "What? Take a fly, go out the window. We used to do it all the time when we were worried." Harry took the twins' advice, ran up the stairs and flew out his bedroom window. Harry soared through the sky as he felt the crisp morning air blow through his hair. He soared around the buildings having his hand skim across the smooth stones of the Hogwarts castle. Out of the core, NER of high eye he saw the highest tower of his wonderful school. The astronomy tower. Harry went over to the roof and sat down on the cold tiles. He placed his broom to the side of him and reminisced on his dream. For some reason he felt pure, and his thoughts were clear as he sat on the rooftop. He could see everything for mile on end. He could see the monster in the lake, Aragog in the woods, and the railroad for the Hogwarts Express. When he was up on the roof the memories of Cedric, and his dreams seemed to run away as he watched the sunrise over the horizon. Harry was walking down the cobblestone path to Hagrid's hut, to invite his godfather to Quidditch practice. Harry knocked on the door, when two dogs immediately started barking. Once inside, Sirius turned into his human form and gave Harry a warm, loving hug. "Congratulations on becoming the Quidditch captain." "Thank you," Harry mumbled as he stared at the floor. Sirius pulled Harry's face up and saw a few wrinkles under his eyes. "Bad night's sleep." "So I see." his godfather said as he took out his wand and took away the wrinkles under his eyes and the look of sleepiness from his face. Harry smiled and then asked politely, "Would you like to come to practice today?" Quote, "You bet. Hagrid, would you like to come too?" "No, number I, avenue to do, preparations." After Hagrid said this, Sirius turned back into his Snuffles form. They walked to the Quidditch field. Once they got to the field, Fred, who was already on his broomstick, said, "Hey look, it's that dog again. What's its name, Harry?" "Snuffles," Harry said as he patted him. "So are we having tryouts tomorrow?" Quote, "Yep," Katie said as she flew towards Harry. "I put up a sign-up sheet yesterday, and we're going to get a few more backups." Harry went to practice with the Elver Snitch when Professor Leonissa walked onto the field with her golden and red hair worn down and said, "Hey guys, I was a Gryffindor chaser when I was at school, so I just wanted to watch you guys practice." And Elena paused as she spotted Snuffles. "Sirius." "No," George corrected her, "it's Snuffles," but Elena wasn't listening. She ran right over to Sirius and laughed with joy like a 5-year-old girl. Harry went over to Fred and said, "Oh well, Snuffles used to be Leonissa's dog, and she called it Sirius, but then she gave it to Helga, and I have to go." Harry quickly hopped off his broom and ran after the large black dog and his teacher, who were running to a grassy field covered in view by a large boulder. "Sirius, I thought I would never see you again. You know, ever since of that." "Well, you know." Sirius frowned at the hearing of Peter but then smiled again, gave Leonissa a warm loving hug and then let go and say, "I'm so glad to see you. I didn't know you were teaching this year." Quote, "Well, I didn't know you were here this year, or any year if that." "Excuse me," Harry butted in, "but do you know each other?" "Oh, terribly sorry," Sirius said, apologetic. "This is Len." Professor Leonissa butted in and said, "Yes, he already knows my name, but I prefer to be called Professor Leonissa." "Yes, of course," Sirius mumbled. "She and I were friends with your parents during school." "Is that why?" "You and Aline asked if I was the son of Lily and James." Professor Leonissa didn't answer because she saw the puzzled look on Sirius's face. "Excuse me," Sirius asked, "but who's Aline?" "Her identical twin, of course," Harry said when a puzzled look came over his face, making him look somewhat like Sirius. "Harry dear," Elena said quickly, "we're sorry to hold you out of practice, you really must get back. I hear tryouts are tomorrow." "Yeah, sure," Harry said as he waved goodbye to Sirius and Elena. Harry caught the Silver Snitch a few times, but after that, he got bored and challenged the rest of the team to a race. Of course Harry won because he was on his firebolt, so after class Harry quickly was changed, got his books and ran down to charm class. "Today we will learn a fire charm, and a water charm. The charms will blast out ice cold water or burning fire, and then in a couple of classes we will learn how to avoid the cold or heat. Now Hermione, will you come here please and cast the fire charm upon me? The charm is Incendium Avalare." Hermione stood up, took out her wand, and said Incendium Avalare. A blast of orange and yellow light came shooting flying out of her wand and hit Professor Flitwick. The fire rose so high that it covered the student's teacher so much that nobody could see him. Out of the flames, Hermione heard a high-pitched crying, so she quickly stopped the charm and tucked it back into her belt. Hermione quickly ran towards her charmed teacher in case she got to use the burning heal spell she learned in Magical Medics, and found out her professor wasn't crying, but he was laughing. 10 points for Gryffindor for an excellent fire charm by Hermione Granger. Now what looked like I was being burned was really I getting a tickle sensation from the fire, because I used the freezing charm. Now first learn the water charm, because you can't get seriously injured from water. Ron heard Flitwick walk back and mutter, "Though you can drown." Now take out your wands and repeat the spell. It is Aquilus Avalare. Harry took out his wand, and waved it as he mindlessly repeated Aquilus Avalare. Because Harry was giving much thought to the spell, only a small puddle of water dribbled out of his wand. "Come on Harry," Hermione insisted, "give it more thought. Like this Aquilus Avalare." A huge blast of turquoise water came shooting out of her wand, almost drowning Neville. Harry shrugged and then concentrated very hard on having the Hogwarts lake come shooting out of his wand, Aquilus Avalare. This time instead of a small puddle, a medium-sized YRL pool came out of his wand, picking up Neville into the air. Professor Flitwick was amazed by Harry's water spell and came over to congratulate him. Well done, Harry. 3 points to Gryffindor. Hermione pouted because of Harry's excellent water spell and then went over to Ron, who had only managed to have a drop of water fly out. Harry kept on practicing when Seamus tried the spell and had a huge explosion fill the room. Professor Flitwick couldn't wait to see him at the fire charm, but luckily the room was already flooded with enough water to put out all of the flames. Ron was already floating out the door when the bell rung, so the professor quickly did an evaporation charm not to flood the hallways. Harry had Hermione give him a drying charm that she learned last year so he would be comfortable during defense against the dark arts. Inside Harry's next class, Professor Leonissa said, "Now what we're going to learn today is the Patronus. Now some of you might already know what it is, however, some may not. It is a spell to stop Dementors. As you probably know, Dementors feed on bad thoughts and bring darkness to whoever comes near. So to do the Patronus correctly you must think of pure happiness and joy, which the Dementors cannot stand. When you do this, it will make a wall or a force field that the Dementors cannot break, if powerful enough. The spell is Expecto Patronum. But first I will have Harry Potter demonstrate. I hear he is extraordinary good at it." Harry smiled and stood up in the middle of the class. He pointed his wand at the end of the wall and shouted Expecto Patronum. A blast of mist came shooting out of his wand, being led by a wonderful red deer with large antlers. The class was filled with ohs and ahs when the red deer ran around and then disappeared. "Now class," Professor Leonissa said once again, "this is one of the most very difficult spells I know of, and most of you will probably not be able to do it, or even come close to Harry's excellent Patronus. Now remember, you must think of something inside of you. It could be a feeling of joy, a hope, or a wish, etc. Now it is most difficult to make a Patronus without a Dementor, so I will have Dumbledore, who used to be one of the finest transfiguration teachers, to turn these 3 mice into Death Eaters." This gave a few gasps from the students, but Professor Leonissa, with her curly hair down her back covering her periwinkle robes, tried to clear it up. "Shush. They will not turn out the lights, perform the kiss or anything like that because they will have the brains of mice but body of a Dementor, so please calm down and welcome your headmaster." Dumbledore stepped through the door and took a few bows as the students clapped, and then took out his wand and said, "And now to get to business, Malzitbanta." The 3 baby mice grew into 3 10-foot-tall Dementors wearing hoods to cover their ugly faces. A few students quickly ducked under desks as the defense against the dark arts teacher called the students up, 3 at a time, to try to learn the Patronus. "Ronald, Dean, and Susan, please come up to try the Patronus. Now remember, think of a cheerful emotion deep inside of you." The 3 students stood up in the front of the class and tried to think of a happy thought inside of them. Susan was the first to think of something. She thought of a time when she and her parents were at a wizard zoo viewing a Niffler. She did exceptionally well. Out of her wand came a very blurry silver figure of a Niffler, followed by a small strand of silver mist. Then came Dean, only he had nothing come out of his wand except a small drop of silver liquid that looked something like unicorn blood. In addition, sadly, Ronald had nothing come out of his wand. "Well done." The professor teacher shouted with glee, "Wonderful job, Susan. And Dean and Ron, we'll practice on that some more. Now I'd like to have Hermione, Neville, and Nicholas." The 3 students slowly walked to the giant imposters of Azkaban guards with caution, all except Hermione, who ran right up to the transformed mice, took out her wand, and proudly yelled Expecto Patronum. A small strand of glowing silver mist came spilling out of her wand, and then drifted to the floor when it disappeared in a puff of silver and white steam. After the class ended with no improvement, Harry ran to lunch. Once Harry tried to grab a grilled cheese sandwich, Hermione came running towards him and Ron and said in a serious voice, "I've got to show you something. It's really important." Hermione's face was pale white with fear, so Harry and Ron quickly followed her. They ran down the large hallway to the Hogwarts library. They ran to the far end of the library to an old dusty bookshelf with nothing on it except one faded book titled, "The Daily Prophet Records." "Hermione, what's going on?" Ron asked in a puzzled voice. "I asked Madame Pomfrey if there was anything in this library that would give me times when any Dementors ever went bad. And she told me to go to the Daily Prophet Records library. I had no idea there was a newspaper library." Harry said as he waited to see what Hermione would say next. Either did I. But she said that nobody ever goes there, and nobody knows how to get in there too. Hermione took out her wand, pointed her wand at the book, and said Arcanus Celementia. The shelf Cr. Eeked as it slowly moved down, revealing a small cobweb and dust-infested room. The room was pitch black, so Ron quickly took out his wand and Lumos. The room filled up with light, revealing every spider web and dust bunny in there. Hermione also took out her wand and, Purgare Abrumper. All of the dust, spider webs and other filth in the room suddenly disappeared, making it a squeaky room with blazing light coming out of Ron's wand. Hermione went over to a far wall and pulled out a folded version of the Daily Prophet from 1881. The passage read, "Disturbed Dementor gives life back to the dead. Yesterday at promptly 7 a.m. A disturbed Dementor from Azkaban went to an enchanted trunk called the Kissed Trunk, a trunk where the victims of the Dementor's kiss are stored. Harry remember. Ed the trunk that Barty Crouch Jr. had kept the real Mad-Eye Moody and then went back to the rest of the paragraph. And he opened it and rejuvenated their lives. Please continue on C3. Harry didn't have to read anymore. He was already horror-struck by what he had just read and stared at Hermione's face, that was slowly coming back to its original color. But they can't, I mean can they? Harry said as he stuttered. Afraid so, Hermione said as they walked out of the newspaper record room. But they're the worst wizards of all time. I know. Well, what about the other prisoners? Most F them are hopefully insane and they don't have wands, so unless they use guns we have no problem. Yeah, but they can just buy some wands from a dealer or something. Harry sighed and then asked, but can they get to the Kissed Trunk? Well, I did some research on it, and after that incident the Ministry made some locks, so now the trunk can only be opened by a Dementor and a member of the Ministry. So we're fine on that subject. Harry and Ron ran back up to lunch to devour any last bites of a warm grilled cheese while Hermione stayed back to do some more research. Harry was lucky enough to be able to eat half of his grilled cheese, and then he went to care of magical creatures. Harry grabbed Dirk, stuffed him into his backpack and then ran to Hagrid's hut. All right, Hagrid said once all the students had arrived. Now Avenue been informed that if you don't put out fire in the common room, the Gemettas will explode. Explode. Malfoy blurted out. It, shard enough having it bite me when I sleep, but explode. And what do we do in the winter? We'll freeze. Well, I told you, Orse would be vicious, and Avenue heard your Leer and Heaton charms this year. So you could cast one upon yourself. Malfoy gave Hagrid a stern look, but that quickly ended when his Gemettas jumped up and bit his ear, making it turn bright red. Now, EY will start to become more active, so keep an eye on him. Especially the ones with wings. After class, Harry walked out of the hut to see Professor Leonissa and his godfather in his dog form giggling while sitting on a stone bench in front of a flower bed. Seems like they were really close friends. Ron muttered to Hermione. Hermione didn't answer, she only rolled her eyes. Bye guys, Hermione waved while smiling with delight. I want to get a say at near the front today for magical medics. We're learning eternal bleeding potions. Harry quickly shook the hands of the knight in shining armor and took a mushroom in the middle of the classroom. Day class, Professor Grant said as he stared at the bewitched ceiling. We will learn how to enchant small animals. In addition, we will be doing that for the rest of the week. Now come up to the front of the class and get a spider from the jar. Harry quickly ran to the front of the class and grabbed a rather large and hairy spider. Glad Ron's not here to see it, Harry thought as he sat down on his mushroom and placed his spider on his clout desk. Now the spell is Populotona. It will make it look like a butterfly spinning around. Now class, you try. Mr. Grant with his short curly black hair demonstrated by turning his black widow spider into a marvelous red and yellow spider that spun around as gold, and green sparkles came shooting out. Harry excitedly took out his wand and, Populotona. Harry's smaller version of what looked like Aragog turned into a giant butterfly with wings made of the color of Elena, and Aline's robes combined light violet and periwinkle. The butterfly spun around so fast it looked like a giant blur as a beautiful pink glow came along with a turquoise thick mist that came pouring out. I must say you must be the best first-time enchanter I have ever seen. Are you sure you've never done this before? Harry smiled and turned his spider back into its original hideous form. After class Harry walked to the dining hall to meet his friends. How was S2D of runes? Harry asked as his mouth watered when he thought about what he was going to get to eat for dinner. You'd be surprised. It's actually really cool, Ron said as he raised his left eyebrow. Harry was about to say something else when he noticed his defense against the dark arts teacher, and the study of runes teacher sitting next to a big black dog, who had its own plate of meat and other food. After dinner Harry was about to walk to his room to do his enchantment homework when Dumbledore came over, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, your godfather, and Elena need to take two. Harry explained the situation to Ron and Hermione and walked with Dumbledore to meet the rest of the gang in his office. After the gargoyle had jumped out of the way and they opened the door to Dumbledore's office, Harry immediately patted Fox as she crooned and then went over to sit next to Sirius, who was in his human form. Now Harry, Dumbledore said as he walked over to his desk, I'm going to tell you about your parents. But first I must tell you about the Order of the Phoenix. Now I'm not exactly sure I'm the right one to tell you this, so Sirius, will you do the honor? No, that's okay, Sirius said nervously. Tell him, Dumbledore shouted, and for the first time Harry saw what Dumbledore looked like when he was angry, and it was scary. All right, Sirius said as he stood up and sat on a wooden chair next to Harry. Now Harry, this might be confusing but I'm going to go slow so you can understand. When Voldemort was in power, he was unbeatable, and nothing could stop him. Therefore, an order was formed shortly before you were born to stop him. The order was made of the closest friends. And that order was called the Order of the Phoenix. The Order of the Phoenix consisted of me, Dumbledore, Remus Lupin, Elena Leonissa. Wait, Harry interrupted, what about her sister, Aline? Sirius said as he glanced at Elena. No, she wasn't in it. Anyway, it also had Peter Pettigrew, Frank, and Isabel Longbottom, Neville's parents, Harry said as he once again interrupted. Yes, Neville's parents. It also had Arabella, Mundungus Fletcher, and 2 other members. Your parents. My parents. Yes, Harry. But they were. What? They were fighting Voldemort. They were the only things that could control him. Together the Order of the Phoenix was unbeatable. So they killed them when they were alone, Harry asked in a shaky voice, but Sirius didn't answer, all he did was nod. This was too much for Harry. He found out why his parents were killed, and that they were in the war against Voldemort. Harry didn't know what to say or to do, so he did the only thing he could think of, have to go, and with saying that he stormed out of the office. Harry needed to think. He needed to clear his thoughts. Harry ran up to the portrait hole and said the password, mermaid tail, and stumbled into the portrait hole. Ron and Hermione saw the war-IED look on his face and quickly ran up to him. Harry, Hermione said as she tried to get Harry to sit down, what's wrong? Harry didn't know what to say so he ran up the stairs into his room. He quickly grabbed his firebolt, it was left on the edge of his bed, and flew out the window into the night sky. Nothing could take his mitt off like Quidditch, or flying. He ran his fingers against the rough, cold stone. Just as he had when he first had the nightmare. He raced as fast as he could to the astronomy tower and sat on the tile roof. The image of High Parent's death, and Cedric's death went through his mind clearer than ever before. Harry couldn't stand this, so he cried. Broke down and cried like a little baby. He hadn't cried in years and here he was curled up in a little ball, on top of the astronomy tower crying. He cried himself to sleep, right on the cold tiles of the astronomy tower. Harry slept there the entire night until 3 in the morning when he had the nightmare of Rick and accidentally rolled off the tower. Harry was still asleep as he plummeted off the tallest tower of Hogwarts. Luckily, Professor Flitwick was taking a morning walk and was there in enough time to perform a levitating charm. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome, but why were you sleeping on top of the astronomy tower anyway? Sleepwalking. Harry lied in his bed for the remainder of morning waiting for Ron to wake up so he could explain everything in the common room. For Harry it seemed like days until Ron woke up, but at 7 o'clock on Saturday morning he finally woke up. Harry, Ron shouted as he sat up in bed, where were you? We looked and we were about to get Dumbledore, but we... Shish, Harry interrupted, let's go see Hermione's up then I'll explain everything. On quickly turned around to see if he had woken Neville, but he was still sleeping like a log, so they crept downstairs to see if Hermione was up. She was indeed up with her nose pressed deeply into a large book. "Harry," Hermione squeaked, "what happened?" The three friends sat down on the couch, moving their Gemettas, who happened to be wrestling, and Harry began to tell everything. "My parents are killed by Voldemort because they were in the Order of the Phoenix." Harry glanced over to Hermione, who had a puzzled look upon her face. The Order of the Phoenix was made up of all of their friends, and they were the only ones who could fight Voldemort. Together they were unbeatable, so he killed them when they were alone. "Wait," Hermione said as she stood up. "Did you say the Order of the Phoenix?" "Yeah, so what? Come with me." Minutes later Harry found himself, Ron and Hermione in the newspaper records section of the library. "Harry," Hermione said as she passed a stack of newspapers to Harry. "I found these the other day when I was looking for news on Dementors." Harry picked up the first newspaper and started to read. "The Order of the Phoenix does it again. Yesterday afternoon, there was a public memorial service held at Hogsmeade for a very loved and powerful Auror who was murdered by Voldemort a few days ago. The memorial service had exactly 234 people there, including the perished Auror when Voldemort and his fellow Death Eaters attacked. They would have all died, except the Auror who was already dead, if it weren't for the Order of the Phoenix. The Order of the Foe. Nyx chased away Voldemort and his Death Eaters and received a large reward, consisting of many galleons each, as they had on every ever occasion. Please continue on page E7. So that's where they got all of their money that I have," Harry said as he threw the newspaper down. "Most likely," Hermione said as she put the other newspapers back on the shelf. "Overall, they saved thousands of people," Harry shouted as he stood up. Harry slapped his hand against his forehead and then ran out of the library and back to his bedroom. He jumped onto his bed, and dug his hand under his bed and pulled out a Muggle shoebox. He quickly looked around to see if anybody was around. Nobody was, and he then opened the lid. Inside were a few galleons, his father's snitch, a few other items, and his photo album. Harry opened his photo album and started to flip through the pages. The first couple of pages consisted of his father and mother on their wedding day, a picture of him shortly after he was born, and a picture of his father on a broomstick with Harry on his lap, and many others. Harry was smiling as he looked through the photos when he reached a page that looked thicker than usual. Harry thought maybe two pages were stuck together. So he tried to pull them apart, and succeeded. It was a page that Harry had never seen before, and once Harry looked close, he knew exactly what it was. The Order of the Phoenix. It had the same members Sirius had said it had. Dumbledore with his long silver beard was on the left, and then Sirius with his neat and trimmed black hair, Remus who looked the same but it had the flicks of gray in his brown hair, Elena with her beautiful figure, Peter with his rat nose, the Longbottoms, a young woman with straight blonde hair who Harry didn't recognize, another man he didn't recognize, and his father with his messy black hair, and his mom with her emerald green eyes. Brightly colored phoenixes were magically flying around the heads of the members. Harry spotted Fawkes flying above smiling Dumbledore, and a few other brightly colored phoenixes magically flying around the members' heads. Harry looked at the magic photo and saw his father waving while a blue and silver one flew in circles above him. Harry smiled as he stared at the picture, and Hermione and Ron came barging through the door. "Hermione!" Harry mock screamed, "You're not allowed in the boys' bedroom. Are you all right?" Hermione asked, wondering if Harry was joking or not. "Yeah, come look at this," Harry said as he opened his photo album. "They're the Order of the Phoenix." A few hours later, Harry found himself on his firebolt practicing his seeker position by catching magic bouncing golf balls while waiting for tryouts to begin. After Harry caught all of the golf balls for the 5th time, he went over to see if everybody on the list had arrived. Almost every Gryffindor student was there, even some first years that Fred and George had to scare away. They took the approach of scaring them away by feeding them canary creams. Harry pointed his wand to his throat and had his voice magically louder. "Now Gryffindor students. Oh, and Helen from Hufflepuff, I am afraid you are going to have to leave." Helen sighed and then slowly walked off as Harry began to speak again. "Now please go into 3 lines, the first for keeper tryouts, the second for chaser tryouts, and the third for beater tryouts." Harry watched the students shuffle around and he saw Ron run to the first line, and to his surprise, he saw Ginny trying out for a chaser position. We will first do keeper tryouts. Will the first 5 students please come up? The first 5 students, who Harry had not recognized, stepped up in front of 5 rings that were put up for this occasion. Now we will be throwing 25 quaffles at you, and whoever out of the 5 catches the most will go on to the next, and so on and so forth. The next round began, which Ron had gotten into. He had caught all of the 25 balls. When each of the students trying out for the position had 2 ting each with a different height to guard. After this round was over, only 5 tryouters were left, 3 7th years, a 4th-year girl, and Ron. They each had 3 rings in the next round, and bludgers were flying around, and Fred and George were not protecting the tryouters. The 4th-year girl had gotten scared of the bludgers, and had to drop out. And one of the 7th-year students had to drop out because the bludgers had slammed into either side of his head and he was temporarily put into a coma. There was only Th. Re left now, Ron and 2 7th years, and they were having a face-off. It was just like a normal Quidditch match, with chasers and beaters. They were having a 30-minute face-off and the one with the most goals blocked wins. After 15 minutes of each player blocking the shots, one of the 7th years had let 3 shots in at once, 1 in each ring. It went on like this for the next 15 minutes. Ron blocking all of the shots by doing flips, and other things on his commit 5,000 to block the shots, while one of the other 7th years had let in a few more shots, and the other letting on none. Thank you very much all of you. You did wonderful job, all of you. Now I am going to have a quick meeting with the rest of the team and we will contact you shortly. Please stay where you are. Harry walked over to the huddle with the rest of the team, and Angelina talked immediately. Well, we can't keep that 7th year, Marvin I think his name was, he let in 7 shots. All of he team agreed and then Harry began to talk, I vote Ron. And not just because he's my friend. Because I at least think they had about the same skills and each would make wonderful keepers, but if we take Ron he will be able to be on the team for 3 years, when the other guy will only be here for 1. The other teammates agreed, especially Fred and George. You all did exceptionally well, and if I could I would ask all of you to have the position, but I am unfortunately only allowed to ask one of you to join and that person is Ronald Weasley. Everybody there for tryouts cheered, and some sent up sparks out of their wands as Ron walked up to where the team was sitting. Fred and George walked with Ron to get another uniform as the beater tryouts they would only chose one of them to be the substitute beater. After the tryout were over, a tall handsome man with bulging muscles named Gemel. Next were chaser tryouts, they would be choosing 2 substitutes since there is 3 positions. To Harry's surprise, Ginny was an excellent chaser and was made one of the 2 substitutes. Congratulations Ginny, I didn't know you had it in you. Harry screamed as he hugged Ginny, who began to blush ferociously and then ran to Hermione. Later at dinner, Ron and Ginny sat with the rest of the Quidditch team as all of the other Gryffindor students. The next morning Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting at the Gryffindor common room when the mail came in. Harry hadn't gotten any mail, and he didn't expect it anyway since he hadn't mailed anybody. Harry saw a gray barn owl drop the die. Lee Prophet in front of Hermione as screams and gasps erupted through the dining hall. Hermione gasped, and cupped her hand to her mouth as she read the cover page of the Daily Prophet. Gimme that. Ron grunted as he wrenched the paper out of Hermione's hands. Ron's jaw dropped, and his face turned ghastly white as he also read the cover. Harry, you'd better read this. Ron said as he slid the newspaper down the table. Harry rolled his eyes and had a, about time, expression on his face when he began to read. Azkaban breakouts needs for wands. As you may know, the Dementors, who were Origi Nally on the dark side, let every Azkaban guard out of their cells and joined their side. When the wizards were confirmed to a sentence in Azkaban, they had their wands stripped from them, and destroyed. We all knew that when they escaped, that they would get wands somehow. We always thought they would buy it off the dark market or from an illegal dealer, but we never suspected this. The dark mark shone brightly through all of Diagon Alley after the Death Eaters were through with it. The Death Eaters, most likely accompanied their master Lord Voldemort, broke into Ollivander's, killing a young child who was buying a wand, and tortured and killed the Ollivander with the unforgivable curses. They then took all of the wands and left, but right before they left a dark mark was conjured into the air, brightening screams all over Diagon Ally. We all mourn Ollivander's death and there will be a memorial service on Thursday at 11:30. Interviews and description on page 4c. Harry looked at Hermione and Ron, who were shaking their face in disgust, and then at the other faces around the room. Harry saw Lavender, weeping into Pravity's arms, mumbling, "Why, oh why, he was so kind to me. Ollivander gave me my first wand, and now he's dead." Harry then glanced over at other students who were crying, and then at Malfoy, who was mimicking what the article had said and mocking the people crying. Harry was about to hit them with a hex that would turn his fingers into tentacles, when Professor Dumbledore stood up, with a newspaper in his hands, and started to speak, in a loud voice to be heard over the cries. "Students," Dumbledore began, "I beg of you to stay calm. As you already know, Hogwarts is well protected and I am having an interview with Cornelius Fudge later on today to see what can be done. Now please eat your food. I'd be an insult to the House Elves if you didn't." The mention of House Elves reminded Ron of Hermione and her SPEW last year, so he asked, "Why aren't you out trying to free House Elves?" "I gave up on trying to get them to want wages and freedom, but I'm never going to talk to anybody from Durmstrang again. I'm also going to make their job easier by not make a mess like you bloody slobs," Hermione said, getting very angry at the end of her statement. "Geez, Herm," Ron said as he scooted over to the seat next to his, to be farther away from her. "Never seen you act like that." "Okay," Hermione said as she gestured Ron back to his original seat. "I've just been a little sensitive about people taking the House Elves for granitite." After breakfast, the three friends decided to go visit Hagrid. They walked down the stone path until they reached Hagrid's small hut and stepped inside. Once inside, they saw Hagrid packing up his clothes, pots, and other items. "Hagrid," Hermione asked as she sat down in a large chair, "where are you going?" "Well," Hagrid said as he put his spare moleskin vest into a large trunk, "well, I'm going away next week. Gonna go with a limp. And, try ter get, more giants on our side, and hopefully, find our parents. Don't worry, we're gonna get taught by that nice old lady who taught last year, while I'm gone." "What about the Gemettas?" Harry asked. "Well, I've ate a large pot, that food stuff, case you need it," Hagrid said as he pointed to an extremely large pot in the corner. After the visit to Hagrid, the three friends went to the lakeside to finish their homework. Harry was busy having an ant spin around in circles into it created a small black ring. He had to do it for charm class, which he wore on his finger. Ron had a red stone that he decoding. And Hermione was writing an essay on spells for healing. Harry put the ring on when he saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle walking down to them. "Wands out," Ron muttered. "Well, if it isn't a peasant. An idiot, and a mudblood." Malfoy sneered. "Oh no, oh no." Malfoy mocked. "Not Ollivander, that old creep was my only friend." "Shut up, Malfoy, he was murdered. And probably by your dad." Hermione hollered. "Don't be stupid, mudblood. My dad's already got a wand." "Yeah, but you don't, Expelliarmus," Ron shouted as a blast of blue light came shooting out of his wand. Unfortunately, Malfoy also had great reflexes, being a seeker, and had his wand out and shouted the leg-locking curse. The spells hit in midair, and ricocheted off each other like they had last year. In Ron's disarming spell, his Goyle having his wand fly into his hand, and Malfoy's hit Hermione, having her fall to the ground. Hermione quickly did the counter curse and Goyle ran back to Malfoy's side. Goyle demanded for Ron to give back his wand, but he demanded, so Malfoy took it into his own hands, Accio Goyle's wand. But Harry, who also had excellent reflexes, took out his wand and Accio Goyle's wand. Harry's spell had hit the wand in midair, and stopped Malfoy's summing charm. Both wands started to vibrate just like Harry's had in Priori Incantatem. "Our wands aren't connected at the core, are they?" Harry said in a shaky voice. The memory of Priori Incantatem brought back bad memories as he fought the invisible force. "No," Hermione said as she stood up, "it's when two wands are trying to summon one thing at the same time." Harry's entire body started to vibrate now. And suddenly, with no warning, the wand burst into 100 splinters. "My wand!" Goyle gasped as he ran towards his broken wand. "Move over!" Hermione shouted as she pushed Goyle out of the way, and with a flick of her wand, the shards flew together. Royal quickly grabbed his wand out of Hermione's hand, when she demanded, "Say thank you." "Shut up, you stupid mudblood. You practically broke it in the first place." Royal sneered as he examined his wand. "You shut up." Hermione shouted with her wand out. "You shut up." Royal grunted as he held up his repaired wand. "No, you shut up." And instead of the, "No, you shut up," reply, Goyle shouted, "Hydrahempa." A blast of water blue liquid came out of his wand and hit Hermione right in the face. Water suddenly burst out of her ears, eyes, and nose, and Hermione tried to say the counter curse, but she could only gargle with all the water pouring out. Har. Y identified it immediately as the waterspout hex, so he did the counter curse. 15 points from Slytherin for attacking a student. Hermione shouted as she wrung her hair dry. "What on earth are you talking about? First of all, you attacked all of us, and you can't take points from Gryffindor." Malfoy shouted as Harry noticed Myrtle's head pop out of the water and stare at him curiously. "Actually, I can," Hermione shouted as she flashed her prefect at Malfoy. Malfoy's face filled up with anger, and he drew his wand out of his pocket, and was about to cast a curse upon her when Myrtle ran burr Saint out of the water, screaming as she flew towards Malfoy. Malfoy was so surprised by the ghost coming at his he accidentally hit Crabbe with the curse. Harry then saw how dark the curse was, because see. Rab was now running around, he was temporarily blind, and giant fire snakes crawled all over his body, having his skin burned and his clothes caught on fire. Goyle quickly pushed Crabbe into the lake as the fire snakes hissed and smoked as they melted. Crabbe was still blind as he was being guided by Goyle back to the castle, while Malfoy followed shouting threats on how Voldemort's coming for them next. And shouting other rude phrases. "Myrtle," Hermione gasped, "you saved me. If you're trying to say then you're welcome." Myrtle said as she glided next to Hermione, "I never liked him, reminded me of Olive. Now since I saved you from getting that curse thingy, will you come visit me more?" "Of course, Myrtle," Hermione said as her smile almost reached her ears, "thank you so much. I could hug you." "Hug me?" Myrtle screeched, "No, you couldn't. Don't you ever talk about a solid body in front of me." Myrtle then started to sob uncontrollably and flew back into the lake. "Good going, Hermione." Ron moaned, "We could have had her follow us around and protect us from Malfoy." "Yeah," Hermione said sarcastically, "she'll jump in front of Malfoy's curses, as they go through her, and then she'll float away crying. Some protection. That was great, taking points from Slytherin, you should do that every day," Harry said, trying to break the fight between his friends. Later on that Harry went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to meet Professor Leonissa and Cho. The desks were already against the wall and Cho was standing in the middle of the room. "Ready, Cho?" Professor Leonissa asked. And when Cho nodded, she took out her wand and, Imperio. "Sing the national anthem in Chinese." Cho started to sing the national anthem, in a very lovely voice actually, and it started in Chinese. But after a few seconds, it faded to English. "Sing it in Chinese," Professor Leonissa demanded, but kept on singing it in English, and then faded to saying it in a dull voice. After she took the curse away, Harry came up and congratulated her. "You did a wonderful job," Harry said as she hugged Cho. I heard it. I heard the voice and it started to say no." Cho said in happiness, "Let me try again." Elena Leonissa tried to have Cho doing jumping jacks while singing the Itsy Witsy Spider, but Cho refused. After a few more tries, Cho could completely throw the curse off an S. He thanked both of them very much and then ran to meet her friends. Harry was about to leave when Elena put her hand on his shoulder and told him Dumbledore needs to see them. They walked down the corridor, not saying a word, and Leonissa went up to the gargoyle and said the password, "Chocolate Frog." Once they walked up the staircase, Dumbledore immediately invited them in. Harry stepped in and saw Remus sitting next to Sirius. "Lupin!" Harry shouted as he ran towards his former Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. "Harry, so good to see you," Remus Lupin said as he gave him a hug, and Y was about to ask what he was doing here when a young woman with blonde hair, who he saw in the Order of the Phoenix picture, and put her hand on her shoulder and said, "Good to see you too, Harry." The woman with blonde hair said. Harry stared at the woman who looked oddly familiar and asked, "Do I know you?" "Yes, darling, it's me, Arabella Fig, you neighbor." "No, you're not," Harry said, while thinking. The woman was crazy, she's a kind old woman. The woman, who claims to be his neighbor, took out a small bottle of orange liquid and then drank it. Her soft smooth skin suddenly turned wrinkly and she turned into the old kind neighbor Harry knew. Harry dear, you know how the real Mad Eye Moody made so many enemies, and he couldn't trust anybody. Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? Well, I also made many enemies. And I needed a way for them not to spot me so well, the rest is pretty self-explanatory. So you drank polyjuice potion? No dear, I'd never want to be somebody else. That orange liquid was aging potion. Harry was about to say something when the door opened and a man with dirty blonde hair, and a nasty cowlick in the front making it stick straight up, walked in. Ah! Dumbledore sighed in relief. Mundungus, I'm glad you made it. Well, the man said, I couldn't miss a chance to be reunited with the rest of the living members of the Order of the Phoenix. What? Harry said, still a little startled from finding out about his neighbor. Harry, Dumbledore said, remember in your first year, I told you when you were ready I would tell you why you weren't killed by Voldemort. Yes, Harry anxiously said. Well, you know how all your parents were in the Order of the Phoenix with the rest of the members in the room, besides Peter. Harry nodded and then Remus spoke. Harry, Dumbledore told us you already know about the Order of the Phoenix, and you can guess why it ended, your parents getting killed, Peter, etc. And, Elena said, do you know why Voldemort couldn't touch you? Harry also nodded looking very confused. Your mother, the new man, Mundungus Fletcher said, she saved you out of pure and complete love for you. And because her wand was very good at charms. Sirius smiled. The night Voldemort came into your house, your father tried to fend him off and told your mother to go upstairs and save you. Your mother knew, once Voldemort wanted to kill somebody. That person was as good as dead. She loved you. She loved you more than you can imagine. She did an ancient charm that took away all of her magic, and her soul. It was a harm that would make an extremely powerful shield around you that one person couldn't penetrate. That one person was Voldemort. She loved you so much, she gave everything to keep you alive. That's why, in your first year Voldemort couldn't touch you. Voldemort couldn't physically touch you, nor could he completely magically touch you. The shield should have bounced the killing spell Voldemort cast upon you back at him. But he was so powerful. It broke through just a fragment. Sirius said as he ran his finger down Harry's scar, and his killing curse did bounce back and hit him, but it wasn't full curse, so it didn't completely kill him. That shield was broken last year when Voldemort was resurrected. My mom gave her life to save me. Harry asked. Yes, she did. Well, that's a lot to take in. If you want you could use my pensive. Dumbledore said, and Harry, not knowing if he was kidding, didn't answer. He tried to say something but he didn't know what to say. Sirius understood this and said, Harry. It's late, why don't you go to bed? Harry knew it wasn't even 7, but he wanted to go think, so he agreed and said his goodbyes and thank yous and then left. Harry walked down the hallways thinking about everything. The Order of the Phoenix, why he didn't die, Voldemort, and Cedric. Harry wasn't paying attention where he was walking and he accidentally walked into Professor Trelawney walking down the stairs of her classroom. Harry, she shouted as she grabbed Harry by the collar and pulled him up the stairs. No, please, not now. Harry pleaded, but it was too late. Harry was forced into a chair in Professor Trelawney's classroom. Harry, my crystal ball tells me, the stars tell me. Trelawney said in worried voice, something awful will happen very soon. Yes, I know I'm going to die. Harry moaned as he tried to walk out of the classroom. No, 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 far from that. It is not you who will die, but an ally of yours. A friend. Harry puzzled the thought for about a second and then walked out of the door. He wanted to get to the Gryffindor common room, and tell Ron and Hermione, so he ran as fast as he could and 3 minutes later Harry found himself at the Fat Lady portrait. Where were you? Hermione asked once Harry stumbled in. With Dumbledore and the rest of the living members of the Order of the Phoenix. Did you see Remus? Yeah, he looks fine. In addition, my neighbor, who I thought was an old woman, is really a young woman who was in the Order. And I met Mundungus Fletcher. Ron frowned at the mention of Mr. Fletcher and said, my dad doesn't like him. Lost all of his money. Invested it in purple frogs that sing, nobody liked them as pets, had awful voices. He also never liked the ministry, always trying to cause problems. Seemed nice to me. Harry shrugged. Must have been. Hermione blurted out, being in the order and all. And I learned why I didn't die. Harry said slowly. Ron and Hermione looked at each other and then said. You did. Yeah, because, my mom. We know, Ron interrupted. You knew. Harry said in a fit of anger, all along. Well, I only learned last year. Hermione said, trying to calm Harry down. Am I the only one who doesn't know? No. Ron yelled. I only know because my dad told me, and only Fudge and my dad were told, and Crouch, but he's dead. I would have told you, but I wasn't allowed to. And I. Hermione started, read about the ancient charm last year when I was looking for a way for you to breathe underwater. I ran to find you, but I found Dumbledore first and he told me I couldn't tell you. And that he had to when the time was right. So, Harry shouted in frustration, you could have told me anyway, I can keep a secret. Yes, Hermione said in a calm voice, but now that you know don't you feel that it would have been better if we didn't tell you? Harry's face turned bright red, and then he slammed his fists down on the table and sighed, when the color came back to his face. Yeah, Harry said as he lay back against the pillows on the couch, I guess you're right, I'm sorry, I was being a complete idiot. It's okay, and yeah, you were being an idiot, Ron said. Fred and George had heard their argument. Well, actually everybody heard, because they were shouting so loud, and they came over to cheer them up by giving them some joke items. Fred declared it free joke item day and gave Hermione fake wands. Harry some pieces of chocolate that made your behind 10 times larger than usual, and Ron a large supply of tung-tung toffee. Harry went to bed that night, and instead of the usual Cedric nightmare he had been having, he had a different one. Wormtail, what have you brought for me? It better be my wand, said a cold voice Harry recognized as Voldemort's. I brought somebody from the ministry. He might tell us where your wand is, Wormtail whimpered, as he threw somebody onto the floor, with a hood over its face so Harry could not see whom it was. So, Voldemort said to the man from the ministry, where is my wand? You stole it from me. I'll never tell, the hooded man called out. Fine then, Crucio. The cold voice of the torture curse cut through the air like a knife. The man pulled in arms, as he twitched and hollered in pain. After the unforgettable curse wore off, Voldemort said in his snake-like voice. I'm going to ask you one more time. Where is my wand? The man didn't say anything, but he spat into Voldemort's face. Voldemort was angry, his eyes glowed red like never before, and he took out his wand and screeched, Crucio. The man screamed louder than before. And Harry could only recall hearing a scream that loud, his own. Voldemort laughed as the man twitched and screamed, and then asked. Wormtail, would you so politely give this kind man some truth potion? Wormtail flinched, and then nodded. He walked over to the man and tried to pour a clear liquid down his throat, but the man spat it into Wormtail's face. Wormtail took out his wand and, Adlido Miseria. The hooded man flew into the air and slammed against the far wall with a crack as if he was a powerful magnet and the wall was a large sheet of metal. The ministry man's arms were eagle-style on either side of him, and his legs were apart and, flung onto the wall. He wasn't on the floor, he was stuck on the wall. He was grunting and his face had turned red, as if he air being squished against the wall by a giant troll. Voldemort and Wormtail laughed as Wormtail walked over and poured a crystal clear liquid down his throat. Now, Voldemort hissed, I'll ask you one more time. Where is my wand? It is in Vault 713 at Gringotts. The man pressed against the wall, said Wormtail, then took out his wand and, Avada Kedavra, but he stopped short as Voldemort took a Ac marble snake paperweight with emerald eyes and threw it at Wormtail's head, making him fall to the floor. How can you be so stupid? Voldemort hissed. I thought you wanted him dead, and you couldn't kill him yourself, so but Wormtail was cut off by Voldemort saying. Silence. We will need him again, put a memory charm on him and send him home. Wormtail agreed and, oblivate. Stupefy. The hooded man fell from the wall and onto the floor, unconscious. Do I return him with the portkey pin? Wormtail asked. Yes, my faithful servant. Voldemort hissed, as Wormtail picked up a silver pin in his silver pin. Trying not to crush it with the strength of his new hand. Wormtail took the pin and stabbed it into the man's shoulder blade, and with a pop, the man disappeared. Harry woke up with his scar burning more than it had in months. He was covered in sweat, and it felt as if his entire forehead was on fire. He quickly jumped out of bed with his hand still on his forehead and ran to wake up Ron. Harry tapped Ron, but he didn't wake, so he was forced to pull his ear. Ouch. What'cha do that for? Ron said, rubbing his ear. My scar, it burned. I had a vision. I think I'd better go to Dumbledore. Ron agreed and they walked out of their dorm room. Once in the Red Common Room, Ron asked. Wait, what about Hermione? Yeah, we better get her, but how? Ron shrugged and then he was going to knock on the girls' dorm room. You'll never pull that off. Harry said jokingly, they'll probably think it's Sirius Black, start screaming and wake up the whole school. Ron just smirked and then walked up the stairs. He knocked on the door and lightly called, Hermione. Ginny immediately opened the door, and startled Ron. What are you doing up? Ron demanded, but Ginny just rolled her eyes as Hermione stepped out and closed the door. What? Hermione hissed as they walked down the stairs. Harry's scar hurt, and he said he had a vision. A vision? He should go to Dumbledore. We are. Ron muttered as they walked out of the portrait hole with Harry. And what were you and Ginny doing up at 5 in the morning? Talking. Hermione snapped. Do you and Ginny always talk at 5 in the morning? Sometimes. Harry walked up to the gargoyle and pepper imp. Oh wait, that's the old password, Skittles. Hermione and Ron ohhed and ahhed as they went up the moving stairs. Ace, since they have never been in Dumbledore's office. Harry's scar had stopped hurting and Harry pounded on the door. Come in, yawned Dumbledore. The three friends stepped in and saw all of the previous headmasters on the wall snoozing with their nightcaps on. Glad you're awake, Ron said as he went to examine Fawkes. Well, I wasn't until you awoke, Dumbledore yawned. Harry puzzled at this hot and then remembered why he was here. I think I had another vision in my dream. Ah, I see, Dumbledore began. Let me call the others, Accedo de Hink. 5 yellow spheres shot out of his wand and out of his door. I was calling the others, Dumbledore explained. No need to tell me now, we'll just wait. A few seconds later 4 people and 1 dog came running into his office. You called, Remus said as Sirius turned into his human form. Young Potter had a vision in his dreams last night about Voldemort. Dumbledore said as he gestured the living members of the Order of the Phoenix to sit down. Sirius gave Harry a comforting look, and that alone gave him the courage to go on. There was Voldemort and Wormtail, and another man. I didn't see the man because he had a hood on. Wormtail said the man was from the Ministry. Sirius saw how hard it was for Harry to say this, and remember, so he comforted him by putting his hand on his shoulder. This did help Harry, and it made it easier to remember what happened in his dream. Voldemort asked where his wand was, and the hooded man refused, and then Voldemort tortured him. Then the man spit in Voldemort's face and Harry was interrupted by Mundungus, who chortled. He spit in Voldemort's face. Well, I'd like to see that. Yeah, and then he tortured him again and asked Wormtail to get some truth potion. Wormtail did a curse that had the hooded man flung against the wall, and the hooded man couldn't move. Then Wormtail made him drink the truth potion and then asked him where Voldemort's wand was. He said his wand was in Vault 713, where the Sorcerer's Stone was kept. Wait, Remus blurted out, they didn't destroy it. Don't they know Vault 713 has been broken into before? Harry shrugged and then continued. Wormtail then tried to kill him. But Voldemort wouldn't let him. He said he would need him again, so he did a memory charm and then sent him home with a portkey that he stabbed into his shoulder. Why were all about to say something when an eagle owl flew in through the window and dropped the Daily Prophet on Dumbledore's desk. Gringotts break in, again. Early Thin's morning Vault 713 was broken into. This vault, as you may recall, was broken into once before. It used to hold the Sorcerer's Stone that Voldemort wanted, and it most recently held Voldemort's wand that he really wanted. Many members of the Ministry wanted the wand destroyed, but Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, wanted to keep it so they could try to do a dark potion that would bring the wand's owner to wherever they wanted. This potion worked once out of 672 tries, and most people, like myself, believe it wasn't never actually done in the first time and that the person they did the spell for just happened to apparate to the place they wanted to. Goblins still question how the vault was broken into, and until this second, they are still trying to figure it out. Harry looked at the picture. And it looked the same as it had in the article in the Daily Prophet Harry had seen in his first year, with goblins with magnifying glasses looking for any clues that might help them. Why that wand? Harry asked. I mean, it doesn't help him fight me with the Priori Incantatum, and why doesn't he just use another wand that they took from Ollivanders? Because Harry, Dumbledore explained, when Voldemort did that dark potion, he took his wand with him, and without the wand he took into the potion with him, he would have as much magical powers as your aunt and uncle. While Harry was thinking it over, he remembered what Professor Trelawney had said. Yeah, but after I left your office I met Professor Trelawney, called me into her office and said that one of my friends was going to die. Yeah, right. Ron laughed. Next week I'm going to get eaten by a mad hippogriff. Come on, Harry, she predicts your death almost every day. Yeah, but Ron, every time she predicted my death, I almost died. And what about in the end of my 3rd year? When she predicted the rise of Voldemort, and that's just what happened. Harry, you look awful, Sirius said, looking at the purple bags under Harry's eyes. It looks like you haven't slept in days. Well, I haven't, Harry muttered under his breath. Why don't you go to Madame Pomfrey and get a Ghibli potion? A what? A Ghibli potion, it wakes you up even if you haven't slept in 7 months. Kind of like strong caffeine, Hermione explained, since she lived with muggles her entire life, but it doesn't make your hands shake or anything like that. Yeah, Harry said as he yawned, that sounds good. We'll take him, Ron said as he and Hermione walked Harry out the door. Sleep, Madame Pomfrey shouted as she took out a mug full of a yellow and green liquid. Sleep is what you need. She handed the mug to Harry and Harry quickly drank it. It was a wonderful feeling. It tasted like Swedish creams as this warm sensation spread out his body until it reached the end of his fingertips. All of the tiredness left his body, he felt relived, and like he had never missed an ounce of sleep his entire life. Later that day, after all of his classes were over, he was about to go to lunch when he forgot his wand in his bedroom. He quickly grabbed his wand and then ran back down to the common room. Nobody was in the common room, and he was about to meet up with his friends at lunch when he saw Ginny walking down the stairs with a nervous look on her face. It was the same look as she had in her 2nd year when she tried to tell Harry about Tom's diaries. Didn't accidentally spill your heart out to a cursed book again? The worried look on Ginny's face grew worse and Harry saw a leather book under her arm. Wait, did you? No, I just found it in the library. Ginny said in a worried voice. I mean, look at all of these dark spells. Ginny flipped through the pages and Harry saw glimpses of what Ginny was talking about. He saw Truth Potion, Switch Souls Potion, Love Potion, Spider Eyes Potion, Eye of an Enemy, Life of a Friend, and a few others until she stopped at a page. Flesh, Blood, and Bone, Venom of a Snake, Bone of a Father. Unknowingly given flesh of the servant, willingly given blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Harry, Ginny whimpered, is that the potion that Voldemort used? Harry nodded as he read the pages over and over again. The memory of that evening gave him the Kobe Wallas. Ginny, Harry said as he slammed the book shut, this book must be from the restricted section. Why and how do you get it? Ginny didn't finish because Ron and Hermione opened up the portrait and said, come on, you're going to miss dinner. They all walked down the hallway, and decided not to bring up the book. Because he suspected Ginny stole it, and he didn't want to upset Ron. Ron said as his mouth started to water, pasta, meatballs, garlic bread, and tomato sauce. Ron then picked up his fork and knife in both hands and was about to dig in when Hermione complained. Ron, you're holding your knife like a baby. Oh yeah, Ron said as he started to drool over his full plate. Then how do I hold them? Like this, Hermione said, as she went to pick up her fork and knife, but when she picked up her fork and knife, Hermione Granger was no longer found in the Hogwarts dining hall. Hermione, for the first time, felt the jerk behind her navel, as she was being pulled onward in a howl of wind and swirling color. Hermione felt her feet slam against the ground, she lost her balance and fell onto the cold hard stone floor. She stood up and brushed off a chicken bone that clung onto her robes. Hermione looked around and standing right next to her, was a pale blonde-haired boy she'd never want to be with. Mudblood, Malfoy said as he stared at Hermione, what are you doing here? But before Hermione could answer, she heard a cold high-pitched voice behind her shout. Stupefy. Hermione. Ron squeaked back at the Hogwarts dining hall. Hermione, where'd you go? Harry looked at the Slytherin table and saw that Draco had also disappeared. Maybe she apparated, Ron said, running his hand above the seat she sat in case she was invisible. Hasn't Hermione told you anything? Harry said but quickly stopped as Dumbledore stood up. Students. Dumbledore called out ONC. Erie realized what had happened. Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff students, and any students who weren't sitting near Hermione Granger, or Draco Malfoy, please go back to your common room. Teachers, follow me. Dumbledore and all of the other teachers left the table and marched towards where Harry and Ron were sitting. Half the teachers go to the Slytherin table please, Dumbledore said as he rushed towards Harry. What happened? Dumbledore asked as Elena Leonissa, Minerva Munganagel, Flitwick, Matthew Grant, Filch and Hagrid. Ron began trying to remember what exactly happened. She picked up her fork and then she just vanished. A portkey, Matthew Grant suspected. Most likely, Dumbledore said in a worried voice. Snape and the other half of the teachers walked over. Headmaster Dumbledore, Snape began, it was a portkey. Yes, I know. Dumbledore sighed, the only thing we can do is wait. Wait, Ron shouted in anger, we can't just wait, Hermione just disappeared. Isn't there anything we can do? Draco was taken by the portkey too, Snape put in. It's the only thing we can do, Dumbledore sighed, it's all we could do when Harry and Cedric were taken. Hermione started to feel herself wake up. She felt life in her numb fingers. She still couldn't remember what happened. She remembered something about a fork, a chicken bone, and a blonde-haired boy named Draco. Hermione felt her eyelids burst open and she immediately saw that she was magically tied to a rock slate, and right next to her was the last person she'd want to be with. Draco Malfoy. Granger. What happened? Draco said as he struggled to untie the ropes. He then gasped and said in a hatred voice, you attacked me. Then tied me up. You'll pay, Mudblood. You'll pay. Don't be stupid. Hermione snapped as she desperately tried to untie herself. Why would I tie myself up? And where are we? Isn't it obvious? Malfoy said as he looked around. We're in the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione highly doubted it, but when she looked around, she realized it was exactly what Harry said it was like. Hermione stared at the stone walls, and at a large rock face on the wall, she recognized immediately as Salazar Slytherin. Her eyes then drifted to something lying on the floor, something she had only seen once, but in a mirror, a basilic. It was half decaying, and Hermione could see its CTU red eyes with dried blood trickling from it. It also had several bloodstains, and marks from where Harry had obviously stabbed it. Oh my God, Hermione whispered to herself, it is the Chamber of Secrets. What are you doing here? Malfoy demanded, and why are we tied up? Malfoy fought the ropes now more than ever when the mouth of Salazar Slytherin opened and two people walked out. Hermione. He recognized the person on the right as Wormtail, who had escaped from their clutches in her third year. Moreover, Hermione suspected the person on the left was Voldemort. It was the first time Hermione had seen Voldemort. And now she knew why people feared his name. He was hideous. His face was flat, he had two red slits for eyes, and scaly-like skin. What is she doing here? That mudblood. Malfoy growled. She will be just as important as you will, Malfoy. Voldemort hissed in the most awful voice. What are you talking about? Malfoy demanded, and untie me this instant. However, Voldemort didn't answer. He just ordered Peter to fetch the cauldron. Peter walked through the mouth of Salazar Slytherin while dragging a large cauldron big enough for a full-grown man to sit in. Why are we in here? Hermione said in a calm voice, why not far away from Hogwarts? Because you stupid mudblood, Voldemort hissed, this was the only place where I felt comfortable at Hogwarts, and I need to be close by so one of my colleagues could set up the portkey. Wormtail, Hermione muttered. Actually no, Voldemort hissed as he dragged his fingers through the red liquid in the cauldron, but speaking of my servant. Wormtail, take away their wands. Wormtail flinched and then walked over to Hermione and Draco, who were still tied up, and took their wands out of their pockets with his new sliver hand. What are you doing? Malfoy demanded. My father told me I was getting accepted as a Death Eater. But all you're doing is taking my wand. Well, your father would tell you that. Voldemort snickered, because that's what I told him. What are you talking about? Am I becoming a Death Eater or not? You will, and you will be a very respected Death Eater, for what you're about to give. What are you talking about? And give me back my wand. Nevertheless, Voldemort didn't answer, he just laughed as he threw a handful of black powder into the fire that made a thick black smoke rise from it, and bubble. I am doing eye potion, Voldemort said as he put a few drops of purple liquid from a glass bottle into the cauldron, a dark potion, somewhat like the one I used to regain strength. But this one doesn't resurrect me. It does the exact opposite. It will slowly and painfully kill any body I want as long as I have the ingredients. This is an ingenious plan and I must say I did really good. Well, Hermione snapped. Excuse me. You did very well, not very good. I was correcting your grammar. Voldemort's face grew red with anger and, Crucio. Hermione felt her eyes roll into the back of her head. White-hot knives were pinching her spine. It felt as if she were being pushed off a cliff a million times. The pain was unbearable, she wanted it to end, she wanted to die. It finally wore off but her screams were still echoing through the Chamber of Secrets and bouncing off the walls. Now, Wormtail, will you do the honor? Wormtail nodded and then pulled out a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket and read, Eye of an enemy, life of a foe. Ingredients are crushed black unicorn horn, venom of a venomous snake, and an eye of an enemy of the person you are trying to retrieve. Me, Malfoy blurted out. Yes, young Draco, Voldemort hissed. Why me? You're his greatest enemy. Use your own eye. I could, but I don't want to waste my precious eye, and it says an enemy. Which means it doesn't have to be the greatest enemy, but an enemy. Wormtail, finish please. Why yes master, Wormtail whimpered, the last and far most important ingredient is, life of a Phryne. D of the person who you are trying to bring to you, but right when Hermione heard, life of a friend, she let out a glass-shattering scream and tried to escape from the magic bounding. First Wormtail. Voldemort said in a high-pitched voice, get the eye. No. Draco screamed as Wormtail walked towards him with a new silver dagger in his new silver hand. Hermione had to cover her ears and eyes for what happened next. She winced in fear as she heard the faint screams that went through her cupped hands. After she thought it was safe to see what was happening, she saw Wormtail sitting near the cauldron and stirring the liquid that had now turned a light green color, and Draco sobbing as he was holding his hand over his eye as blood poured through his fingers. Hermione almost passed out as she realized what is happening. They were going to kill her. Now Wormtail, for my favorite part. Voldemort snickered, and untie her, we'll need her body in the cauldron. Hermione started tremble uncontrollably as Wormtail laughed and magically untied the ropes. When Wormtail untied the last rope, Hermione spun out of his clutches and took out her wand from her pocket. What the hell? Voldemort screeched. I thought you took her wand. I did, Wormtail said in a confused voice as he went over to where he put her wand, look. But when Wormtail picked up the wand, he thought was Hermione's. It turned into a rubber snake with a pop. Ha! Hermione shouted childishly, stupefy, stupefy. With Hermione's perfect aim she hit the two right between the eyes and they fell backwards to the floor. Hermione quickly started running when she remembered Draco who was still crying hysterically. She quickly ran over to him and, Curatio sanguinolentus. Malfoy still sobbed but the blood stopped pouring out. Shut up. Hermione shouted, there's no wound. We've got to get out of here before they wake. Draco rubbed his fingers where his eye used to be and felt that there was no pain in her, felt a surge of anger fill his body. He was angry with Wormtail for what he had done and at Voldemort for lying to him. He retrieved his wand, pointed it at Wormtail, and Crux. Expelliarmus, Hermione said as she stopped Malfoy from spending the rest of his life in prison. Draco went flying backwards and his head slammed against the cold hard stone beard of Salazar Slytherin. Hermione winced as she saw Malfoy floating in the water in front of the beard unconscious. Hermione quickly took out her wand and, Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy was suddenly pulled out of the water and levitated next to Hermione as she ran up the stone tunnels of the Chamber of the Phoenix to find a way out after she quickly looked for the portkey that brought her here, but Wormtail already took it away. Now, Dumbledore began, I'm going to have to ask you to go back to your dorm room for your own safety. No, Ron shouted, we won't go without Hermione. I'll escort you, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall said in a worried voice, and you, Mr. Potter. Harry and Ron reluctantly followed down the corridor when they reached Myrtle's bathroom. "Org," Harry moaned as he clenched his scar because it was exploding with pain. "What is it?" McGonagall asked in a nervous voice. "Voldemort," Harry said, trying to fight the pain. "He's in there." Harry pointed to the door of moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "Oh dear," Professor McGonagall said. Accido de Hink." Professor McGonagall called the others, the same way he had seen Dumbledore do it this morning. A few seconds all of the professors and the members of the Order of the Phoenix were running down the hallway to see why Professor McGonagall had summoned them. "What is it?" Dumbledore asked as he saw Harry clenching his teeth to hold back the burning pain on his forehead. "They're in Myrtle's bathroom," Harry said as he leaned against the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets. Most likely, all of the professors, including Harry and Ron, barged into the bathroom when they heard whimpering in Myrtle's stall. "Myrtle," Ron called. "What's the matter?" Ron opened Myrtle's stall and gasped as he saw the condition Myrtle was in. She looked like she went in front of a giant fan because her body looked like wisps of air and there were holes through her body. "Myrtle, what happened?" It was a man with blonde hair," Myrtle said in a weak voice. "Did it come from the sinks?" I think so." "Ronald," Dumbledore began, "this is what happens to ghosts when they are hit with one of the unforgettable curses." "But wouldn't it go right through them?" Ron asked. "Yes, but it takes a piece of them with it. Flitwick, if you don't mind, please take her to the hospital wing." Flitwick nodded and then did a fan charm to move her to the hospital wing. "Harry," Dumbledore said in a stern voice, "I need you to open the Chamber of Secrets." Harry nodded, which was hard because of the pain coming from his scar, and then walked over to the sink. Harry tried to concentrate on the copper pipe being a snake as much as he could and he said, "Open." Harry sighed in frustration, thinking that he didn't speak in Parseltongue but and he saw the looks on the teachers' faces, as the sinks parted. After the creaking and cracking of the sinks moving around finished, Harry saw Hermione sobbing, next to an unconscious Malfoy drenched in blood. "Oh my God." Elena Leonissa screeched, "What happened?" "Wormtail and Voldemort are down there," Hermione said as she tried to stand up. "They tried to kill me. And they took out Malfoy's eye. And they tried to get Harry." "Wait," Snape said. "What?" "Doesn't matter," Dumbledore said as he took out his wand. "Members of the Order and professors, follow me. Professor Sprout, please take them to the hospital wing." All of the professors and the members of the Order of the Phoenix ran down the stone corridor into the Chamber of Secrets as Professor Sprout tried to help Hermione up. They opened the door to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey screamed as she saw the blood all over Malfoy's face and clothes. She ran her fingers all over Draco's face trying to find the wound when Hermione said, "I cured him with the healing spell, madam. Thank God one of my students was there or he would have died of blood loss." Madame Pomfrey said, and luckily, she didn't ask how he had gotten to the state of unconsciousness. She then directed them all to bed, and no matter how much Ron and Harry pleaded that they didn't do anything and that they're not injured, they were forced to spend the night. After Harry changed into the itchy pajamas that Madame Pomfrey gave him, he opened the curtain to Hermione's bed. "Hermione," Harry said as he saw Hermione curled into a little ball on her bed. With a worried look on her face, "What happened?" Moreover, by this time Ron had sat on the edge of her bed. "Well," Hermione said slowly, "it's a little hazy, but I'd rather tell you before I tell the teachers and Dumbledore. Well, after I touched the fork I was transported to the Chamber of Secrets." "What?" Ron blurted out. He said that he needed to be close by so one of his assistants could be close by to set up the portkey, and he said he liked it there, it brought good memories of his school years. "Was it Wormtail?" Harry asked, the assistant. "No," he said, "it was somebody else." Hermione explained. "Anyway, I saw Draco next to me and then somebody behind us shouted, 'Stupefy!' And I fell to the floor unconscious. After I woke, I saw Voldemort and Wormtail come out of Lazar Slytherin's mouth with a really large cauldron. He read the ingredients to a potion called Eye of an Enemy, Life of a Foe, and I think the ingredients were venom of a snake, crushed black unicorn horn, Eye of an Enemy. And that was taken from Malfoy, and Life of a Friend." "You?" Ron asked in a caring voice. "Well, yes," as he panned, "but you remember how Fred and George gave me fake wands?" Both friends nodded. "Well, I thought they might come in handy, so I put the fake one where I usually keep it, and my real one in my other pocket. So, when Wormtail thought he was taking my wand, he took my fake one. And then, Wormtail took Malfoy's eye. Wormtail then untied me and I took out my real wand and stunned them. I then ran to Malfoy to cure his eye. Why would you do that? Ron blurted out. Hermione gave him a glare and then finished speaking. And he was about to torture Wormtail for cutting out his eye when I did a disarming charm and had him fly into Salazar's beard. And he became unconscious. You stopped him from doing one of the unforgettable curses. Ron asked, you shouldn't have done that. That'd be 2+. Wormtail would get tortured and we would never have to see Draco again cause he'd be in Azkaban. Hermione gave Ron another cruel stare and then finished. Then I ran you through some tunnel and I just waited, when you came. Hope they get him, Ron said as he yawned. No, Hermione began. Voldemort's a powerful wizard, and my weak stunning spell won't last very long, so when he wakes up, he'll wake up Wormtail and go out through the beard. Guess you're right. Ron sighed and then looked at Harry, who was very flushed. Harry, are you all right? Hermione. Harry asked. Yes, Harry, Hermione said in a puzzled voice. You almost died just because you're my friend. Yeah, I guess so. I don't think we should be friends. What on earth are you talking about? You were put in danger, because you're my friend. You almost died. And if you will be out of danger if you're not my friend. Then, are you insane? We've always been in danger because of you and Voldemort, and that's never stopped us from being your friend before. Yeah, but you've never been kidnapped by Voldemort and almost got killed by him. Do you think you shouldn't be our friend because it'd put us in danger? Yes. And if not being my friend saves your life, then well. So let me get this. We're in danger from Voldemort because we're your friends. Hello. I have an enemy life of a friend, get it? Ron and I were always in danger. I'm Muggle born and Ron's dad like Muggles, no offense Ron. Like Malfoy said. Hermione, you almost died. I don't care. Harry, I want to be your friend no matter what. Yeah, me too. Ron added. But, really? Yes, Harry, Hermione said. So you don't mind. You want to be my friends. Yes, Harry. It's not that hard to understand. Okay. Harry sighed as he threw himself down on his bed. Another weird thing is how Voldemort said that the person who set up the portkey wasn't Wormtail, and Myrtle said it was a guy with blonde hair. Maybe it was Draco's dad, Ron suggested. I just don't know what to do when Malfoy wakes up. Madame Pomfrey said he might not remember, and he'll have to wear an eye patch until his eye grows back, or he could get a fake eye like Moody. Hermione said, changing the subject. Ron chuckled, and then Madame Pomfrey walked over. Dumbledore wants to see you. And stop that yellin', you'll wake up the whole school. Did they catch him? Ron said in an eager voice. No, the Hogwarts school nurse sighed. And after she walked out, Dumbledore walked in. What happened? Hermione asked. Well, when we went down into the chamber, and we saw the cauldron, but they were long gone. Dumbledore ate as he sat in a plush chair on the side of the bed. How could he? It's impossible to apparate in Hogwarts. Shish, we found out that through the beard of Salazar Slytherin is a large pipe that leads to Hogsmeade. And well, the rest is obvious. Hermione then explained exactly what happened and then let out a long sigh of relief. Hey Dumbledore, Harry asked as he stared at the ceiling. Yes, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. That potion could kill anybody you wanted it to, right? Yes. Well, then couldn't we do that potion on Voldemort? You know, take an ally of his from Azkaban, and take my blood. Well, we could. But that's an illegal potion, and besides, have you ever heard of a black unicorn? No. Well, that's because they are so rare, some believe they don't even exist, so it'd be almost impossible to find one. Let alone get their horn. What about that potion the Ministry's doing with Wormtail's blood? Couldn't they do that? Well, that's a very hard potion, and we'd need Voldemort's blood. Now, in case any of you are worrying, Draco will be fine. Now go to bed, Madame Pomfrey will bring you some dreamless sleep potion. Harry nodded and then the school nurse came running. In with 3 cups of sleepless dream potion. Drink up. She insisted, so Harry drank the potion and then felt as if he hadn't slept in years, somewhat like the opposite feeling of the Ghibli potion, and immediately fell asleep. The next morning Harry woke up to see Jordan and the Weasley twins with a circular package under each of their arms. Surprise! George yelled, waking up Hermione and Ron. What are you doing here? Ron yawned. Well, We heard, well actually the whole school heard, so anyway we brought you a Hogwarts toilet seat. Fred shouted with glee as he, his brother, and Id friend threw the wrapped package to each of them. Harry rolled his eyes and then opened his package. To Harry's belief it looked just like a Hogwarts toilet seat taken off of Myrtle's toilet, except for Fred and George symbol on the bottom. Just a toilet seat? Ron asked, while opening and closing the toilet seat to see if candy would fall out. Not really, Fred smiled, if you put it on a AC. Tool toilet, the person who sits on it will turn into a toilet seat 30 minutes later and stay that way until somebody flushes it. Oh how exciting, Hermione said sacristly. Oh shucks, George said flakily, you're making me blush. After the 3 seventh years left, Sirius came running in. Harry, Sirius shouted as he sat on the edge of his bed, are you all right? Yeah, but shouldn't you ask Hermione that? Harry said as he yawned. Oh yes of course, Hermione, are you all right? Yes thank you Snuffles, Hermione said as she put her toilet seat on the table next to her. Good, 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 Sirius said. And Dumbledore said he wants you to go to afternoon classes. Afternoon, Hermione shouted as she looked at her watch. Harry also made the mistake of looking at his watch, but it's been broken ever since last year. Yeah, Madame Pomfrey, or as she says, gave you an accidental overdose of dreamless sleep potion. You better have lunch first, and with a flick of his wand a gold plate appeared in front of them, filled with roast beef, and other delicious food. Ron stuffed his face as usual and Harry and Hermione weren't very hungry but they still ate a little. Today, Professor Flitwick announced when Hermione, Ron, and Harry had changed and were in charm class, we will be practicing the water spell outside so you don't burn down the classroom. The students quickly bundled up and ran outside. Once at the lake Harry was trying to do the water jet into the lake, but to him it only looked like the giant squid throwing up. Later that day Harry decided to go visit Myrtle. Harry opened the bathroom and saw Myrtle laughing while staring in front of the mirror. Myrtle, Harry asked as he walked next to her, what are you doing? I've got excellent news. Myrtle show. Ted and Harry noticed it was the first time he had seen her happy. That Death Eater guy shot me on the face with that curse. Great Myrtle. Harry muttered, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. No look, Myrtle shouted as she brought her face right in front of hers. Harry stared at her face and noticed she didn't really have any more pimples and she seemed thinner. You look good, Harry saw. It slowly, not knowing if the pimples being gone was the thing she was talking about. Oh I know, you see Madame Pomfrey had to add some ghost stuff into me where I was hit with the curses, and she added new ghost skin stuff with no blemishes, and she added less to my stomach. Oh wait, till Olive sees this. Oh wait, she's dead, I think I led her into suicide. Oh well, I'm sorry to hear that. Harry muttered. What? Myrtle said as she admired herself in the mirror. Nothing, Harry lied. Do you know who shot the unforgettable curses at you? No, Myrtle snapped, I already told you. It was just like when I died 53 years ago. I was in my stall crying because Hagrid yelled at me for going into the prefect's bathroom, and somebody slammed open the cubicle door and shouted Avada Kedavra and Crucio at me. Did you see what he looked like? No. All I saw was blonde hair and then I shielded my face so I didn't get killed. But you're already dead, Harry muttered. What's that? Oh, did you say Hagrid yelled at you? Harry said quickly to change the subject. Yeah, I was just zooming through the pipes into the boys' bathroom and Hagrid was in there and yelled at me for being in there. Why was Hagrid in there? Oh I don't know, he had these red slimy things in the tub and they were like Mercaitanus Mercus, or something like that. This suddenly sparked Harry's interest. He thanked Myrtle and then ran to find Ron and Hermione. Harry ran down the corridor to try to find his friends. He ran through the portrait hole and found Ron and Hermione laughing on the couch. To Harry it looked like flirting. Hey Hermione, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said, being a little embarrassed. She hadn't noticed he came in. I was talking to Myrtle and she said Hagrid was using the prefect's bathroom for these things called like Merchifitus Mercus. Do you mean Merchieftinus Mercus? Maybe. What are they? Harry quickly pulled out her Care of Magical Creatures book and opened up to the dragon section. There's dragons in there. Sort of. Hermione said as she opened up to the right page. They're a breed of water dragons. They look like long red snakes except they have long spikes on their back. And their head looks like the ones in Chinese parades that muggles throw. They are highly dangerous and almost impossible to find. They need a large body of water and they usually live in herds of about 25. Quote, but why would Hagrid have them? Well, he has always wanted dragons, Hermione shrugged, but on other thought there's a Halloween dance coming up soon. There's going to be prizes and it's a costume party. Awesome. Ron exclaimed, hey Harry, who ya gonna invite? Don't know, Harry lied. Ever since his classes with Cho he's been wanting to ask her to the next dance. Come on, let's go to dinner. Hermione suggested. Yeah, I'm starved, Ron said as his stomach growled. You're always hungry, Hermione teased. Ron made a baby face, and then ran out the portrait hole. The three friends walked down the hallway, ready to eat some dinner. Once they were in the dining hall, Harry sat down and then stared at the enchanted ceiling that showed wisps of clouds and dead leaves flying around. Harry suddenly stopped looking at the sky, as pasta, tomato sauce, garlic bread, and salad appeared on the tables. Harry's mouth started to water as he lunged for garlic bread and pasta. Has anybody seen Neville? Ginny asked. No, he probably forgot the password or something, Harry said as he started to eat, but Harry was suddenly interrupted by Dumbledore. Excuse me students. Please don't start eating. As you all know, yesterday, 2 students were taken down to the Chamber of Secrets, one to be killed and one to be injured. As you may know, Hermione was the victim to be killed. But using her knowledge and one of Fred and George's joke items, she survived, and possibly saved Malfoy's, the victim to injured, life. Because of that we reward Hermione 40 points. Dumbledore paused as the entire Gryffindor table clapped, making Hermione blush. Dumbledore smiled at Hermione and then continued, now it gives me reason to believe that the person who set up the portkeys is hiding somewhere in the dining hall, maybe by transfiguring herself into a candle, or something. Now I am about to do a spell that will undo any transfiguring spell in a 50-foot radius, covering the dining hall. So please stand back, and Retexo Magusisha. A blast of orange and gold light came shooting out of the headmaster's wand, and covered the entire room. Harry and many others shielded their eyes not to be blinded by the bright light. Harry heard several crashes, bangs, and screams as he opened his eyes. What Harry saw was complete and utter pandemonium. At first glance, he saw his gold goblet turn into a raven and fly high above his head. He saw about 17 of the gold plates at the tables turn into electric blue Cornish pixies, that he remembered seeing 3 years before. The pixies flew into the air spilling red tomato sauce, and pasta all over the students. The pixies started to throw food all over the other students. They obviously hadn't been very pleased about being chairs for the past 3 years. Harry saw that Ron was lying on the floor, and next to him was an unusually fat pig. Harry also glanced around the room and saw 2 fully grown cliff trolls. And that the Hufflepuff table was missing. He guessed the trolls were the table. Harry took another glance around and saw worse things than a few angry Cornish pixies. For instance, every chair of the Slytherin table was a giant boa constrictor, and they were now strangling the students. Harry went to go help Ron up, when he saw Neville sitting in the apple bowl on the table. Neville! Ginny gasped as she picked herself off the floor because her chair had turned into a Blask and Scret, which was now exploding near the Ravenclaw table. Well, I was practicing transfiguring myself into fruit. And well, it wouldn't wear off. Neville shrugged. The pandemonium lasted only a few seconds, because Dumbledore stood up and shouted Ingemino Magusisha. Another blast of light came out, except this time it was green and silver, and with another clang and bash, everything turned back to normal. All of the pixies turned back into plates and banged onto the floor, the 2 trolls turned back into 2 tables. And everything else turned back into what they were turned into. Harry saw Lavender on the floor crying because a large blob of tomato sauce was sitting in her hair. Looking around, Harry saw what damage had been done. The entire Hufflepuff table was horizontally sticking straight up, many of the pixie plates had fallen on students' head, and many other things happened. Harry gowned as he saw 1 extra green and white speckled apple in the apple bowl. He quickly picked up the apple and muttered a spell to make Neville turn back into his original state. Harry turned around and heard Headmaster Dumbledore whispering to Professor McGonagall, I forgot how many times we've had to substitute for when we lost or broke things. Dumbledore shrugged, but then put his hands in the air and shouted, Students! Our plan unfortunately did not succeed, because if there were somebody in this room, the chaos would have given them a free ticket to escape. Now I ask you all to go back to your rooms escorted by your house professor, and Professor Grant will you take the Slytherins back. Any injured students please go to the hospital wing, your dinner will be set up. That is all, good night. Harry, Ron, and Hermione started to walk away in silence, when Professor Dumbledore came up behind them. Harry, Dumbledore said as he stared at him beneath his half-moon glasses. I'm about to have a meeting and I would like you to join me. Harry said goodbye to his friends and then followed Dumbledore. Harry started to walk down the corridor when Dumbledore pulled him back. I need to go to a quick meeting beforehand, so we should go through the shortcut. Shortcut, Harry said in a puzzled voice, as they walked towards the teacher table. Dumbledore didn't answer until they reached his throne-like chair. Follow my lead, Dumbledore said as he sat down in the chair, frying pan. The chair did a flip forward and when it came back, Dumbledore wasn't sitting in it. Harry was shocked at first but he remembered what Dumbledore had said, sat in the chair, and frying pan. Harry felt himself flung forward as the chair did the flip. He was thrown from the chair, and was now falling down a stone corridor. Harry started to scream when he felt himself land in a pile of dirty laundry. Ew, gross, Harry thought as he pulled a damp towel off him. Dumbledore I led as he helped Harry out of the laundry basket. Where are we? Harry asked. In the kitchens, Dumbledore said as he walked deeper into the kitchens. As Harry looked around, he saw the house elves, who were looking in a very bad mood. Obviously they hadn't liked the part where all the wild creatures ran around throwing all the food, and now they must make new food. Harry Potter's is here. Dob. By squeaked as he ran towards Harry with a plate of chocolate cookies. Would use like a cookie? No thank you Dobby, Harry said as he tried to keep up. Dobby smiled and told him he would bring them up, when he delivered the food. Harry walked with Professor Dumbledore until they reached a row of old-fashioned black ovens that looked like nothing had been cooked in there for thousands of years, and there'd be reason to believe that. Dumbledore smiled, then opened the oven on the far left, and crawled in. Harry gasped as he saw the oven slam shut, and fire burst through the seams. Harry didn't know what to do, but his first thought was to get Dumbledore out of a burning oven. He quickly opened the lid and his jaw dropped. It looked like a tunnel of fire going on for miles. Harry tried to shut it quickly when he felt a force, almost like a giant vacuum, pulling him in. Harry tried to scream but nothing came out as he was pulled into the oven, as the door slammed shut. The same pull tugged him through the tunnel. Harry screamed, as he was afraid he would be burned, but once again, no voice came out of his mouth, and his skin was untouched by the fire, or anything else on his body for that matter. Harry looked back and it looked as if his feet were rockets having fire spurting out, just like the fire all around him. A few seconds later, that felt like a few years later, the fire went out like a flick of a switch and Harry fell onto a marble floor. Harry looked up and saw he was in a triangle room, 4 by 4 feet, with Dumbledore standing next to him. Why on earth do you have that funnel of fire? Harry said, as he gasped for air. Dumbledore laughed and then began to talk. How on earth do you think the house elves get along? Have you ever seen the house elves walking down the hallways? Harry thought about it and the answer was, no. Well, Dumbledore finished, that's the way they get around. Now I have another meeting before I need you, so just wait here. Harry nodded and then watched Dumbledore walk to the far side of the small room. He pushed the wall, that was actually a door, on the far side, and walked out. Harry stood there a moment when he heard voices. At first, it sounded like Hagrid and Dumbledore, but when he pressed his ear against the wall door, he distinctly heard Amos Diggory's voice. Now Hagrid, I have heard you are keeping dragons in this building. Amos said. Well, not exactly, they're not exactly dragons. Hagrid said in a worried voice. First I let you keep the northern ice gemetas and now this. I'm afraid I might have to see you back on you limit of magical creatures. Last year, for God's sake, you crossbred 2 of the most dangerous magical shelled creatures. And those dragons are dangerous. What are they, horntails? Harry remembered how Amos is the head of magical creatures at the ministry. No, Hagrid began, they're Merchieftainous Mercus, and how would you know that they're dangerous? They wouldn't hurt a fly. Yes, I know that they wouldn't hurt a fly. Because water dragons are afraid of flies. Nevertheless, that's not the point. These creatures need a large body of water. Right about now they are nursing in a climate-controlled specialized nursing pool, built for this purpose. If you say so. Amos sighed, but the voices suddenly grew fainter and Harry had to press his ear more against the door, just to hear. Harry was pushing his entire body weight against the door, and it happened. The door flung open and Harry fell onto the floor. He looked up and saw that on the other side of the door was one of the many bookshelves and that there was 3 people staring at him. Ah, young Harry has finally arrived, Dumbledore said, and to Harry it looked as if he was silently laughing in his head. Thank you, Hagrid, for showing up. This meeting is now dismissed. Hagrid left through the regular door, but Amos stayed. Harry stared deep into Mr. Diggory's eyes and saw that he had not gotten over his son's death. Into his deep gray eyes, Harry saw fear and pain. There was also many bags under his eyes and it looked as if he had been holding back tears for too long. As Harry stared into his eyes, he also had to fight back a tear. Harry, we are about to have an important meeting with Mr. Fudge, Mr. Diggory, and Madame Lestrange, the temporarily replacement for Mr. Crouch. Madame Lestrange was the old headmaster's assistant at Beauxbatons. Just as Dumbledore finished his sentence, the fireplace grew an emerald green color, and 3 figures came flying out. Harry saw the first as C. Ornelius Fudge, and the second his personal assistant, Percy, and the third a French woman Harry suspected as Madame Lestrange. Percy immediately sat down in a chair along with his quill and pen, and Mr. Fudge sat next to him. The weird part was how Madame Lestrange walked along the shelves examining all of the trinkets. She rang her fingers through the pensive, and she rubbed her knuckles against a large, hovering, brass sphere. Dumbledore gestured her a seat but she was still trying to figure out a silver and gold whistle. All right, let's get down to business, Fudge began, and Harry saw Percy quickly writing all of what he was saying down on his paper. Now Dumbledore, what do you need? As you know, I have requested a troop of Aurors to come to the school, Dumbledore said sternly. That's absurd, Fudge said in a fit of anger. Why would you need that? To protect Harry from Voldemort, of course. Why, he's dead. Who, Voldemort? Harry butted in. Yes, Fudge snorted. What are you talking about? Last year when he killed Cedric, the Chudley Cannon Stadium, and just the other day when he captured Hermione and Malfoy. First of all, last year, you were probably delirious. We don't know that Voldemort was at the stadium. And are we going to believe 2 meddling kids? First of all, it was Voldemort last year. Look, Harry said as he pulled up his sleeve showing the scar that were Tail gave him when he took his blood last year. And there was witnesses at the stadium, and don't you dare call Hermione a meddling kid. You can call Malfoy whatever you want. Voldemort didn't give you 2 scars. Somebody else gave you the one on your arm. And the witnesses from the stadium are now insane. Mungos, seeing all those people die would send anybody into insanity. And kids lie. Here could be fumes down there that made them see things. Harry was now furious, and was about to say something very rude, when Dumbledore butted in and said, yes, but you cannot deny the fact that the Azkaban prisoners and the Dementors are out there somewhere, and they are probably planning to kill Harry. Fudge couldn't deny this, and he knew that they were probably after Harry, so he snorted. I'll see what I can do. Harry glanced over at Percy and saw him furiously scribbling, and Harry read. Fudge kindly told Harry the facts, but he rudely jumped up and in a fit of anger tried to attack him with his scared arm. He had probably gotten the scar in the 3rd task. Harry was about to say something about Percy's writing that had oddly reminded him of Poison Penrita's writing. Good, 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 Dumbledore exclaimed. Now Harry, you are free to go. Harry did his polite thank yous and then walked out the door the right way. Once inside the common room, Harry saw about a dozen overing plates full of food that would float across the room, giving everybody some. Harry went over to Ron and Hermione and saw a large plate of sock-shaped chocolate chip cookies. Dobby sent them, Hermione said as she gestured him to sit between them. So what happened? Well, I first learned how Dobby travels around. How? Hermione said, getting interested. Well, in the kitchen there were he's furnace-like ovens, and when you go inside you go through this tunnel of fire into different places through the castles. Anyway, After the fire ride I was in a triangle room that led to Dumbledore's office. He told me to wait in there while he had a meeting with Mr. Diggory and Hagrid, about his water dragons. After that meeting I joined in another meeting with Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crouch, Percy, his personal assistant and the temporarily fill-in for Crouch. Her name was Madame Lestrange. She was odd, she didn't saw anything, and she just tried to figure out Dumbledore devices. Dumbledore won. Ted to have Aurors come to the school to protect me, and Crouch still seems to think that Voldemort dead, but he finally agreed to let some Aurors come to the school. And that's it, Harry said, and then he dived for the cookies. This dragon thing is getting really weird, I think we better go check them out. Ron said as he helped himself to Harry's cookies. Then let's go, Hermione said as she stood up. What, now? Ron said as he also stood up. Why not, we'll just use Harry's map. About the map you see I don't really have it. Harry unreassuringly, Barty Crouch Sr. took it. Even though they had no map. A few minutes later Harry found himself at the entranceway to the prefect's bathroom. Harry walked up to it and pined fresh. Luckily, the password was the same as last time because the door opened immediately. Harry and the three friends walked into the bathroom and Ron's face grew red with jealousy and he yelled. Our bathroom is nothing like this. I sure hope I get to be a prefect next year. The three friends walked over to the giant bathtub and saw it full with green water. As they looked closer into the water, they saw things that looked like red, scaly ELLs. They splashed, and spluttered, and kept on biting each other. Why would Hagrid want these? Ron said, but Ron was cut off as he heard Hagrid, voice from behind the door into the bathroom. What do we do? Harry said nervously. Hermione's first thought was to transfigure themselves into water dragons, but that was close to impossible. She quivered around and she saw the mermaid in the pane. Tink waving her arms in the air mouthing, in here. Hermione ran towards her and demanded the mermaid to tell her in where. In here, behind me. The mermaid giggled. Do you mean this is a passageway? Hermione asked. Duh. Hermione tried to think of what the password was when she noticed Hagrid was also having trouble remembering what the password because he kept on saying. Ocean breeze, meadow mist, sandy beach, Hermione was thinking very hard and after 2.6234 seconds she yelled, Gur glump schlump. The picture swung open and they all ran into the tunnel with craggy rocks on the walls. Just as they said the password, Hagrid had also said the password and he was now in the room. The three friends looked at each other and began walking down the tunnel. After they were 20 feet and Ron asked. Hermione, what was that? It was Murmish for open up. Hermione replied as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Ron was about to ask why she knew, open up, in Ish when they saw writing on spray painted on the wall. The writing read, Girls' Prefect's bathroom this way. The three friends followed the arrows until they reached what looked like a two-way mirror. And they were on the see-through side. Through the window, they could see the girls' prefect's bathroom. In the middle was a pool-sized tub bigger than the ones in the boy prefect's bathroom that W. As shaped like an 8 and in the spots of the 8 was a marble circle that had giant shower rods on all sides. To Harry it looked like a giant jacuzzi because it had huge jets all on the bottom, making it bubble up and down. After they stepped through the two-way mirror that turned out to be a portrait of a merman that you could see through on the other side, Hermione turned red-faced with anger and shouted. Those perverts. Even days later Harry still had to tell Hermione that he never knew that the passageway was there, and he suspected that nobody else knew it because besides Dumbledore he didn't know anybody else who spoke Mermish. Despite what Harry kept on saying, Hermione filed a complaint, and the passageway was sealed, and nobody ever entered it again. However, Harry and Hermione had other things to worry about because they had a huge essay due on Monday, the dance was coming up, and the Hogsmeade weekend was tomorrow. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room floor doing his potion homework, the uses of hippogriff organs. The hippogriff's liver, the third one, when squished, can be used to cure ivy plants that had been urinated on by a Queensel. Also, Harry grunt. As he threw his potion homework on the floor next to him, I can't do any more. I can't wait till that substitute comes in for him, it'll be like heaven. I'm going to bed. Harry stormed out of Gryffindor common room leaving Ron and Hermione behind. Once in the common room, Harry quickly changed into his striped Hogwarts pajamas. He pulled himself under the covers and fell into a deep slumber. That night Harry turned and tumbled because he was having the same reoccurring dream about Cedric blaming him for his death. Harry suddenly shot awake, at about 3 in the morning, and found his pajamas soaked in cold sweat. And his scarf felt like someone had lit a match on it. Harry knew he couldn't go back to sleep, for he had tried to do so after he's had the same dream, and no such luck. So he started to go over Quidditch techniques he found in Quidditch through the ages. 3 hours later Harry drank some Ghibli potion that Hermione had made him, and he then went down to get an early breakfast before the Hogsmeade trip. Harry mindlessly nibbled on an English muffin with strawberry jam for a while until Hermione came trotting into the dining hall. "Harry," Hermione screeched, "where were you?" "Couldn't sleep, so I decided to get an early breakfast," Harry said as he took a sip of orange juice. "Oh," Hermione said innocently, "I understand," and the truth was that she did understand. 4. Harry had explained his nightmare to her and she willingly made the Ghibli potion for him. Hermione joined him for a silent breakfast and a few minutes later Ron joined them. After Ron finished his third pancake, the mail came swooping in. Hedwig soared over Harry's head and landed next to him. "That's odd," Harry thought, "I never get mail." Harry quickly untied the letter from Hedwig's leg, and ripped it open. "Dear Mr. Harry James Potter, by any chance, would you be interested in subscribing to Quidditch Quarrels? Quidditch Quarrels is a magazine devoted entirely to Quidditch. With interviews, photos, scores, best Quidditch supplies, and more. Quidditch Quarrels is voted the #1 Quidditch magazine. Also." However, Harry didn't finish because he filled out the subscription form, tied it to Hedwig's leg, and had her fly back out before she had a chance to eat some of Ron's eggs. "What was that?" Ron asked as he began to open a letter from his parents. "Oh, a subscription to a Quidditch magazine. Cool," Ron said half-heartedly because he was finishing his letter. "What was that letter about?" Hermione asked as she tried to read over Ron's shoulder. "A letter from my parents. They asked me to write back saying how things are going. They've been worried since all those things are going on." "Oh," Harry exclaimed, "ask your dad what he's going to do about that potion using Wormtail's blood. Because sending him to Azkaban wouldn't do much." "Good idea," Ron said as he finished scribbling the letter to his parents. "Students," Dumbledore's voice boomed through the dining hall. "We are about to depart to Hogsmeade. Any students going to Hogsmeade, please go the entrance." Harry quickly ran to the entrance of the school. For each Hogsmeade trip there was a different form of transportation. For example, the once went on horseless carriages, giant flying birds. Harry enjoyed that one, and they once walked the whole way. Harry didn't like that one. When Harry first stepped outside, his first thought was walking again, but when he questioned his idea when he looked closely. On the front lawn, there were large flat rocks scattered around, and a very large in the front, and Hagrid was sitting on it. A few of the other teachers were sitting onto stones around Hagrid. Mr. Grant, Harry's enchantment teacher, stood up in front of the crowd and said, "The best way to learn is by example, assisto Hogsmeade." Matthew Grant's flat smooth stone popped into the air and floated 3 feet above the ground. Professor Grant sat onto the stone and it zoomed forward with him on it. The other teachers followed his lead, and in seconds, they were zooming behind him. Harry and all of the other students walked over to a flat rock on the lawn and, assisto Hogsmeade. Harry's stone popped into the air, and Harry willingly climbed on. Once Harry sat onto his rock, it was flung forward, swiftly moving towards Hogsmeade. Harry struggled to hold onto the stone because it was going so fast he was afraid he would fall off. After a while of riding, Harry figured out that by leaning to one side the stone would turn that way. Ron and Hermione had also learned how to maneuver on the rock, because seconds later they appeared at his side. "Wow-oh," Ron hollered as he learned how to go faster, leaning forward. Harry and Hermione also leaned forward to catch up. Harry, Ron and Hermione began to race when Malfoy appeared at his side. Malfoy had decided to get his eye back so he didn't look like a raving lunatic. Because he was regrowing, he was wearing a black eye patch with a Slytherin snake that would magically hiss and spit whenever Malfoy stared at something. Well, if it isn't a potty and a weasel." Malfoy sneered, "So have you heard about my heroic See battle between me and some evil wizards in the Chamber of Secrets. Well, when I apparated into the Chamber of Secrets, I'm powerful enough to apparate in Hogwarts. There were dozens of witches and wizards all trying to kill me. And unfortunately I came out of the battle out cold, and missing an eye. Ron, Hermione and Harry started to laugh, for they knew exactly what happened, and were about to say something back when they heard screaming behind them. They all turned around to see Neville flying at full speed towards them, screaming, "Stop! Stop! Uru!" A second later the front of Neville's rock smashed into Malfoy's head. Malfoy went flying off his stone and landing on the ground below the flying rocks, unconscious. Neville let out a quiet, "Oops," when his stone became out of control again, and it was now heading straight up into the air, with Neville hanging for dear life even faster than before. Hermione rolled her eyes, and then wand out she flew up after Neville. "Hey Ron," Harry said as Hogsmeade came into view, "wanna bet how many times Malfoy will be out cold this year?" "Already counting the 2. Air," Ron said jokingly, "1 decillion 2. Good guess, but I'd have to say about 5. Right after Harry finished saying this, Hermione flew next to her, with Neville trailing behind, tied on with an invisible rope Hermione conjured up. After the students went up a hill, still on the floating rocks, they saw that Malfoy's rock had continued to fly forward, and it just hit Snape's rock. Snape's rock was plunged forward and he was hanging onto it with dear life. His toes dragged on the ground and he almost fell off when Elena and Aline conjured up a ladder so he could climb up. The weird part is that they did it at the exact same time. Many students laughed, except for the Slytherins, who booed. The students continued to fly forward, and after a short while, they reached a field right outside Hogsmeade. The rocks suddenly stopped and slowly hovered to the ground. Harry stepped up and heard Neville, who was still slightly blushed, give a Hermione a quiet "thank you." "Hey Herm," Harry asked as he stared at the rocky J. Ust was flying on. "Is that like a magical rock or something?" No," Hermione explained. "The spell that we used can work on any stone, except for lead. You just say where you want to go and it takes you there." "Cool. Alright, where do you want to go first?" "How about the 3 broomsticks? We can get a round of butterbeer and then go shop around," Ron suggested. "Good idea," Hermione said. "Yeah, let's go," Harry said as they started to walk towards the 3 broomsticks. The 3 friends walked into the store and sat down in a table next to a giant jack-o'-lantern. The Halloween decorations were already set up. "What would y'all like to order?" The giant pumpkin jack-o'-lantern next to them groaned. "Excuse me," Hermione said as she was surprised by the talking pumpkin. "I don't gots all day, ya know. What do you want to order?" Well, I'll have 1 butterbeer." "Same for us," Harry said, and then the jack-o'-lantern opened his candlelight mouth, and an average sizz. Ed Jack-o'-lantern with a crooked smile flew out, and headed towards the kitchen. "Well, this is new," Hermione said, "the jack-o'-lantern and stuff." "Well, it's gotta be decorative." Harry shrugged. And after Harry said that, the small flying jack-o'-lantern came over to them and dropped the bottles on the table. "Then you," Hermione said politely. Hum. The waiter jack-o'-lantern snorted. "What?" Ron asked. "Humph. Tip please." Harry rolled his eyes, then put a bronze canute into the flying pumpkin's mouth. The pumpkin gave a crooked smile and then flew back into the giant jack-o'-lantern's mouth. "Cheers," Harry said as he held up his butterbeer bottle. "Cheers," they all said at once, and then they clanged their glasses together. After they finished their refreshing butter beers, they walked outside to go to Honeyduke's. Once inside Honeyduke's, Harry and Ron saw a large sign that read, 2 new flavors of chocolate frog, vanilla and chocolate crunch. Twice the bounce and twice the taste, and all new wizard cards. "New flavors," Ron exclaimed as he ran up to the barrel of chocolate frogs. "I gotta get some of those." Ron and Harry ran up to the wooden barrels and started piling new flavors of chocolate frogs into their arms. "Ooh," Hermione said to herself as she saw some wizard hard candies on the shelf. "I've always wanted to get some of these. I sometimes buy lifesavers and other hard candies at the drugstore when my dentist parents aren't looking, but these look delicious." Hermione started examining the different hard candies. There were jumping jelly cubes, bouncing berries, strawberry suckers, and some others. Hermione filled her arms with the candies and then went up to the counter to meet Ron and Harry. "Ha," Ron said as he gave the cashier the money. Who would have known Hermione Granger had a sweet tooth? Hermione blushed and then paid for all of the candy she bought. After Harry paid, they went outside to say where to go next. Harry and Hermione started Zonko's joke shop when they saw Ron staring at the small shop next to Honeydukes. With one glance, Harry noticed that Ron was staring at the new wizard chess set. Harry rolled his eyes, and then pointed his wand at Ron and did a spinning spell. Ron suddenly spun around in circles so fast he looked like Taz the Tasmanian Devil. When Ron stopped spinning, he looked at Harry with a look that said, "I'm going to be sick." Hermione spotted this and did an anti-dizzy spell. Ron suddenly looked fine and then followed Hermione, who was walking towards Zonko's joke shop. However, Harry saw in the corner of his eye that caught his attention. In the alleyway between Honeydukes and Zonko's, there was what looked like 6 toys wearing candy wrappers that were hiding behind the garbage cans. Harry went over to them and saw that they were magic action figures of the Chudley Cannons. The store clerk probably threw them away because of the devastation of the real Chudley Cannons. It looked like they were all there except for Tucker Henderson. Harry went over to them, smiled, put a freezing spell on them and put them into his bag. Once inside, the 3 friends saw Fred and George trying to sell their joke items to the manager. "I'm sorry, sirs," the manager said, "I can't, but those. Some are dangerous, they have your logo all over them, and beside I just got a whole shipment of jokes this morning. Look, the store's jam-packed full of joke items." Fred looked at George, George looked at Fred, and then they looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione and smiled. "Whatever you say," George said under his grin. And then Fred took one of the silver coins in his hand and flicked it into the air. The manager screamed, and everything that happened next seemed like it happened in slow motion. Once the silver coin with the F and G symbol hit the floor, a giant blast of silver and gold flames shot out. The flames covered the entire store, however the flames didn't burn. When the flames disappeared, Fred and George were gone. And the coin was melted into the floor with the symbol as clear as ever. "What was that?" Harry asked as the manager ran towards the melted coin. "It's a chaos coin," the manager with a large mustache that looked more like a dead mouse said. Harry immediately knew why it was called a chaos coin, because when the manager went near, the coin glowed, and the manager turned into a silver duck. With a pop, the man turned into an elephant, then a hummingbird, a sink, a Muggle CD player, a couch, a candle, and a yellow dog, and so on and so forth. All of the joke items started going off, causing people inside and outside the store having the effects. Wrinkle soap started turning little children with smooth skin into little children with thousands of wrinkles on their skin. The jumping jeans turned all of the pant-wearing wizards outside jump up and down uncontrollably, etc. Harry, Ron, and Hermione ran outside not to be hit with the joke items. However, Ron wasn't so lucky, because he was hit with the melting butter. Once they reached the outside, Ron started to melt. His cheeks flapped down to his shoulders. His lips started to melt down to his belly button. His arms were dripping and hanging on the floor, and in a few seconds, Ron was a puddle of colored liquid on the ground. Hermione pointed her wand at the Ron puddle and, Cinefactus solido. Ron suddenly rose out of the puddle. His red hair first, then his freckled face, his arms, and so on and so forth. Once Ron was solid, he coughed up some colored liquid and then wiped off some water on his face. "Thanks," Ron said to Hermione. "Don't mention it," Hermione giggled. "Hey, where'd Fred and George gone to? Beats me they might have apparated, they learned to this summer. Did they take the test? No. It was cancelled last summer, they'll take it on Christmas break. Well, they can't do it illegally. Well, they've got to practice it somehow. And besides, they've only done short distance traveling. So if they did apparate they're probably close by. Then let's go look for them," Hermione suggested, but as they began to walk, all of the teachers, and the Order of the Phoenix, Sirius still is a large black dog. "Students," Professor Dumbledore commanded, "any students not hit with the joke items, please go back to the school. Our trip will be cut short, sorry for the inconvenience." Hagrid and Professor Grant walked over to their flat stones, and Assisto Hogwarts. Both rocks rose into the air, and then went flying towards the school. The other students complained about having to go back to the school. However, they slowly levitated their rocks and went zooming back to Hogwarts. Neville still flew connected to Hermione in fear of becoming out of control. The trip was uneventful until Professor Grant spotted Malfoy, still out cold lying on the damp grass. He did a stopping spell on our rocks, turned a daisy into a stretcher, and had it levitating behind his rock. Once at Hogwarts, Draco was rushed to the hospital wing. He had a large and sufficient blow to the back of the head, and Harry and Ron went to the common room to try their new chocolates. "Which one should we try first?" Ron said as he poured his chocolate frogs on the floor. "Well, we'll have to save them 'cause we won't have another trip for 2 months. So let's try one of each, the chocolate crunch first." Unlike the regular pentagon-shaped chocolate frog box, the chocolate crunch ones were star-shaped and blue and yellow. "Open it on 3. Ron said as he held the star-shaped box in his hand. 1, 2, 3. Once they opened the box, 2 chocolate crunch frogs went flying out. They made a crunchy croaking noise, and then they jumped off the walls onto the couch. Both frogs gave a crunching croaking noise, and then jumped into the air. This was the highest jump Ron had ever seen a chocolate frog jump. They almost hit the ceiling, gave out a huge crunching croak, and then landed onto the floor lifeless. "That was awesome," Ron shouted as he ran towards his chocolate frog. "Let's do it again." "You guys are pathetic," Hermione spat, as she reached into her bag to get some hard candies. "Look who's talking, Mrs. Candy." Quote. "Humph," Hermione shouted as Ron and Harry stuffed their faces with more chocolate frogs. Later that day, after dinner, Harry went to bed to get some rest for the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw the next day. Luckily, Harry didn't get any nightmares. They had becoming less frequent lately. Harry woke up early and went downstairs to get a chocolate chip scone before the match. After he gobbled up his scone, he went to the locker room to prepare. After he changed, he took the frozen figures out of his backpack and placed them on the bench in front of him. After all of the Quidditch players and substitutes changed, they sat on the benches staring at the item that was covered with a sheet in front of them. "What is it?" George asked. "Better be a reward after all these extra practices we've been having," Fred said. "Wrong," Harry said, as he ripped the sheet off. Once the light blue sheet was pulled off, all of the players gasped. It was a miniature model of the Quidditch stadium, and in it were all of the Chudley Cannon action figures, only enchanted to look like the players on the Gryffindor team, and they were even wearing the Gryffindor robes. "Tucker Henderson is the Seeker." "What the?" Angelina exclaimed. Harry smiled and then took out his wand and had the entire Gryffindor team figures zoom around. "Follow these plays," Harry said as he moved his wand. Having the figures pass the quaffle, beat the beaters, block the shots, and catch the snitch. After Harry and his team discussed their plays, they walked onto the field. It was slightly chilly out, with a few dead leaves blowing in the air. "Now I want a clean game," Madame Hooch said as she threw the quaffle into the air. In seconds the broomsticks started to fly around. Rai slowly flew up into the air and then he spotted Cho, the Ravenclaw Seeker. They slowly flew next to each other, and in seconds they were side by side floating in the air. "Hi," Harry said. "Hi," Cho said. "I haven't seen you since the you know what." "Yeah, alright, look. Don't go easy on me, play you hardest. Whatever you say." And with saying that, Harry flew over near the stadiums, waved down to Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione and then searched for the snitch. Harry saw a glimpse of gold over Professor Snape's head. He was in the Slytherin High Riser. Harry saw that Cho had also spotted it and she was diving for it. Harry, on his firebolt, was faster than Cho, however, she had a head start. Snape saw the 2 Seekers flying directly at his head. He stood up shouting, but the Seekers wouldn't stop. They were going to slam into his head. When Harry and Cho were just a couple of feet away from Snape, he panicked and jumped off the high riser just in the nick of time. If Snape was a.s. econned later, he would have 2 broomsticks sticking into his face. Harry and Cho would have also collided if the snitch didn't head right up. Cho and Harry were inches away from each other, heading straight up in the air. "You're good," Harry grumbled as started to go faster. "Not so bad yourself," Cho smiled as she too went faster towards the snitch. The snitch, however, did not change its course. It still went straight up in the air, only much faster than before. "This is odd," Harry thought. "The snitch never goes this high." They went higher and higher until they went above the clouds, where the air was thin. And below them was the Quidditch field that looked no bigger than an ant, and a castle that looked no bigger than a small beetle. They went higher and higher. Harry had to gasp and stop for breath. However, Cho still kept on going higher. Harry tried to shout for her, but he felt lightheaded and dizzy. Cho stuck her arm out, grabbed the snitch, and took a breath. The lack of oxygen hit her like a speeding train. She became lifeless and fell off her broom. No! Harry shouted as he sped after the falling Cho. The only thing Harry remembered from his old school was that any objects, no matter the size or weight, will fall at the same speed, but this was the wizard world. Nothing has scientific rules when you're a wizard. Harry dove down faster than Cho was falling, and he stowed right under her unconscious falling body. Harry sat with his arms open and Cho fell right into them. Harry quickly flew down to get Cho to Madame Pomfrey, and when they were about halfway down he felt her wake up. Harry looked at her and smiled, and whispered, "You won." Cho looked at the golden snitch in her hand and then frowned. Harry didn't notice this because he was flying right towards Madame Pomfrey, who was in her medical tent. Once Harry landed, Madame Pomfrey ran right up to her, and led her to the tent. Cho smiled at Harry, showing her beautiful white teeth, waved and then walked into the tent. Harry felt a slight vibration in his robe pocket and then the golden snitch popped out and fluttered in front of his face. "You caught it!" Fred exclaimed. No, I didn't. It was Cho." But nobody heard him because he was lifted into the air by the rest of his teammates. Harry tried to tell them that it was Cho who caught the golden snitch, but they wouldn't listen. Later that day, they were partying their win in the common room, but Harry couldn't enjoy himself, because he knew that Cho was the one who caught the snitch. Harry tried numerous times to escape and find Cho, but Colin or somebody always stopped him. Harry hadn't told anybody about Cho, but Hermione spotted his discomfort, and helped him escape even though she hadn't the slightest idea why he wanted to escape. Harry gave her a thank you and ran down the corridor before Dennis or somebody else could stop him. He first went to the hospital wing, but Madame Pomfrey said she left a half an hour ago. Harry walked around the corridors trying to find when he bumped into Cho's friend Lana. Lana was a Muggle girl from Hawaii, America. She had thick black hair, and beautiful almond eyes. "Lana," Harry exclaimed, "do you know where Cho is?" Lana said, thinking, "You'd better come with me." Harry nodded and followed. They walked down the hallway, past the charms class, when they reached a portrait of an old woman on a rocking chair. In the middle of the night, with a full moon in the sky. "Cover your ears," Lana said to Harry. "Why? You can't hear the password." "Now cover your ears." Harry did as he was told, and covered his ears. Even though he couldn't hear, he saw that the old woman was arguing with Lana that a Gryffindor couldn't enter, but after a while, she let them both in. Harry's been in the Gryffindor common room, bright red, warm fire and cozy, and in the Slytherin common room, dark, cold, stone walls, and a dark aurora floating around. However, the Ravenclaw common room was nothing like any common rooms he'd seen yet. For one thing, it was all blue and silver. There were midnight blue plush carpets, and silver chairs, tables, chairs, and silver picture frames with pictures of ravens flying through the dark. The light, the snow, the rain, and the hail. In the middle of the room was a glass and silver coffee table with a silver raven on it that would move its head to side, and sometimes even caw. The wallpaper was midnight blue with ravens and stars slowly moving around. All of the students in the room stared at Harry with a look that said, "What is a Gryffindor doing in here?" "She's up the staircase over there," Lana said, pointing to a metal staircase behind a silver-stitched couch. Harry walked up the black metal staircase, his feet making banging noises as they went up. Once on top of the stairs, Harry saw a large wooden door, and pushed it open. Inside there was a large room with 5 silver-painted wood beds, with navy blue velvet drapes, and velvet blue blankets. For each bed, there was a silver dresser and a silver mirror above it. In the far back, Cho was sitting on one of the blue and silver beds. "Harry," Cho said as he gestured for him to sit next to her, "we need to talk." "Why'd you do that?" Harry asked Cho as he sat down on the velvet blanket. "Do what?" Cho said innocently. "You caught the snitch, not me." "Oh, about that," Cho giggled, "you deserved it." "What are you talking about? You were brave enough to go that high. You were the one who caught the snitch." "Brave enough? You mean stupid enough." "I was stupid enough to go that high, and if you weren't there, I'd probably have died." "Thank you. But why'd you give me the snitch?" "Like I said before, you deserved it, and I was thanking you." "You could have just said thank you." Cho. Harry said nervously, will you go to the Halloween dance with me? Harry knew it wasn't the right time or anything, but he feared if he didn't ask then it never would have happened. Harry looked into Cho's dark eyes. I saw a lone tear fall down. She put on a grimace and tried to smile, but Harry knew that's not what she wanted to do. I can't, Cho half whispered, I'm sorry. I understand, Harry crooned. But the truth was he didn't fully understand. He suspected it was Cedric but he wasn't sure. It's Cedric, Cho half whispered as she wiped away a tear. Now Harry knew for sure. He hadn't even thought that she'd still not be over his death. How insensitive. What happened? Cho softly asked as she pulled herself into Harry's arms. How'd he die? Harry was about to leave not mention Cedric or his death ever again, but Cho wanted to hear. It was hard for Harry to talk about it to anybody, but he knew he had to. Do you want me to tell you everything, or just when we touch the portkey? Start at the third task, please. Sure, Harry said as he rested his head on Cho's shoulder, but if you want to hear everything I have to do a little summary of what happened before the third task. Great. Alright, it all started at the first task when Hagrid showed me the dragons. I instantly knew that the other headmasters had told their students, but Cedric still didn't know. So, when I saw him in the hallway I did a spell to break his book bag, so he could be alone. When I went up to him to help him I told him it was dragons. That was very noble of you. Thank you. So then, at the second task we got the egg. I still hadn't figured it out, and when I bumped into Cedric he told me to take a bath with the egg. He said to use the prefect's bathroom, so I could have some privacy. That was very noble of him. Well, Mad-Eye Moody told him, he knew he was noble and that he would tell me. I'm confused. Just wait. So anyway, I found out that it was Merpio. PLE and that they would take what we most care about. As you know, well I hope you know, you were taken by the mermaids and so was Ron, Hermione, and Fleur's sister. Well you know the outcome of that, so let's get to the third task. Please. Alright, I don't remember much, but I'll try my best. Couldn't ask for anything more. Alright, so Cedric and I ran ahead because we had extra time. He went left, I went right. At first I didn't come up to any obstacles, I just had to find the right way. That is, I met up with a sphinx. She gave me a riddle and I got it correctly, so I passed. After I ran away, I heard Fleur scream. I burnt a hole through the hedge and ran towards her. Cedric also did the same thing. When we got there we saw she was hit with stupefy, or something, and we guessed it was Crumb because it wasn't either of us. We shot up red sparks and then kept on going. When we started to walk away, Crumb hit Cedric with the torture curse, and I hit him with stupefy. We split up ONC. Again and we met up at the cup where Cedric was having problems with the blast and scret. It injured my leg, but I knocked it out for a moment when I hit its stomach. I hit it with a disarming spell and it went flying. I thought about running for the cup, but I wouldn't have made it because of my leg. Cedric insisted that I take it because I saved him. I said no, it was his, he could outrun me with my leg. So we agreed to take it at the same time, so we could both win. We walked to the cup and at the same time we grabbed it. Are you ready for what comes next? Yes, Cho said weakly, but then she said more proudly, yes. I'm ready. It was incredibly hard for Cho to hear what happened, but it was even harder for Harry to say it. Okay. Well, when we touched the cup we immediately found out it was a portkey. We were immediately transported to a misty graveyard next to some house. My bad leg gave in and I fell to the ground. When Cedric helped me up, I saw a man walking through the mist, holding what looked like a bundle of robes. Then we heard a voice from the bundle of robes saying, "Kill the spare," and then the man carrying the bundle of robes shouted the killing curse at Cedric. I didn't see it, but I heard him land next to me on the ground. Harry quickly told the rest of the story, without much detail because he saw how upset Cho was. Thank you, Cho said after Harry finished telling what happened. Cho slowly pulled herself out of Harry's arm and sat against the wall. Sorry, I'm not going to the dance with you. No, don't be. Harry said as he also got off the bed. I'll see you in class tomorrow. See you, and with saying that Harry walked out of the Ravenclaw's girl common room and closed the door behind him. This time when Harry walked down the stairs, he didn't get looks of question or disgust, he got looks of sorrow and sadness. Harry slowly and sadly clanked down the metal stairs, looked down as he went. Harry gave a goodbye look to Lana and then stepped out the portrait. Harry sluggishly walked down the corridor, and sighed. Harry was looking down as he walked, and he accidentally bumped into Dumbledore. "Oh, sorry Professor Dumbledore. Don't mention it." Dumbledore smiled. "Now Harry, I was hoping I would bump into you. We're the Order of the Phoenix having a meeting and I was hoping you'd join." Sure," Harry said. When they were in Dumbledore's office they took the front entrance this time. Harry saw that Sirius and all of the other members of the Order of the Phoenix. "Now Harry, as you know we are having some Aurors coming to patrol the school, to protect you and the other students from Voldemort. But who to fight Voldemort better than the true-born fighters of Voldemort? You guys, you mean? Yes. But as you know together we can fight Voldemort. Now we don't have all of our members, but all of us plus the Aurors should do a sufficient job. The only problem is a big black dog won't do us any good. And Sirius can't change into his human form around other people or they'd lock him up in seconds. Oh wait, this is kind of off the subject, but where are they keeping the dark wizards they've caught? They've made a temporarily cell in the Ministry guarded by goblins, jail elves, and a few other creatures. Anyway, so we were thinking of giving Sirius some polyjuice potion, and he can be in that form whenever he wants. So nobody will think he's a mass murderer. Sounds good, but who is he going to be? Well, we've thought about that, and since he can't be somebody knows, we've picked out 3 muggles from across the area. But if he's a muggle, then can't he not do magic? No, he only has the body of some random muggle, he still has the magic and mind of Sirius. We've narrowed it down to 3 muggles. And he's your uncle, so I think you should choose what he's going to look like for a while. Me. Harry gulped. Dumbledore smiled and then handed he 3 parchment of paper, each with a photo paper clipped on. Harry first looked at the 3 pictures. They were wizard photos, so the people in the picture would move. Harry looked at the first one, a tall dark man with dreadlocks who was reading the paper. He stared at that picture and then looked at the next one, a short chubby man with hazel eyes and brown hair that was pulled back in a braid. Harry put the T1 down and then looked at the last and finial one, an average tall man, with dirty blonde hair that was spiked up. Harry felt like one of those people on the dating game TV shows. He didn't really mind what his godfather looked like. It wasn't his body, so he just chose the one in his hand. How about this one? Harry said as he handed the 3rd picture of the man sitting on a bench to Dumbledore. Great choice. Found him knocked out in the woods. He was camping with friends and hit a tree. The friends didn't notice him, thought they went ahead without him. So I took all of his hair, pocketed it, gave him a potion to grow his hair back, and then gave him another potion to wake him up, and he was on his way. Dumbledore handed the picture to Sirius so he could see who he was going to be. And then pulled out a wooden box from inside his drawer. This is the Mont's hair. I have asked Servius to make a large supply of long-lasting polyjuice potion, so you'll only have to drink it every 3 hours, not every hour. Sounds great, Sirius said, as Snape walked in. Snape gave Sirius a disgusted look and then handed him the bottle of polyjuice potion. Thank you, Mr. Snape, that will be all. Snape gave Sirius an evil grin and then walked out the door. Don't drink it, Harry thought, he probably poisoned it. Sirius stuck his glass out as if he was cheering to us, and then gobbled the thing down. His face turned green and he looked as if he were about to throw up. His skin started to bubble and bumps would wiggle all around his body. He grew taller, his thin and scrawny stomach became full and showed proud muscles. His eyes turned dark hazelnut brown. Sirius held up his hands and saw them grow. His hair shortened and changed colors, and with a sound like a drop of water hitting the ground. Only 50 times louder. Sirius was completely changed and he didn't look like the godfather Harry was used to. Well, that was an awful feeling, Sirius said as he ran to the mirror, but I look great. Look at these muscles, Sirius said as he flexed in the mirror. Harry laughed and then ran up to hug his new-bodied godfather. Now I can walk around on 2 legs again. Thank you, Harry, you may go, Dumbledore smiled. All right, see you later, Sirius. And with saying that, Harry walked out of Dumbledore's office. Harry ran to the common room to tell them the good news. Luckily the party was over, and when Harry walked in, the only people in the room was Ron, Hermione, and all of the Northern Ice Gemettas. Harry told Hermione and Ron about what happened at the Quidditch up to the following evening. After Harry finished telling them, he went up to his bed to relax after a long tiring day. The next day Harry went to Quidditch early in the morning so he could congratulate his team he forgot to yesterday. Once Harry got to the field, he saw Professor Flitwick waving his wand at the ground. "What ya doin'?" Harry asked as he walked towards his charms professor. "Making a staircase so I can get Cho Chang's broom." Skalite. A blast of black smoke shot out of his wand, and little white orbs floated out of his wand and made a circle on the floor. The ground started to rumble and groan. The white orbs turned into a black metal ring, and it started to grow. The ring rose and Harry saw that it was a black metal spiral case, just like the one in the Ravenclaw homeroom. The staircase started to grow, taller, and taller, and taller, until it went through the clouds. "Would you care to accompany me to get her broom?" Professor Flitwick asked. "Sure," Harry said as he followed Professor Flitwick onto the staircase. Why not? Once Harry stepped onto the staircase, it started to move, like the one to Professor Dumbledore's office. The staircase started to go faster, and faster. Until when they were about up to the clouds, when Flitwick stopped the staircase, and talked to Harry. "As you know, there's not a lot of oxygen up there so I'm going to do a breather charm to you, okay?" "Certainly," Harry said as Flitwick took out his wand and, Aspiro Bulla. Harry felt a squishy feeling at his neck, and then a clear bubble rose around his head like the one Cedric used at the second task. Once the bubble covered his head completely, he took a breath, and it was the cleanest oxygen Harry has ever breathed in. Harry watched Flitwick, who also had the bubble over his face, make the staircase start moving again. A few seconds later Harry and Professor Flitwick reached the top of the staircase. At the top of the staircase was a circular platform about 7 feet all around. A few feet above the platform was Cho Chang's broomstick hovering in the breeze. Flitwick jumped up, grabbed the broom, and then smiled from inside his bubble. They stepped onto the platform and started to walk down. When Flitwick jumped onto the broom and soared off, Harry gave him a puzzled look saying, "You get to fly down and I have to walk down." Flitwick smiled, then took out his wand and had a gray orb fly towards the staircase. The stairs collapsed on each other forming a swirly slide. Harry lost his balance when the stairs turned into a slide and started sliding down. His uncle and aunt never took him to an amusement park with huge slides, but he thought that's exactly what it would be like. "Wahoo!" Harry hollered as he slid down. Once Harry got off the slide, Professor Flitwick undid his bubble and told him to look out. "What?" Harry asked, wondering why Flitwick told him to look out. However, Harry got his answer, because with a large creaking noise all of the metal formed the staircase broke apart and started falling to the ground. Harry looked up, and it looked as if it were a giant black metal cloud, raining pieces of black metal. Harry knew he didn't have time to run, so he crouched down on the ground and covered his face. Harry suspected that the metal would crash onto his back, but whenever any of the metal shards came close they disappeared into a puff of black smoke. "Well," Harry said nervously, "that was exciting. So where did you learn to fly?" "I used to be a chaser on the Ravenclaw team, my small size made me unbeatable. Anyhow, I'm going to go return this broomstick to Mrs. Chong." With saying that Flitwick zoomed towards the castle on Chang's broom. Days went by and Harry felt too guilty to ask anybody else to the dance. The day after the Quidditch match Ron asked Hermione to the dance. Surprise. Not. Right after Ron asked her, Hermione pulled a book of costume ideas out of her bag. It was a costume dance after all. Hermione quite liked the idea of being Romeo and Juliet, however Ron also quite liked the idea of being players from the newly formed Chudley Cannons, who are now 5th in the league. After a while of bickering, they made the perfect costume, but they said it was a secret and you'll see it at the dance. Even though Harry hadn't asked anybody, he still needed a costume. He was too embarrassed to have anybody see him alone, so he asked Hermione to help him with a costume that nobody would recognize him in. Hermione got the idea at potions class when she was staring at the cell to Snape's private potion class. Hermione quickly passed Harry the idea on a parchment of paper. "Harry, I have the best idea for your project. Remember how you said how you didn't want anybody to recognize you at the dance?" "Yes. Well, anyway, when I was staring at Snape's secret passage to his secret stash, I thought of it. Polyjuice potion. I remember seeing it when we went in there, so why don't we get it and make you a costume?" You can be some famous wizard or something. Anyway, after Snape dismisses us, I'll meet you at the cell to Snape's stash. Hermione. After Harry finished reading the note, Snape gave him a glare. Harry quickly threw the note into his potion of hair-growing solution to dispose of the evidence. Snape saw this, smiled, and then got back to picking on Neville. After the students finished, Snape started talking. Now we are going to mix all of the potions together in this big cauldron in the middle of the room. So many students are putting potions in their hair for various reasons. And almost all of them end up losing their hair, because of bad potion making. After all of the students poured their potion into the large cauldron, Snape said, "Now I am going to need a volunteer. How about him?" Hermione Granger. After Hermione walked up to the middle of the room, Snape smiled at Harry and then said, "Now if any wrong item was placed into this potion, even just a small scrap of parchment will do. Will make poor Hermione's hair fall out. However, if all things go correctly, Hermione bushy hair will grow into beautiful curls down to her waist." Snape then grinned at Harry and began talking to the rest of the class. That's when Harry spotted it. The note he dropped into the cauldron was sticking out at the top, under all of the goop and slime. "Accio," Harry muttered under his breath. The piece of parchment came sliding out of the potion, and into Harry's hands. Harry looked at Hermione, who was excited about having her bushy and unmanageable hair turned smooth and beautiful. Snape gave Harry a look saying, "Ha ha. Thanks to you that stupid mudblood's hair's going to fall out and it's all your fault." Harry gave a laugh and then mouthed, "Thank you. SN." Ape gave him a look of confusion and then poured the green liquid onto Hermione's hair. At first, Harry was unsure that taking out the note did the trick, because her hair smoked and sizzled, but then it turned glossy. Grew down to her waist, and it was, well, beautiful. All of the other girls in the room, ohhhed, and odd, and some of the boys even did that flirt whistle. Harry saw Snape's face grow bright red, as Hermione ran her new beautiful hair through her fingers. "You," Snape said as he pointed an ugly bony finger at Harry. "What?" Harry said innocently. Snape's face cooled down and then he smiled and said, "I have some terrific news and some dreadful news. Always the bad news first, so here it goes. Now I will unfortunately not be here starting on Halloween, and I will be having Fleur Delacour fill in for me." Harry saw many students silently say, "Yes," under their breath, and Neville gave out a huge sigh of relief. "If that's the bad news, I can't wait to hear the good news," Ron muttered to himself. "Now," Snape smiled, "the good news. Because you are all stupid little kids who are behind in potions, I am having my prized students join to the class to tutor you. Well, actually, I am having the Ravenclaws work with the Hufflepuffs for now on, and the Slytherins work with the Gryffindors, who are the most behind out of any class I've ever taught." "What?" chose CH. Aang said outraged. She quite enjoyed working with the Gryffindors. We just did that hair potion perfectly. 30 points from Ravenclaw, and 40 from Gryffindor. Snape hissed. "Why?" Ron shouted even more outraged than before. "Why'd we get points taken off?" Ron in a fit of anger threw a handful of that hair-growing solution he was bottling at Snape. The potion hit him dead on the side of his face. His eyebrow and eyelashes grew down to his chin, and on that half of his face, a long black beard grew to his chest. 50 points from Gryffindor. Class dismissed, and Ron, you have detention with me for the rest of the week. And when I'm gone you'll have it with Filch for another 3 weeks. Snape then stormed off and the students ran out giggling. Hermione and Harry, however, stayed back to get the ingredients. When they stepped into the dungeon, then metal bars closed and they began to rise like an elevator. Once they were up, Harry saw all of the potion ingredients and already made potions in Snape's secret stash. "Over there," Hermione said, pointing to a huge bottle labeled, Polyjuice Potion. Hermione took a small flask from her pocket and filled it up with the potion. They were about to walk out when something caught Hermione's attention, a small wooden shelf with humanoid parts. "I was thinking of having you turn into Merlin or somebody, but look. You can turn into like a centaur or something." Hermione, "You saw what happened when you turned into a cat in our 3rd year. Yes, but you can use Polyjuice Potion to turn somebody into a humanoid if you add Mist Glowside." "Really?" Harry asked. "Yeah, but look. Snape's all out of Mist Glowside," Harry said as he pointed to an empty bottle labeled, Mist Glowside. "Oh, I already have some of that. Hermione said as she searched the shelf. Hermione. That stuff's lethal, it can be poisonous. Oh yeah well, anyway what should you become? Hermione said changing the subject. How about a gorgon? No, don't want to turn people to stone. How about a sirens? They're half people half birds. Or maybe a nymph. They have beautiful voices used to lower people to their death. Or a minotaur or a centaur. Look Hermione, you're getting carried away. Here I'll just be a cyclops. Ah, great choice. Hermione shouted gleefully. Later that day they were getting ready for the dance. Harry and Hermione prepared the Polypo-tion by adding mist glowside in the Cyclops' eyelash, and then Hermione ran up to get ready. Harry decided to drink the potion after he got out of the portrait hole in fear of not being able to get through. Harry sat there a while waiting, when Ron and Hermione walked down. They had made an agreement for their costume. They were Romeo and Juliet Chudley Cannon players. They were wearing what looked like Romeo and Juliet outfits, only they were bright orange and it had the Chudley Cannon symbol, a orange cannon with bright orange flames gliding all over the outfits, and yes, Ron had to wear tights. Ready to go? Ron asked as they began to walk towards the door. Harry nodded and they then walked out the door. Once Harry stepped out of the portrait hole, he took a large whiff of the polyjuice potion. This stuff tasted even worse than Harry remembered. It was a cross between rancid milk, moldy cabbage, beetle wings. Don't ask how Harry knew what beetle wings taste like, and mud. Harry almost regurgitated the liquid when he felt his skin start to boil. His arms grew, well actually, his entire body grew. He felt his hair go back into his scalp, he felt his eyes grow together making one big eye. And he saw his weak arms grow into gigantic arms with bulging muscles and veins. Harry let out a loud Cyclops roar, as the transformation was complete. Oh my God! Hermione panted as she saw Harry's finial transformation. I'm brilliant. Sure. Ron snorted. You make his costume the best ever, and our costume a pair of orange tights. Ron, you wanted the orange tights. Oh yeah, Ron said as he blushed. Harry stood up straight and he bumped the ceiling. He was at least 20 feet tall. Harry looked at his rugged Cyclops clothing that Hermione had given him, and then he poked his finger into his one eye. Ah! Harry roared as he clenched his eye with his fist. My eye. Harry, your voice. Hermione squeaked. What about it? It changed. Duh. It changed last year, that's when I became a man. No, I mean it's a Cyclops voice. When you drink polyjuice potion your voice usually doesn't change, but I guess when you change into a humanoid it does. You're right, Harry said as he listened to his voice. I am a Cyclops. When Harry walked into the Great Hall, which was decorated in floating jack-o'-lanterns, and the 4 long tables had been replaced with dozens of small round tables with a jack-o'-lantern in the middle, and a tablecloth made of stitched together golden red leaves. Every face stared at a giant Cyclops. A few screamed but others were too stunned to say anything. That's when Dumbledore smiled and said, "Excellent costume. 5 stars. Harry, as a Cyclops, waved and then roared a huge long, thank you. First we eat, then we dance, then the award ceremony, then the last dance. So students and Cyclops, get into your seats." Harry went over to one of the round tables with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and his date Mildred, a 4th-year Hufflepuff student. Because Harry was so large he had to sit on the floor under the table. After Harry squeezed under the table next to Ron and Neville, who still believed that the Cyclops escaped from some prison. In real as a monster, not Harry. Harry saw Hagrid coming up to congratulate Harry on his costume. He had already figured it out, it was him. Excellent. Hagrid said. Harry, gonna win first place for der costume. Thank you. Harry whispered, even though a Cyclops whisper is as loud as a fairy scream, but please don't tell anybody it's me. Hagrid smiled and then gave Harry a large hug. Harry held Hagrid in his arms and then lifted him into the air as if he were a sack of flour. Hagrid laughed and then ran to the teacher's table. They talked for a while when their goblets and plates filled with butter, beer and candy and some real food. Ron started wolfing down the food as a pack of wild hippogriffs, and Harry, with a Cyclops appetite, did just the same. They ate and talked for a while until the light dimmed and people stepped onto the dance floor. Harry sat in silence watching the couples dance, and judged other people's costumes. He quite liked Fred and George and their dates that dressed up as Dumbledore. Mungonagle, Snape, and Madame Pomfrey, Fred and George as Mungonagle and Madame Pomfrey. Harry saw a few other students sitting at their table. They hadn't gotten dates when he spotted Ginny. He smiled, and then gave her a wave. She smiled since she knew the scary Cyclops was the man she had a crush on, and then waved back. Harry sighed and then Sirius, in his muggle form, and Lupin came walking up to him. "Where's your date?" Sirius asked. "Oh, doesn't matter, do you like my costume?" Harry stared at Sirius's outfit and laughed. He dressed up like a big black dog. He wore all black, a headband with fake dog ears, and a fake tail pinned onto the back of his pants. Very original. Harry laughed and then looked at Lupin's outfit, which had a similar outfit as Sirius. Only he looked more like a werewolf. "Wanted to be something different, and unlike me," Lupin winked. Sirius, who saw that Harry was lonely, invited him to sit at his table for a while. When Harry walked to Sirius's table, he saw that Sirius, Lupin, Elena, who dressed up like a vampire, Arabella, who dressed up like a hag, and Mr. Grant, who dressed up as a box, were also sitting there. All the teachers said how much they love his costume, and then Harry asked Elena. "Ms. Leonissa, where's your sister?" "Oh, she's Elena said that as she bit her lower lip. Harry noticed she did that when she becomes nervous. "She's sick." "Yes, that's it, she's gotten ill." "Oh well, I wish her best wishes." "Thank you." After a round of butterbeer, well for Harry he actually had to Dr. Inc. 14 bottles of butterbeer to match up with his size. Harry went back to his seat. On the way to his seat he saw Aline Leonissa walk through the Great Hall doors. "I thought you were ill." Harry asked Ms. Leonissa, who wasn't wearing a costume. "Why would I be ill?" Aline laughed. "Your sister told me you were," Harry said as he turned around and pointed to Elena Leonissa. However, when Harry turned back around, Aline wasn't there. Harry didn't think twice of it and went back to his seat. The dancing went on for a while and Harry just sat there until the award ceremony started. "Students, we are about to have an award ceremony for the best dressed, most original costume, best costume, etc., and there will be prizes," Dumbledore said as he made 15 trophies appear in front of him. "We will start with best dance. And that goes to Seamus Finnegan." Seamus walked up to the table and received his award, 25 sickles to Honeydukes. Loudest costume goes to Jerome Desmond. Harry thought he deserved that costume considering the fact that he dressed up like a giant muggle foghorn. Cutest couple, Malfoy and Pansy. Malfoy, with his new cold gray eye grown in, and Pansy, who reminded Harry of Dudley, walked up to collect his trophy. This went on for a while until now for the 3 most important awards. The first is for the most original costume. The prize is a brand new Nimbus 2000 is Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley. Everybody clapped as Ron walked up to collect his prize. Hermione of course had given it to him. And now for the second most important prize, the most funniest. And it goes to Fred and George Weasley. They each win a sweet tooth glove. Fred and George ran up to the platform to collect their sweet tooth glove that turned anything to chocolate when you touch it with the glove on. Fred and George put the white glove on, Fred on his left hand and George on his right, and then gave each other a high five. They both turned into chocolate statues instantly. After Dumbledore stopped laughing, he sent the twins to the hospital wing with his wand. And now for the moment we've all been waiting for. The winner of the overall best costume is. A drum roll filled the Great Hall, the Cyclops. Quote, Harry slowly walked up, crashing into the tables as he went and walked onto the platform. Harry was afraid the platform would break when he stepped up to Dumbledore to get his award and prize. Harry collected his magic hand mirror. Now, Dumbledore smiled, let's find out who this Cyclops really is, Denudo. Harry banged his hand against his chest as he let out one huge large Cyclops roar. The roar filled the Great Hall, almost popping everybody's eardrum and breaking all the windows. The large Cyclops soon turned into small Harry Potter with a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Harry Potter, congratulations! Dumbledore shouted as he handed Harry his magic mirror. Harry, who was embarrassed, slowly walked back to his seat and mindlessly stared into space. When he swore he saw Ginny pointing her wand at him. Harry didn't look twice, because a second later his entire mouth went dry and he ran to sip his goblet of butterbeer. Harry ran as fast as he could towards his goblet. And he saw that Ginny was sitting in his seat holding an empty flask in hand. When Harry grabbed his goblet, Ginny ran away. As Harry poured what he thought was, butter beer down his throat. He had this odd sensation. His tongue went numb, he hiccuped and a heart-shaped bubble came out of his mouth, and everything turned into a red blur. Everything swished and swayed except for Ginny Weasley. Harry stared at her and never noticed how beautiful she was. Her orange curls swayed in the breeze, her skin so smooth, and her red lips so perfect. In almost slow motion Ginny swung her head around. Her hair wished behind her head, and Harry saw her beautiful hazelnut brown eyes. That's when it hit Harry. He loved Ginny. The memory of when he rescued her his second year, the dream. In the morning this year at the Weasleys when she woke him up in worry, when they rode on the broomstick together and every other time he ever saw her. Harry walked onto the Swiss H of color towards the what looked like Avila Ginny. It felt as if Harry were walking on air as he slowly glided towards Ginny. He loved her. He needed her. As Harry came up to Ginny all he could think of saying is, "I love you," but when he walked towards the most wonderful thing Harry had ever seen he thought better of it and asked, "Would you like to dance?" Ginny fluttered her beautiful eyelashes and said a simple, "Yes." Harry romantically put his hand out and they walked onto the dance floor. Before Harry couldn't hear anything except for Ginny, but now a sweet soft melody filled his ears. Everything else came back into sight too. Except little red hearts floated around the jack-o'-lanterns that were hovering at the ceiling, and Harry also saw that nobody else saw. Little cupids floating around shooting arrows, and Harry and Ginny. The two embraced into each other's arms and started to slow dance. They were so close Harry could feel her warmth going into him. He pulled her closer into his arms, any closer and she'd be squished, and he could feel her heart beat. They danced for a while, Harry's arms around her back, and Ginny's head on Harry's shoulder humming along to the song. This was the greatest thing Harry could ever imagine, Ginny in his arms. Harry wished this moment would last forever, but when the song ended Ginny pulled herself out of Harry's arm. Gave him a kiss on the cheek and then ran to her friends. "No," Harry thought as he stared at Ginny, come back, come back." Harry put his hand to his tingling cheek and said, "I'll never wash this cheek ever again." Harry went to bed that night a little dazed, thinking of nothing but Ginny. "Oh, she's so beautiful, I love her," Harry thought as he brushed his teeth. "I must find her, I must see her." After Harry brushed his teeth, he looked into the mirror and noticed that instead of black pupils he had little red hearts. Harry didn't think twice about it and walked up to bed. Harry sighed and then fell backwards onto his bed. "Thanks, Harry," Ron said as he also went into his bed. "For what?" Harry said lightly. "For dancing with Ginny. Anytime, Harry sighed as he daydreamed. About dancing with Ginny one more time. The daydream soon turned into a regular dream as he fell into a deep slumber. The dreams were consistent until 3 o'clock in the morning when Harry woke up with an awful headache. His scar didn't hurt but his entire head and face felt as if it were stomped on by a dragon. Harry put his hands to his throbbing burning forehead and then walked downstairs to the common room. As Harry walked down the stairs, he had a queasy feeling in his stomach, as if he were about to throw up. Harry grabbed his stomach and then he became very dizzy and passed out on the stairs. Bump, bump, bump. Harry rolled down the stairs unconscious and landed on the red carpet in front of the fire. Harry lay there for a while groaning when a spark from the fire landed on his pajamas and lit fire. "Ah!" Harry screamed, as he woke up and extinguished the fire on his pajamas. After Harry got control, he got sick again, and threw up in the fire and then passed out. Harry lay there for a while until he heard voices around him. "Is he dead?" "No, I don't think so." "Let me look." "Hold on." Harry stirred, moaned and then opened his eyes. At first, he saw two blurry figures standing above him spinning around. One of the figures opened his mouth and poured a clear liquid down his mouth. Suddenly Harry's vision came back and he sat up. "Hermione, Ginny." Harry screamed as he saw Hermione and Ginny standing over him. "Feeling better?" Hermione asked as she helped him onto a couch. "Yes, but why was I sick in the first place, and what is Gin?" "Ginny, what did you do to me?" Harry shouted as he began to remember what happened last night. "You put a spell upon me and then fed me poison." "Well, I've got to go," Hermione said nervously and then ran upstairs. Harry," Ginny said as she bit her bottom lip. "I'm sorry." Ginny began to wail, "It's all my fault. T no you, D get sick. Shish, Harry said to calm Ginny down. What's the matter, what are you talking about? Ginny began to sob more and she collapsed into Harry's arms. It was a love potion, Ginny said softly as she buried herself into Harry's arms. That's when it hit him. The spell, a dehydrate. On charm so he'd drink the potion that Ginny put in his drink. That's why he saw the cupids and the hearts. That's why Harry was pulled to her. And the side effects. And that's why Ginny had the book, and why they were talking. And why Hermione had the mist glow side. Why? Was the only thing Harry could think to say. I loved you, Harry. It was a small dose, I only wanted one dance. You should Avenue asked. I would have gladly danced with you. I'm sorry. Ginny wailed. Hermione and I were talking and we just thought of it. I'm so sorry. Harry didn't know what to say. It's okay, well it actually wasn't. Ginny fed him an illegal potion. No, it's not. Ginny said as he pulled herself out of Harry's arms. I have to go, Ginny said and then ran up the stairs. Harry didn't stop her, because he too needed to think. He thought about everything. Should he be mad at her? He remembered all of the times he's met her, all of the memories the love potion brought to him. Then he realized it. He knew it all along but the love potion made him realize it. He liked Ginny back. What to do, what to say. That's when Harry realized it was like 3:30 in the morning. He was tired, so he lay back and fell asleep on the couch. This way, Harry, Ginny said softly as they ran up a stone hill. Harry wiped his head, it was dripping with sweat. It was like 1,000,000 degrees out. Ginny started to run faster and faster. And Harry struggled to keep up. Come on, Harry. Ginny yelled far ahead of him. Harry panted and then ran to meet up with Ginny. Once Harry got to the top, the heat increased uncontrollably. And Harry realized he was standing at the top of an active volcano. Across the boiling pit of lava was a rickety old wooden bridge with Ginny standing in the middle of it. Come on, Harry, Ginny giggled. Ginny, get off of there. It's dangerous, Harry screamed. However, Ginny wouldn't move. Harry gulped and then slowly put one foot on the bridge. Once Harry stepped on the wooden plank, it burst into flames. All of the other planks on either side of Ginny burst into flames, except for the one she was standing on. Help me, Ginny screamed. Harry gulped, stepped back, and then prepared to jump. He ran forward and jumped as far as he could over the boiling pit of lava. The jump was too far, he couldn't make it. Harry barely made it, except he managed to get his fingertips on the edge of the plank Ginny was standing on. Harry felt the rubber of the bottom of his shoes start to melt. Ginny, help! Harry screamed as his fingers began to sweat and begin to slip. Please, Ginny. Why would I do something like that? Ginny cackled and then turned into an old witch with green skin, and a large red wart on her crooked nose. Ah ha ha! The Ginny witch cackled and then stomped on Harry's fingers. Harry screamed in pain, lost grip and fell into the boiling pit of lava. Harry suddenly shot awake and saw Hermione sitting next to him. Need some Ghibli potion? Hermione asked softly. No, Harry said as he cooled off. Don't be mad at Ginny, Hermione said. Harry remembered what he figured out this morning, he liked her. The next few days went by without anything interesting happening. Ginny avoided Harry whenever he tried to talk to her. Also, Snape had gone, Harry's suspect spying on Voldemort, and Hagrid has gone up to the north with Madame Maxime to get some giants on our side. Come on, let's go, Ron said as he stuffed his breakfast into his mouth. Since when have you been excited about going to potions? Harry asked. Oh, he just wants to see Fleur, Hermione giggled. Do not, Ron protested, and then became very red in the face. Just then, all of the owls came swooping into the dining hall with mail. Hedwig flew towards Harry with his Quidditch magazine in her talons. Look, Ron got a letter from his dad, Hermione said with glee as she read over Ron's shoulders. What does it say? Harry asked as he put his magazine in his bag so he could read it later. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Hope you're doing okay. Let's see. Oh, it says that they've made a temporary jail at the Ministry, with goblins, cave elves, and other creatures guarding it. And that they're almost done with that potion to bring Wormtail to them using his blood. And a bunch of other stuff. It says my dad's suspicious of Ms. Lestrange. He says she's secretive and she's not doing much work. He says he doesn't know why Fudge hired her, because he says she doesn't do much work. Oh, Hermione said as she read the Daily Prophet. Let me guess, Ron said slowly, the chest that H.L. the Azkaban guards that have had the kiss put upon them has been opened. How'd you guess? Well, I knew it would get worse. Don't know which member of the ministry helped opened it though. Harry sighed and then said, come on, let's go to potion class, and hopefully Fleur doesn't like the Slytherins. Once they stepped into the classroom, they had all of the Slytherins smirk at them, and then Fleur smile at them. Many of the boys, even the Slytherin boys, were taken over by Fleur's charm and were staring at her. Hello, I am Fleur Delacour, you may call me Fleur. Now is it correct you have already learned the hair potion? Yes, the boys said dazedly. Good. So today Wes will learn the Vela skin potion. Now it can turns wrinkly skin into to almost Vela skin. It involves a drop of Vela blood that my grandmother gave to me. So let's get going. Harry started to chop up his griffin hide when Malfoy threw a chopped wigglewort at the back of his head. Ow, Harry said as he squirted some dragon blood at him. The surprising thing was Neville, who wasn't under the pressure of Snape, was doing extremely well with his potion. After they finished with most of their ingredients, Fleur walked around with a glass dropper filled with ice blue liquid. Vela blood, she told them, as she put a drop in each of the students' potions. Once the ice blue liquid fell into their cauldron, the liquid inside bubbled and steamed. Yes, 'tis complete. All right, Mr. Malfoy, may we test ers on ourself? Sure, Malfoy grumbled as he walked to the front of the class. He missed Snape being there. Malfoy dipped his hands into his ice blue liquid inside his cauldron and rubbed the liquid all over his face. The skin on Malfoy's face started to smoke and Draco let out an awful scream. After the SMO cleared, the students broke out laughing as they saw Malfoy's face, which was full of wrinkles and baggy skin. His wrinkly gray baggy cheek skin hung down to his shoulders. Even Fleur laughed as Malfoy looked in the mirror. Fleur laughed as she asked Neville to ring up his potion. Neville, Malfoy screamed outraged, I want my skin back to normal, I don't want it to fall off. Don't insult Neville, he has done a good job. Fleur grabbed a handful of Neville's potion and rubbed it on Malfoy's face, who was screaming that he'll so Fleur. 20 points to Gryffindor, for Neville's fine potion. And minus 10 points from Slytherin for your outburst, rage and bad potion making. What? Malfoy screamed as his skin went back to normal, this is your fault. I'll sew you. Do you know who my father is? You did that on purpose. You poisoned me. You wrecked my potion. You tried to ruin my face. The only reason Dumbledore hired you is because you put your little Vela charm on him. That old who? T couldn't have hired you, awful teacher, if he didn't think you were pretty. Don't insult Dumbledore. Oh Dumbledore. Malfoy mocked. Look at me, I can't speak English, zat. Dumbledore. Haha. You. Fleur snarled. Harry suddenly remembered what happened to the Velas at the Quidditch World Cup. Because Fleur's part Vela, could she turn into that monster with green wings, and throw fireballs? Harry suddenly got his answer. Little scaly green wings popped out from Fleur's shoulder blade, her skin turned green and scaly like a lizard, and her blue eyes turned bright yellow. You, Fleur, shouted, in he monster form, shouted as she pointed her finger at Malfoy. Tu est petit diable, tu es trace bête garçon. Je déteste tu. Suddenly out of Fleur, monster bony green scaled finger shot a tennis ball-sized fireball. The fireball hit Malfoy right between the eyes and he went flying backwards. Fleur turned back to her regular form and cupped her hand to her mouth. Malfoy got up and screamed as he examined his burn. Oh no, they'll fire me. Fleur whispered to herself as she looked through the shelf for 2-degree burn solution. Malfoy had a fit and started screaming as Fleur tried to put the potion on his burn. Hermione sighed and then shouted. Hemida. A red light shot out of Hermione's wand and his Malfoy in the back. Malfoy's fit went away, he calmed down, sat in a chair, and let Fleur put the potion on. Class dismissed. Fleur called out, still a little panicked. Thank you, she said softly to Hermione. Don't mention it. We'll make sure you don't get fired. In care of magical creature class. Grubby Plank, the frail old woman, filled in for Hagrid. Oh good that old giant's not here, Malfoy, who tried to tattle on Fleur, only he had no evidence. That burn was gone, sneered to his friends. Shut up Malfoy. Pansy shouted, oh I hope they're unicorns again. I loved them. Today, shouted Grubby Plank in a frail voice, we will learn about phoenixes, the most magical and helpful of all magic creatures. Grubby Plank took a silver whistle out of her pocket shaped like phoenix with its wings out. She took in a breath and blew into it twice. Instead of a toot, as Harry expected, a melody came out of the whistle. It was a beautiful melody, and after a while, a cawing noise joined in with the melody. It was Fox. Ah, here she comes now. Grubby Plank shouted out in glee as Fox, as the red and gold phoenix flew down onto a stand in front of her. I must first tell you some background information about these fabulous creatures. They are the ONLY creatures that can live forever without the Sorcerous Stone. Their tears have healing power and are used in most medical potions. Alright, let's get to the important things. Now, have any of you heard of the Gryffindor phoenixes? Yes, Hermione said as she raised her hand high in the air. Fire away. Thank you. As you may or may not know, every great or powerful wizard has a phoenix. Fox H. Air in front of us was once Gordix Gryffindor's fox. Look at the red and gold feathers. Fox went to another great wizard, Albus Dumbledore. Helga Hufflepuff had a blue and silver phoenix who know. W belongs to a very powerful witch named Christy Clarkson. Salazar Slytherin had a black and green phoenix with bloodthirsty eyes. Hermione paused for a moment. You know who now has that phoenix? He first wizard to own a phoenix was Merlin himself. He owned a yellow and orange phoenix who is now out there somewhere without a master. Thank you, Hermione. 10 points to Gryffindor. Anyway, phoenixes burst into flames as they're reborn. It's their way of molting. For instance, if you try to kill a phoenix, it would burst into flames and be reborn. Now, phoenixes are very rare, and it's not only hard to breed them. It's even harder to get two phoenixes to meet, because they're so rare. Now we are proud to inform you that a phoenix from the north has flew here, and we are trying to get it to mate with Fox here. Grubby Plank took out another whistle from her pocket. This one was clear through blue, and looks almost like ice. She blew into the whistle, and a fast rhythm came out. A second La Terra Shrivelcaw came in with the rhythm, and a phoenix flew from the sky and landed on the perch next to Fox. This phoenix had snow-white feathers, all tangled together, making it look like fur. And on the tip of the feathers was a shade of light blue. If Harry was mistaken, it looked almost like a northern ice gemetas. Fox rubbed her head against the new phoenix's neck and then lightly crooned. Many students, ohhhed, and awed, as they saw the two birds. Once they were in Transfiguration class, Professor Mungonagel walked in with a large wooden crate. Snakes, she said as she placed the box onto the table. Been filling up the dungeons, for some reason or another. Now we are going to practice animal transfiguration, by turning these snakes into Christmas ornaments, for the holidays. Come up and take a snake, please. All of the students slowly walked up to the box and each pulled out a snake. Hermione took a lime green snake with yellow eyes. Ron took a gigantic orange and yellow striped boa. As Harry grabbed a pitch black snake with bloodthirsty eyes. Let me go. The snake hissed to Harry. What? Harry said in Parseltongue as he sat down. Let me go, I have to go to him. Go to who? Voldemort. He's calling us. Why? Harry said. The snake squirmed even harder and then bit Harry right on the hand. Ow, Harry said as he dropped the biting serpent. The snake laughed as he slithered away. Tarantalagra. Neville shouted at the snake that was getting away. The snake began to slither and do some odd dance routine. What is this? The snake hissed and only Harry could hear, let me go. Harry laughed as the snake began to dance. Thanks, Neville, Harry said as he pointed his wand at the dancing snake, Capino. The snake curled into a ball and then turned into a circular Christmas ornament. Ron began to gag as the boa started to wrap himself all around Ron. I'll kill you. The snake hissed, let me go to him or I'll kill you. Harry, Hermione whispered. To Harry as he helped Ron, what did the snake say? They said they need to go to Voldemort, they say he's calling them. Not a good sign, he's close by. During Charms class that day, they had to practice outside. In fear of flooding or burning down the castle. They have already learned to make fire and water, and now they are learning to not be touched by fire or water. Seamus, who ended up being able to shoot fire exactly 43 feet, was the one who would shoot the fire, while the students practiced freezing charms. All of the students stood in a line and, conglatio. A small puff of turquoise. Blue light floated out of the student's wand and grew until it wrapped itself around the students. For a few seconds it looked like the students were made of ice, but when Neville shot the fire out, the icy appearance went away. A large tickling sensation suddenly swept over the students and made them fall to the floor laughing, giving the appearance they were shrieking with pain. After Flitwick checked that all of the students had done the spell correctly, he and Hermione cured the students who had not done the charm correctly and suffered from a few burns. OWWW. Neville screamed as he held up his finger that he claimed he burned. Neville, that's a paper cut. Hermione hollered as he suspected his injury. During the past few defense against the dark arts class they had been practicing the shielding and the Patronus. All right students, Mrs. Leonissa said as the students piled into her class, today is a review day. All right, once I get the Dementors I need you to show me your Patronus. Mrs. Leonissa took one of the new chess sets out from under her desk. Ron moaned and insisted that he was the only one who doesn't have one. Just wait until he gets Harry's little Christmas present. She took the 4 bishops, who were Dementors, and grew them 50 times their size. 1, 2, 3, Mrs. Leonissa shouted. Expecto Patronum. The class shouted as the room filled with silver light. Every nook and crannies of the room was filled with silver mist, silver sparkles, and silver patronums. A few moments later, when the room emptied of silver, Mrs. Leonissa began to talk. Bravo! Excellent! Now the shields of your choice! She shouted in glee. The students shouted a number of spells, and the room filled with blasts of light and smoke. Mrs. Leonissa walked around the room and inspected each of the students' shields. She inspected Hermione's absorbing shield, which would protect Hermione and absorb the spell shot at her. Mrs. Leonissa took out her wand and shot an A+ into the air. Next, she inspected Ron's circus shield, that made bounced off the spells, and whenever the attacker stepped in front of the shield, they saw their reflection as it would in a funhouse mirror. Next was Cho, who did the golden shield, then Neville, who made a metal crystal shield come in front of him, and last but not least Harry's shield. He had down a form of reflectario that made a liquid yellow and orange shield in him, and when a spell hit the shield, a dozen of the same will shoot back. Harry sighed as he walked down the stone path along the stone castle of Hogwarts School. The grass was covered in frost and looked like a frosted birthday cake. The cold crisp air made Harry's breath freeze, giving him the appearance he could breath smoke. Harry wrapped his yellow and red stripped scarf around his neck and then continued walking. His dreams or nightmares became less frequent now, but he still liked to take a short walk in the morning before anybody woke up. Harry stopped when he heard some footsteps ahead crunching the frost-frozen grass. He took his wand out and held it clear in front of his face. Once the noise-making figures walked closer to Harry, he noticed they were the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius! Harry yelled as he ran towards his uncle in a spiked-haired muggle body. Harry hadn't seen Sirius very much ever since Halloween, and that was weeks ago. "Harry, old chap," Sirius called as he put his hands out in the frosty air. They embraced in a hug, and Harry felt his warmth fill his body. They talked for a while, and Harry said his goodbyes too. The rest of the order, Elena was not present, but Aline was, and then went back to breakfast. Once in his seat, Harry gave Ginny an innocent look, and then marveled at the Christmas decorations. They had been put up a few days ago. Trees twice as tall as Harry in his Cyclops form, all decorated with the ornaments the students made out of snakes. Little ice fairies flew around in the enchanted air, having sparkling silver fairy dust fall behind them. In place of the large pumpkins, there were now everlasting ice sculptures that would sing when some fairy dust fell upon them. They really went all out this year, Ron said to Harry as he stuffed a piece of ham into his mouth. Probably to get us in a good mood, Hermione added, you know, after all that stuff's been going on. After breakfast, Harry filled his pockets with sausage and fed it to his Northern Ice Gemetas Dirk. Once he got his books he ran up the corridor's enchantment class. Once he sat down on his plush purple muse room and put his books on his cloud desk, he saw that Fred and George were sitting in the front of the class smiling as if they were planning a funny joke. Hello Fred, Harry greeted. Hello George. Hey. They smiled, we get to help teach the class today. Really? Yes, Professor Grant said as he walked into the classroom. Fred and George are one of my best enchantment students. Really? Quote. Well, of course, how else would they make all of their jokes? Now today we will be starting a new kind of enchantment. Enchanted gas, or also known as enchanted mist. Harry remembered in his 4th year, when he hit the enchanted gas in the 3rd task. I have given Fred and George a Christmas present so they could help teach the class. Go ahead. All right, Fred said happily. As you know, we are learning about enchanted gases. Muggles use gases too. Sleeping gas, poison gas, etc. Gases are one of the most important part of enchantment. They are used to heal the sick, calm down the panic, make the path clear, start fires, levitate people, disable all Muggle electronics, put to sleep any enemies, to trick people, and help make their path more difficult, and much, much more. Now today we will learn the laughing Kachin. Single quote quote. Kachinidio. The two twins yelled as they stuck out their wands. 2 puffs of pink smoke shot out of their wands. 2 orbs of neon pink gas, or mist, hung in the air and slowly drifted into the middle of the room. As the pink orbs floated to the ceiling, Professor Grant yelled, "I'll get you." Suddenly the pink orbs exploded, filling the room with pink mist-like gas. Harry felt a million hands start to tickle his gut, under his arms and all over his body. As he inhaled more pink smoke, his vision became blurry. All of the teachers and students looked as if they turned into clowns. Harry laughed harder because of the tickling hands and because of Mr. Grant biking on a unicycle. Harry's arms and other limbs became weightless and they began to levitate into the air. Soon his all body felt like mush as he floated in the air with the pink mist. He squirmed and screamed with laughter, as he began to spin. Either that or everything in the room was spinning. All of the pink mist became thicker and thicker until all Harry could see was pink. He began to cry of laughter as he slowly levitated to the ground. All of the pink suddenly shot out of the open window and Harry saw everybody in the else lying on the floor wiping off tears of laughter. Harry took a large breath, stood up, and saw that Fred and George were nowhere to be seen. I could have expected that, Professor Grant said as H stood up. At least it was a fantastic demonstration of the laughing Kachin. Grant took a small sunflower out of his pocket and placed it on the desk. Now since we have all recovered from that giggle fit, we will be learning a quick growth gas that will grow plants 100 times faster than usual. Observe, chlorophyll. A small haze of green mist crept out of Professor Grant's wand and spun in a spiral formation around the seed. With a loud pop, the seed germinated, opened up, and outgrew a large sunflower plant that swayed in the gentle breeze that drifted in through the open window. Many students clapped and complimented. Now you try. Professor Grant walked around and placed a seed, nut or berry of some sort on each of the students' cloud-enchanted desks. Grant gave Harry a reassuring wink as he placed a small coconut on Harry's desk. Chlorophyll. Harry yelled unbelievably. However, to Harry's belief, a green gas slowly crept out of his wand. And the seed opened with a small pop. A thick rugged trunk shot out towards the ceiling. There, standing in front of Harry, was a 10-foot tall palm tree with 4 palm fronds that bended to the left. Harry smiled at his work as he stared at the other students' work. Some had berry bushed in front of them, others with small trees, daisies, etc. The only person without a plant in front of them was Neville. He was frustrated, and forcibly poking his wand at the chestnut in front of him. No, 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 Grant said as he put his hand on Harry's shoulder. It's a soft, smooth spell, try softer. Neville took in a deep breath and then tried once more. Chlorophyll. Neville yelled as loud as he could at the small helpless nut. Loud cracking noises started to jump out of Neville's wand. Instead of a small patch of green gas creeping out of Neville's wand, a turquoise blue sea of mist poured out. Hold your breath, Professor Grant shouted as the ocean of thick turquoise blue mist flooded the room. Harry covered his mouth and squeezed shut his nose as he became drenched and covered with the thick blue mist. Harry held his breath until his face turned plum purple. He opened his mouth and took a huge breath. But instead of nice pure oxygen, that thick turquoise blue flooded his mouth. Like a raging white rapid river, the mist rushed into his mouth, and like a waterfall rushed into his lungs. It felt as if a switch were flicked off in Harry's body. For the second that blue mist filled his lungs, Harry fell asleep. Harry's eyelids fluttered as he began to gain consciousness. Once his eyelids fully opened, He saw a blurry red-headed figure standing over him. "Ginny!" Harry shouted with glee as he sat up. No," said the red-headed figure. Harry's vision came completely back. "Oh sorry," Harry mumbled, "I was delusional." "You should be," Ron said. "You've been asleep for 5 hours." Hermione said as she appeared at his side. "Oh yeah, happy Eve." "What?" Harry said as he looked at the clock on his bedside table. 5 hours. "Best you should have been asleep," Madame Pomfrey said as she walked into his room. "That Neville Longbottom put you and the rest of the class in an extremely powerful sleep trance. Now I need you to stay in bed for another half an hour. Ron and Hermione, you may leave." The two friends gave their goodbyes and then ran out of the room. Madame Pomfrey poured some liquid down Harry's throat that stung incredibly, and then walked out of the room. Harry put his hands under his head and lay down on the bed. "Harry," said a weak voice. Harry looked up and saw Ginny. Harry said, what are you doing here?" Ginny's face was flushed and dead pale, however her cheeks were as red as ever. To Harry it looked as if she was still incredibly sorry about giving him the love potion. And it also looked as if she was crying. I just wanted to see if you were alright." Then it suddenly hit him. It was Christmas Eve. Tomorrow was Christmas Eve and the day after was Christmas. The Yule Ball. Most of the students over their 5th year had stayed over Christmas break, because of the dance. Instead of saying the usual, "I'm fine," Harry asked, "Would you like to go to the dance with me?" Quote, what? Ginny stifled, "Well, that was unexpected." All of the color suddenly came back to her as she realized what Harry had just asked. "Yes," she shouted. "I'd absolutely love to go to the dance with you." Harry smiled and then sweetly said, "Then it's settled, see you tomorrow, Christmas Eve." A huge grin covered Ginny's face as she ran out of the room. To tell her friends that the boy who lived just asked her to the dance. After Harry's 30 minutes were up, he changed out of the itchy pajamas that Madame Pomfrey made him wear, and ran to the common room. Seconds later Harry found himself on the other side of the fat lady portrait. He gave a smile to Hermione, who was curled up in a red armchair with her cat-like northern ice gemettas, crookshanks, and a large red book in her lap. He then walked up to Ron, who was rubbing his pointer finger against a smooth rock slate-like rune. "Whatcha doin'?" Harry asked. "Prophecy runes," Ron said as he placed the rune next to him. "And according to this, my close friend will be receiving a big kiss." "That's you, Harry. So who are you gonna go snogging with?" The first thought was he and Ginny at the Yule Ball. "Oh Ron," Hermione teased him. "Prophecies never come true, otherwise Harry would have died 50 times over by now. Come on, we've still got herbology left," Hermione said as she shoved 1001 magical herbs and fungi into her bag. Harry and Ron did the same, and minutes later they found themselves in the 5th greenhouse with 1001 magical herbs and funguses in their bags. Minutes later they were standing in the 5th greenhouse with their herbology book shoved in their bag. "Today," Professor Sprout said once all of the students walked in, "because of the Christmas spirit floating in the air, we will be growing Christmas snake garland greens." Professor Sprout walked around and handed them each a pot with a large seed sticking out. "Now, a few classes ago we squeezed those grombote roots, and made a quick growing potion. That potion will grow plants 50 times faster than usual." Now Professor Sprout handed them each a small glass bottle filled with dark green ooze. "Begin." Once a LL of the students starting pouring the quick growth time 50 ooze onto the plants, an idea hit Harry. He smiled as he took out his wand and held it high above his head. "Chlorophlant!" Harry yelled at the top of his lungs. It sounded as if an explosion was going off as a blast of green gas shot out of Harry's wand. The green gas shot towards each of the potted seeds and spiraled around them. All of the seeds burst into green flames. And huge thick green garlands shot out towards the glass ceiling of the greenhouse number 5. The garlands shattered through the glass ceiling and continued towards the sky. The garlands began to swivel and looked like those snakes coming out of a basket as the snake charmers play their flute. With a loud hiss, the garland snakes fell to the floor. Almost all of the students panicked as the snakes slithered on the floor except for Hermione, who took full charge. "Stupefy at once," Hermione shouted, and then she stunned the snake garland that was trying to strangle Neville. Many students took her lead and seconds later they had a pile of coiled up stunned snakes in front of them. 10 points from Gryffindor for Harry's mistake, and using magical gases and mists in herbology. Professor Sprout said as she threw his coiled-up stunned snake into the pile. However, excellent work and leader skills, Miss Hermione Granger, 15 points to Gryffindor. I'll let's levitate these snakes to the Great Hall. Leviosa. Harry shouted at the pile of magical snake garland greens. A curled-up, stunned snake near the top of the pile magically floated into the air under the control of Harry. Once in the Great Hall, the students envenerated their garlands and let them back on the ground. The snakes uncoiled and coiled themselves around staircase railings, statues, beams on the ceiling, and much more. Later that night, Harry went to bed early thinking of nothing except what was to come the next day on Christmas Eve. The old dream, or shall I say nightmare, that used to reoccur seemed as if it went away, because Harry hadn't had it for months. Actually, Harry hadn't had an Voldemort-related nightmares for months. Except for that night. Harry had that same nightmare about Cedric that night. Only 10 times worse. Harry woke up drenched in cold sweat with his scar feeling as if it's just been in the oven for an hour and a half. The only reason he woke up was because his Northern Ice Gemetta's Dirk was licking his forehead. He sat up in bed thinking about what to do. Only one thing came to mind: the astronomy tower. Harry stroked the little angel wings of Dirk, grabbed his broomstick, and glided out the window. Harry began to fly faster as he saw the tallest tower of Hogwarts come into view. The feeling of cold air rushing into his face cooled down the burning sensation his scar was having. Once Harry reached the astronomy tower, he sat down on the smooth shingles. He sat there for a while watching the sun slowly slip up from the other side of the earth. When something caught his eye. A small white-winged fluff ball soaring out of his window. Dirk. Harry suddenly remembered what Hagrid had said about the winged Gemettas. Harry opened up his arms as Dirk slowly flew into his grasp. They sat there for a while curled up in each other's arms, when Harry saw something on the horizon. It seemed as if a bunch of ants were slowly climbing up the other side of the hill at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds. Dementors. Harry quickly sat up and was about to fly to warn somebody when he heard a soft faint voice. "Harry," said the faint voice. Harry looked under the roof and saw the astronomy teacher, Professor Sinistra, standing there. "Professor Sinistra," Harry asked, "what are you doing here? You're not the only one who comes here to think. There's Dementors over there," Harry shouted as he kneeled down. "I know, grab my hand," Professor Sinistra said as she held out her hand. Harry stepped forward to grab her hand when he slipped on the frost-covered and icy shingle. "No!" Harry screamed as he plummeted to the ground. So did Professor Sinistra. Harry was 30 feet above from the ground where he would plummet and die. When he felt an invisible force grab his ankles. The force began to pull him backwards 30 feet off the ground. Harry looked forward and saw Professor Sinistra in the window go down. It was as if the floor were moving down. Then Harry looked at Dirk, who was sitting on the roof whining with his eye full of furry one last time, as Harry was pulled towards the death-eating Dementors. Those invisible cold strong hands grabbed his ankles and continued to pull him through the morning sky. Only he was 30 feet in the air. Harry screamed as he looked behind him. The morning light shining from the icing sunlight, the black coats of the Dementors that were coming into view. Seconds later, the invisible hands were no longer pulling him, but holding his in the air by his ankles over the bloodthirsty Dementors. In fear, Harry stared at the Dementors below him. Then the invisible force hanging him in the air by his ankles spun him around, and Harry could see who pulled him off the astronomy tower to meet his death. It was the man who had helped Voldemort with his plan to kill Hermione, the assistant with the blonde hair. It was Barty Crouch Jr., holding his wand in the air. "Madam." Sinistra smiled as she reached her hand out to help Harry through the window of the tallest tower in astronomy. Harry eagerly stepped forward to grasp her hand, when he slipped on a frost-covered tile, and plummeted to his death. Fear ran through every inch of Madame Sinistra's body as she watched Harry fall to the cold hard ground in the crisp winter wind. Suddenly, by an invisible force, Harry was grabbed by the ankles and thrown towards the happy thought-eating Dementors. Sinistra stood there for a moment too afraid to move, when she realized what just happened, and she took control. She ran to a stargazer on the other side of the room, and turned it twice to the left. She then pulled a gold cord that was holding up a brass telescope near the window where she tried to help Harry in. The floor started to rumble, groan, and shake when the cord was pulled. The floor began to drop, like an elevator, down, down, down. Madame Sinistra began shooting every speed spell she knew at the floor, desperately trying to get to Dumbledore's office as fast as possible. She looked to the side. She was now going so fast that the bricks looked like a gray blur. Fire-colored light shone through the cracks on the floor bricks. She was just a few feet away from the house elf's way of getting around. Any moment she would be engulfed by the non-burning tunnel of fire into Dumbledore's office. Then, she remembered the warning she once got from Dumbledore: you must never go at full speed when being engulfed by the house elf's oven passages. For the fire could cause such an impact to the bricks when they collide. They might both destroyed, Dumbledore said. Madame Sinistra's eyes widened with fear as she felt the heat coming through the bricks to her feet. She was coming closer and there was no way of stopping. Boom! The floor instantly exploded once it hit the tunnels of flame, sending bricks and Madame Sinistra into different passageways of non-burning flames. As Sinistra soared through the air, through the non-burning fire, one of the thick stone bricks that made up the astronomy towers slammed against the side of her head, knocking her out. Ron woke up the next morning and found that Harry was not in the bed next to him. He immediately went to Hermione. Maybe he went to the astronomy tower, Hermione suggested. He sometimes flies there in the mornings. Good idea, but let's take the staircase up. Okay, Ron said as they walked out the portrait hole. Minutes later they were standing at the foot of the stone staircase up to the very top of the astronomy tower. Ron always complained about the tiring walk up those 287 steps. He counted every time. However, when he got to the top he was too speechless to talk. Instead of the stone brick floor that was on the bottom of the circular room that made up the observatory at the top of the astronomy tower, there was now just a large empty hole, with a faint sign on fire at the bottom. Well, this was unexpected, Ron said. Come on, we have to go down, Hermione said as she walked to the edge of the giant hole. What? Ron shouted, sounding outraged. We're just going to jump into a bottomless pit, and land in a pit of fire. No, Hermione said calmly. If it was a bottomless pit, then we would never land and there'd be no fire pit at the bottom. Remember, it's bottomless. Yeah. No, we won't jump, wheel, Hermione said as she stared out the window where Harry tried to get in. She then spotted the end of Harry's broomstick out the window. We'll fly down. But first I need to check if he's on the roof. Ron looked puzzled. Hermione smiled as she took out her wand and pointed it at the window, racketed. A rope suddenly shot out of the end of Hermione's wand and stuck to the top of the open window. Hermione looked at Ron, and then climbed over on the rope. Once at the window, she stood at the base, and stood on her tipsy toes to get a better look at the roof. She grabbed Harry's firebolt, with seeing no sign of Harry. She went back into the floorless astronomy tower. However, she missed Dirk sitting there curled up in a little ball whimpering. Was he up there? Ron asked energetically, which was odd, because Ron's never energetic in the mornings. No, now come on, we need to fit 2 people of his broom. Ron took Hermione's instructions and sat in the front of the broom. Ione gingerly sat side saddle in the back of Harry's broom, like Harry and Ginny had that day after practice. Ron gulped, and then slowly began to descend in search of finding Harry. Full of fear, two devoted friends slowly glided down the stone tunnel in hope of finding Harry. Seconds later they could see where the flames were coming from clearly. To them it looked like 12 rows of tubes made entirely of fire. They sat there for a while, in amazement, when Hermione saw a figure lying in one of the tubes. Look, Hermione said, in hope that it was Harry. They zoomed closer until they were inches above the shadowed figure. They sat there hovering in the air, when something caught their eye. It was a house elf zooming through the tunnel of fire next to them. It came closer, and closer. The speed of the house elf made a vicious wind gust that spun around in a twister-like formation. As the house elf came only a few yards away, that gust filled with fire, and yanked Ron and Hermione off their broom. Hermione let out a glass-shattering scream as the fire twister picked up a large rock brick, and slammed it towards Ron's head. Ron's head was hit so hard, that his head slammed into Hermione's head, knocking them both out on top of the poor house elf, and into the tunnel of fire. Dobby winced as the blood trickled out of Ron's head wound, and onto his long pointy ears. Oh hello, Barty cackled. What a pleasant surprise. I was afraid I'd have to go all the way to the castle, but you practically just jumped here to see me." Harry felt his wand in his hand as he dangled in the air, by his ankles. He took his best shot and shot a stunning spell into the air. The spell missed and only stunned a black beetle that was sleeping in the grass. "No, don't want that happening, do we? Dementors, if you don't mind." One of the many Dementors nodded, and then stuck one of his long gray bony hands into the air. Harry's wand was thrown from his grasp and into the Dementor's power. "What do you want?" Harry shouted, as the blood began to rush to his head. "Let me down." "As you wish," Barty sneered, and with a flick of his wand he had Harry fall from his hanging position onto an ice-hard and cold gray boulder. Harry slammed right onto his left forearm, and surge of pain rushed through it, as Harry heard a loud crack. "Oh dear, we are in trouble now," Barty laughed. Harry let out cries of pain and fear as he clutched his broken forearm. "Oh wait, I have an idea." Barty started twirling his wand, and a second later he directed it right at Harry. An unpleasant RTED at Harry's elbow and spread up to his fingertips. It felt as if his arm was being deflated. Harry knew what was happening, for it happened once in his second year. "Ah," said Barty. "Yes, well, that can sometimes happen. But the point is the bone is clearly not broken. That's the thing to bear in mind." Barty mocked. Barty gave out a cruel laugh as Harry looked at his arm, which was now as strong and as useless as a bare rubber glove. "What do you want with me?" Harry shouted as he rolled up his limp noodle arm into his sleeve. "Oh, you'll sure find out. Now carry on, we have a long way to go." Harry, knowing escape was hopeless, started at the evil beasts, known as Dementors. There was about 50 in all wearing their black cloaks, and hoods covering their gruesome faces. The tallest of the Dementors held up his hand high in the air. A cold breeze rushed through Harry, and then he noticed it was Christmas Eve. The middle of winter, and he was wearing his PJs. Harry heard screeches in the distance. And then he heard the sound of hooves, about 204 hooves, all running towards them. Seconds later he saw a pair of red eyes coming from the inside of the deep forest. Then 3 more pairs of red eyes. Then 9 more, then 10 more, etc. Until there were 51 pairs of blood-red eyes staring at him. Once the pair of eyes came closer, Harry saw that they were unicorns. Not beautiful snow-white unicorns like he saw last year. These were midnight black unicorns, with dead black fur, mane, and horn. Every part of these death creatures was black, except for their eyes. Those bloodthirst eyes that wanted death and nothing more. Each of the Dementors climbed onto the dark unicorns, until there was only one left. Then Harry saw Barty climb onto the largest of the unicorns in the front of the pack. "Which one will I ride?" Harry asked. Barty let out a cold snort. "You, ride one of these noble and beautiful creatures." Barty snorted. "You will never be that noble, not even in a million years. You will run next to us." Barty took a metal chain out of his coat pocket and attached one side to Harry's arm, that was not just a bag of skin, and the other to the dark unicorn's horn. Those horns. They are the most crucial ingredient in the darkest potions, they were also the hardest to get. "How'd you get 51 dark unicorns anyway?" Harry asked as Barty mounted his steed. "Aren't they rare?" "Huh." Barty snorted. "They used to follow Lord Voldemort, that and death vultures." Harry was about to ask what death vultures were, when Barty dove a spike into the side of his dark unicorn, making it run forwards. Harry felt a huge jerk on his arm as the chain pulled him. He had no choice but to run along. The chain dug deep into Harry's wrist, making him run faster and faster. It was unbearable. A few times Harry tried to slow down, but Barty would shoot blue fireballs at his ankles until he ran faster. Harry was unaffected by the Dementors before, for they had stayed their distance. But now they raced towards him in an angry frenzy. Once they came within 10 feet of him, he felt the icy cold shiver run up his spine, and chill his bones. Then he heard it. Those screams that haunt him whenever those foul beasts come near. He heard his mother's scream, and his father's, and Ginny's. Oh, how he longed to be with Ginny instead of being dragged by a dark and ghastly creature. While having happy though eating foul beasts surrounding him, he tried to think of bad thoughts so the Dementors couldn't have feast. The chain was pulling so hard at his arm. He was afraid it would rip his arm right off, and out of his socket. Then where would he be? In the middle of the darkest forest, with one arm a loose bag of skin, and the other torn off. The pain in his arm, his legs, and the pain running all through his body because of the Dementors, finally got to him when the unicorn stopped. Harry strained his eyes to look into the darkness and in the path in front of him. He saw Firenze the centaur, and a snow-white unicorn standing next to him. A little sign of hope floated into his body once he saw Firenze, but that quickly ended when he saw Firenze step back in fear. He gave Harry a puzzled look. Harry held up his chained arm. A look of understanding came across Frieza's face. His scared and understanding eyes turned full of hatred and anger. He let out a scream of disgust as he charged towards Barty and his horse. Firenze stood up on his hind legs and slammed his hoof into Barty's neck. Barty reached for his wand, but at the same time, using all the strength he had. Firenze jumped up for a second time, and slammed all of his weight on the chain connecting Harry to the unicorn's black horn. The chain had an unbreakable charm put upon it, and because the chain could not break, the one horn of the dark unicorn snapped off with a crack. For a split second Harry stood there, too stunned to do anything. However, Harry quickly took control, and with a large swing he stabbed the unicorn's horn into his shoulder blade. The dark unicorn let out another screech, but not of excitement. Far from it, this screech was of pain. The unicorn's shoulder gave in, and fell to the ground, pinning Barty, and enabling him to use his wand. Dark red blood, as dark as the unicorn's eyes, oozed out of where the unicorn had been stabbed. Harry suspected that the thick red blood was the exact opposite of the white unicorn's blood, so instead of giving you life it would fill your life with death. Once the Dementors noticed what was happening, they jumped off their unicorns and charged through them. Harry forcibly wrenched the unicorn's horn out of the unicorn and made a run for it with the chain still connected to his hand trailing behind. Seconds late, Firenze was galloping beside him holding out his hand. Harry grabbed it and was flung onto Firenze's back. Firenze galloped as fast as he could to outrun the Dementors, and when Harry looked back he saw something he will always remember for the rest of his life to come. The dark unicorns let out these dreadful glass-shattering screeches of delight as they slowly surrounded the lone white unicorn. With yet another screech they all charged at the poor beast, with their head down, and horn out. All at once they stabbed their evil black horns all over the unicorn's body, killing it instantly. The Y then lunged their fangs at the dead steed, and devoured it, not leaving a drop of flesh or bone left. After they licked the silver blood off their mouths with their serpent tongues, they lunged at the fallen beast that Harry had stabbed. He could not see what happened next, because they had ridden far from that sight. But it wasn't over. The Dementors were almost as fast as Firenze and they were catching up quick. The Dementor that had stolen Harry's wand was catching up and it was right beside Harry on the galloping centaur. The morning breeze had blown off the Dementor's hood, showing Harry the gruesome face of the Dementor, with his circle mouth wide open ready to suck some souls. Harry, not knowing what to do, took that blood-covered dark unicorn in his hand and jabbed it between the eyes of the Dementor's face. With a scream the Dementor melted into a pile of black sand. The Dementors, seeing what had happened to the Dementor that was now a pile of black sand, ran back to Barty in fright. "Firenze!" Harry shouted as Firenze continued to gallop. "Shish!" Firenze shouted, "We still have a long way to go." "Where are we going?" "Shish, fall asleep." Harry had been awake almost all morning, so with hearing Frieza's command he fell asleep. Hermione's eyelids began to flutter as she gained consciousness. She lay in bed trying to remember the awful nightmare she was just having when she felt that she was wearing itchy pajamas. The hospital wing pajamas. Hermione quickly shot out of bed and saw that she was indeed in the hospital wing, and that Ron, Dumbledore, Professor Sinistra, Dobby, Madame Pomfrey, and Cornelius Fudge were all in the room with her. "Oh, Miss Hermione Granger, how nice to see you," Dumbledore said as he sat down in a plush red armchair. Ron slightly stirred from the noise and then sat up awake. Ron had bandages taped all on the left side of his head. He looked dazed and confused. "Oh, and Mr. Weasley, how nice of you to join us." What happened?" Ron asked as he felt the bandages on his head. "Where am I?" "Ron is suffering slight memory loss, because of the blow to the head, Madame Pomfrey, if you don't mind." Madame Pomfrey stood up and poured a yellow liquid down Ron's throat. Ron's dazed eyes became clear, and it looked as if a light bulb went on in his head. Do you remember? Yes, Ron replied as Hermione sat down on her bed. Now will you all please tell me exactly what happened? All three of them began telling their side of the story, making it impossible to understand. Whoa, hold on, all of you please, one at a time. Madame Sinistra, do you mind? Not at all, Madame Sinistra said. Well, it happened like this. I was up at the astronomy tower when I saw that Harry was on the roof. When I tried to help him and he fell and plummeted to the earth. However, before he fell, an invisible force grabbed him and pulled him to the swarm of Dementors in the distance. Then I took the emergency elevator, as you said I could in case of emergency. I know he needed help fast, so I kept shooting speed spells at the floor, and I forgot your warning about going fast before you get engulfed. So when I hit the elves' passages, the floor exploded and broke apart. Next thing I know I was here. Thank you very much, no Hermione. Well, Ron and I woke up to see that Harry was nowhere to be seen. We have learned that he has recently been having nightmares, so he's been going to the astronomy tower to think. So we decided to check there. However, when we got there, we found his broom, and we also found that there was no floor. And below us was a giant pit of orange flames. We decided to check it out, so we flew down on Harry's broom. The rest it a little blurry. I remember, Ron said proudly. When we got there we saw dozens of rows of tunnels of fire. All through them were large stone bricks that we suspected were from the astronomy tower floor, and we also saw a body lying in one of them. We thought it was Harry, so we flew in to get a closer look. But when we got there we saw an Dobby come shooting through the tunnel, and he somehow created like this whirlwind of fire that sucked us off out broom, and flung a brick at our heads. Ah! Dumbledore exclaimed. That would explain why Dobby came to me saying that he ran into a body in his tunnels, and then two more were flung on top of him. Headmaster Dumbledore. Ron asked. What are those tunnels or tubes, of non-burning fire? Those are the passageways that the house elves use to get around this castle. Now if what you have all said is true, then the astronomy tower is in ruins. And Harry is being held captive by the Dementors. We need the Order of the Phoenix out at once, and we will need a backup squad of Aurors. Eyes will be sending out the orders, Dumbledore. Dobby squeaked as he ran out the door. Dumbledore then stared at Cornelius. And I can get some Dementors in a week or so, Fudge sighed. I want them here today. Dumbledore said stubbornly. As you wish. Now in other hands we will be done with that potion to bring Wormtail to use by tomorrow. A few other members of the ministry will be coming tomorrow bright and early with the bloodstained knife and potion. We will be doing the ceremony. That might be able to help us help Harry. We can only hope that we will be getting him alive. Ron and Hermione, you may leave, it's late afternoon, good day. Ron and Hermione tried to leave quickly, but Madame Pomfrey forced them to each drink another dose of healing potions. Harry lay there leaning against Firenze's back, his boneless arm hanging next to him. The bright sun shone through his eyelids, forcing him to awake. Once Harry did awake, he saw that they were in a meadow filled with tall light green grass, probably miles away from Hogwarts. And that the sun was in mid-sky shining brightly. Firenze, where are we? Harry asked as he sat up. We are in the Grimmauld Meadow, miles away from the Dark Unicorns or Hogwarts. We are nearing the territory of the Centaurs, they can keep you safe. Harry suddenly felt the Dark Unicorn horn in his fist. Firenze, he asked, what happened to that Dementor, when I stabbed it with the horn? Ah, Firenze said as he stopped. It is time we take a break. Firenze kneeled down and Harry stepped off his back and sat on a large boulder. Well, do you know that it is a great sin to slay a white unicorn? Yes. Well, it's the opposite way around for dark unicorns. It is honor to kill a dark unicorn. And you, my boy, have that honor. But I didn't kill it, I just wounded it. I am afraid not. That horn in your hand is the best weapon anyone can have. If you stab anything or anybody with that horn, they will instantly die. Also, the dark unicorn's blood is highly poisoned. And that horn is covered with the blood of a dark unicorn. Harry took the horn in his hand and stabbed it into the earth around him. For 4 feet around where Harry stabbed the horn into the earth, the grass died, and turned dark brown. Harry, we must go. Harry walked over to Firenze and was thrown on his back. They galloped down that field for about half an hour when they reached a large lake. Surrounded with willows and other trees. In and all around the lake were centaurs. Around the lake were small stone huts with thatch roofs. Once the centaurs saw Firenze, they all galloped over to see who that boy on his back was. "My friends," Firenze called out, "this boy is Harry Potter, as the stars tell you he is in grave danger. He was being held captive by an Azkaban breakout, 51 dark unicorns, and 50 dementors. We saved each other's lives and made it out alive. I must go, but you must keep this boy under your full protection until I return. Goodbye, Firenze." Harry called as Firenze began to gallop away. "Where are you going?" "To Hogwarts to get help. You will be safe here, goodbye." Firenze galloped away. Harry stared at the group of centaurs staring at him. An extremely fat male centaur walked up to him. "You are safe with us," he said. "You may play with some centaurs your age, until Firenze comes back." A young girl who looked about Harry's age walked up to him. "Hello, my name's Jacef," she said. "Would you like to play frisbee with us?" Harry was shocked that they played a muggle game. He went along. "I'd love to," Harry said. And so they played. They played for a long time with the wooden frisbee, and then they ate. It was a feast, full of apples, and meats and many dishes Harry did not recognize. When nightfall came, they had a celebration in favor of Harry. Harry danced with Jacef for a while, however she had another idea. "I want to show you something," she said, "follow me." Harry followed Jacef in wonder. He grew quite accustomed to the centaur's ways and quite like it. They sneaked away from the dancers and into the woods. They walked in the woods for a while, until they reached a beach. "Isn't it beautiful?" Jacef said as they watched the waves playing tag with the beach. It was a beautiful sight, until Harry heard a rustle in the woods. Jacef and Harry turned around to see none other than Barty himself. "Who are you?" Jacef asked. Run far away back to the camp," Harry whispered as he stared at Barty in fear. "What? Run!" Harry shouted. Barty let out a cold laugh, and Jacef sensed his evil. She took off in a sure gallop. Barty let out another laugh, took out his wand and stunned the poor female centaur. "Come on, Harry, we have a long ways to go," Barty sneered. Harry had no choice but to follow. If he tried to make a run for it, Barty would surely kill him. Barty waded into the water up to his waist. Harry followed. "You see that?" Barty said as he pointed to a small island right under the bright full moon. The Mo-on let out a trail of gold specked on the water leading from Azkaban to Harry. No, it was not a nice yellow brick road where you meet some companions and go off to see the wonderful Wizard of Oz. No, this was much, much worse. This was a golden trail to the worst place on earth. It was the road to death. It was the golden trail to Azkaban. Barty stuffed what looked like a giant ball of old rat tails in his mouth. And he instantly recognized it as gillyweed. And before his gills could kick in, Barty grabbed him by the back of his neck and shoved him under the water. He began to choke on the water. But when his gills and webbed hands kicked in, he was fine. Barty was still holding him by the back of his neck and was pulling him deeper into the water. Harry's limp bag of skin floated loosely behind him like a piece of kelp. He looked around and saw that the water was almost pitch black except for the faint moonlight that shone through the tips of the rippling waves. Harry was being pulled for what seemed like a half an hour. By the back end of his neck, unable to move, when he saw some movement about 25 yards ahead. When he became closer, he saw that they were a band of about 5 mermaids. However, they weren't like the freshwater mermaids he saw in the Hogwarts lake. No, these were far different. They had the dark black skin, as dark as night, with bright gleaming yellow cat-like eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. Their inky black faces would have been unseen if it weren't for their glowing yellow eyes and long slender perfectly white fangs that would hang over his bottom lip. "Ah, you arrived," Barty said, and for some reason his voice came through even though he was magically underwater by gillyweed. "When you showed us the offer, we couldn't deny. Oh, and your fat friend's coming." The head of the merman, who was wearing a necklace decorated with shark teeth, said. Harry got a better look at the mermen close up and feared their features even more. They had these odd scales. And when you looked at them from one side they were as black as their smooth skin, and when you looked at them from the other their scales were pearl white. They each wore a whale hide belt with a machete hanging loose. And they had dark green hair, pulled back in a ponytail, showing their widow's peaks. Harry heard grunts from the distance and saw the person he didn't want to see. It was Peter, also known as Wormtail. who was once Ron's rat and called by Scabbers. He must have used the same polyjuice potion for humanoids that Harry used at the last dance. He still had his pale skin, almost balding hair. And his eyes were still their dull gray color. He must have tried to transform his crooked teeth to fangs, but his teeth stayed the same, only they grew much longer, giving him the appearance of a deformed beaver. His tail was more like the tails from the freshwater merpeople, like the ones from the Hogwarts lake. "Sorry, I got a little tangled up in the kelp," Wormtail said. "Well, let's not dilly-dally, we've got to see Voldemort," Barty said as he let go of Harry's neck and threw him at the band of the hideous-looking mermen. Harry quickly took the chance and tried to swim away with his webbed hands. But it was useless. The mermen quickly jumped on him, grabbing all of his limbs, while the strongest of the mermen grabbed his head with his arms bulging with muscles. The eater of the mermen held a knife in his hand and held it in front of Harry's neck, just letting the blade loosely touch. "If you struggle, I will slit your throat, and if you don't instantly die, the RKS will smell the blood and finish you off," the merman said in a deep voice. Harry nodded in fear and lay loosely as the merman carried him along through the water. The merman was still holding his head, but Harry was struggling. He was actually feeling exhausted and in need of sleep. And before he knew it, Harry was asleep, being pulled by 3 evil mermaids, and being followed by Barty and Peter. Harry was skipping down a golden trail deep underwater, with his arms linked with 2 evil mermaids, and 2 even eviler wizards who are both on the most wanted wizard list. "We're off to see Lord Voldemort, the wonderful Lord of Death." The gang of mermaids and wizards sang gaily in harmony. With smiles from ear to ear, the group skipped in perfect harmony down the yellow brick path. With a more skips, they reached a bend in the trail where they met another group of happy people. "We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz." A distant song came from the distance. A few moments later, Harry, the 2 mermaids, and the 2 lizards saw the group that was skipping approaching. They were made up of a girl in a blue checkered dress in the middle, a lion, a scarecrow, a tin man, and a very nervous lion. "Hi." The girl in the checkered dress cheerfully greeted Harry. "I'm Dorothy." "Hello, I'm Harry," Harry said as he stopped skipping. "We're going to Oz," Dorothy said as she pointed to a large green beautiful castle in the distance surrounded in fields of poppies. "Sounds fun, but we're going to Azkaban," Harry said as he pointed to the most hideous building in the distance, with cages, spears and falling down bricks. Then Dorothy held up her hand and started slapping Harry across the face. "No, stop," Harry pleaded. "Wake up, you lazy pile of trash," came a low voice that seemed to have a Mermish accent. The golden path began to blur along with everything else around him. "Wake up." Harry quickly opened his eyes and saw a mermaid face above him slapping his face. Har! Why quickly felt the ice-cold water around him and remembered where he was and why. He tried to scream, but only a large bubble floated out of his mouth. "We're going through a kelp forest and we don't want your lazy body and limp arm getting tangled in the kelp." Harry looked ahead of him and saw a huge, thick, dense forest of brownish-yellow kelp reaching 60 feet up from the ground. Harry sat up and was only being pulled by 1 merman. The other 4 ran ahead and were slicing the kelp with their machete. With one hand the merman was chopping the machete about 30 feet up, and with the other he was pulling Harry by his arm. The kelp was so thick it was almost impossible to see anywhere around you. With a powerful blow from the merman's arm, the kelp was sliced in half and floated to the ground. Harry was thinking hard while they moved through the forest of kelp. He thought of his idea when the glowing-eyed merman chopped of a piece of yellow kelp that floated down to the ground like a piece of rope. When the merman held his machete behind his shoulder ready to swing, Harry broke his arm free, knocked the machete out of his hand, and grabbed a piece of kelp that was firmly rooted into the ground. He took the yellowish-brown kelp and quickly wrapped it around the merman's neck and tied it in a double knot. Before the merman could react, Harry grabbed more pieces of kelp and tied them around the strong merman's arms, tail and chest. The merman was trapped, tied tight with kelp that was firmly planted in the ground. He struggled and fought, but the kelp was too strong. Before kelp gag would become loose and the merman would scream, Harry swam down to the bottom of the forest to hide. He saw the machete that the merman dropped lying in a tangle of kelp roots. Harry stood as still as stone, perfectly hidden in the kelp. He didn't dare to breath, in fear of being heard by the 4 other mermen, or the 2 dark wizards that were meeting above him. "Where is he?" Barty demanded to the merman. The merman said, unable to undo his gag. He saw Peter through the kelp taking of the merman's gag. Gur gla mash. Blad gersh, goom. Gur gup. Do dee, glap. The tied-up merman said in Mermish. Well, he's probably miles away by now. Barty said as he hurried off. Leave this merman here and tied, he deserves to be eaten by the sharks for his mistake. Barty too. Okay, his machete ad made a deep gash on the merman's arm that was full of weight room dedication. A scream broke through the water, as blood poured from the merman's cut, attracting sharks from all around. After Harry heard the 4 mermen, Peter, and Barty swam away, he went up to save the tied-up merman. The merman wasn't trying to kill Harry, he only went along for the money that Barty was paying them. He didn't deserve to die a most painful death. Harry took the machete and took a swing, sliced the kelp ropes that tied up the merman in half. He then tossed the machete to the merman, knowing he would need it when the sharks came. The merman let out a friendly smile full of fangs, and then quickly swam away, with the cut kelp that was still tied to his wrists tailing behind. Harry froze as he felt some movement from the kelp next to him. He then saw a flash of gray as a 7-foot shark swam through the kelp forest following the trail of fresh blood. He saw a second shark swimming just above Harry's head. And then he heard the shrill scream from the merman. Harry heard screams and noises of a battle, as the merman battled the 2 7-foot sharks. He heard a loud ripping noise as lawns of blood filled the kelp forest, dyeing the yellow kelp red. Harry just hoped the blood was the shark, not the merman's. Harry swam away, not to be covered in the blood. He found it difficult to swim through the forest. And more than twice he had to untangle his arms and legs that were caught in kelp. At first he found it hard to swim with his bag of skin arm, but eventually he stopped swimming in circles and was swimming as fast as his arm and legs could take him. He swam for what seemed hours when he reached something unusual. It was a wall made of kelp squished together. Harry at first thought of cutting through with his black unicorn horn that was in his pocket, but he quickly decided against it when he saw an opening. It was small and circular shape, about 2 by 2 feet. He quickly swam through and his feet rubbed against the wall. The tunnel looked as if it went for miles, but Harry saw a faint circle of light at the end. 10 minutes later Harry found himself at the end of the tunnel and was in a circle clearing in the kelp forest. The water was shallower, and there was a large metal pipe coming from inside the kelp. The sandy floor was covered in about 30 baseball-sized holes. He began to swim, not knowing where to go, when he saw something clear through, and gray float from the pipe. Myrtle. Harry tried to say, but only a large bubble floated up from his mouth. The large bubble floated up to the surface and caused the once smooth water to ripple. Once the water began to ripple, a large yellowish-brown thing shot out of the hole towards Harry. It quickly wrapped around Harry's ankle. And Harry saw that it was some magical breed of kelp. As he began to struggle, 4 more devil snare-related kelp shot out of the hole and wrapped around his wrists and ankle. Then 9 more shot up and wrapped around his legs and chest. Then 11 more shot up and grabbed his neck and shoulder. Pretty soon all of the holes had devil snare-like kelp wrapped around him and pulling him towards the sandy bottom. The kelp wrapped around his gills and mouth, stopping him from breathing. He felt a burning sensation at his gills and he noticed that he was changing back to his regular self without gills and webbed hands. He was dying and he felt as if his lungs were about to explode when he heard an unreal voice in his ear. Use the unicorn horn, the girl's voice said. Harry suddenly felt his arm free and grabbed the unicorn horn from his pocket and stabbed it into the kelp. He suddenly felt himself free of the kelp and able to swim away. He swam to the surface as he felt his lungs almost bursting from lack of air. He felt dizzy, but he was almost there, and continued swimming upward. 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. When he reached the surface he threw his head in the air. As his wet hair went behind his head, and he took the breath of life. After his lungs were filled with air, he saw Myrtle's head popping out of the water's surface. Myrtle. Harry sped as he swam towards the ghost who saved him. Oh, no need to thank me, Myrtle sarcastically said. Thank you. You saved my life. So why are you here? In the ocean. I was trying to haunt the sea bend for a try. When somebody flushed the toilet and I was washed away through pipes to here. I heard about you being captured. Now let's go back to Hogwarts. I'll be so famous since I saved the boy who almost didn't live. I'll be so cool. Whatever, he said as he began to swim with Myrtle to the shore. He was almost there when he felt another kelp thingy grabbing his ankle. He was quickly pulled under with a jolt. He looked behind him and saw one of the 4 mermen holding a box, with a kelp devil's snare hanging out of it wrapped around his ankle. He quickly went to the surface and had just enough time to yell, "Myrtle, get help," before he was once again pulled underwater. Ron awoke on Christmas morning too worried about Harry to open his Christmas presents, but he did have time to pull on his hand-knit sweater that his mum had made. Ron quickly met Hermione and they ran down the chilly hallways to see if there was any news about Harry. They quickly reached Dumbledore's office. "You better come with me," Dumbledore said in his nightgown as he ran down the hallway being followed by Ron and Hermione. "The Ministry's here and we're having a meeting about Harry and Wormtail." Ron and Hermione gave each other a look and then ran down the hallway. They reached the school hospital wing and stepped inside. Ron was wondering why they were having a meeting in there, when he saw Fudge and many other important wizards and witches sitting on chairs in the wing. "Hey Dad," Ron said as he sat down in a chair next to his father. Mr. Weasley didn't seem puzzled at all why Ron was sitting in on the meeting. "Hello Ron, Hermione," Cornelius Fudge said. "Now to business. You all know of Harry's capture, and of course we have Aurors out looking for them, but we haven't found a thing. Right now the only thing we can do is wait. Except that potion using Wormtail's blood is complete. So we are going to perform that potion right here, in hope that taking away Wormtail might help our cause." 2 Ministry interns and Fudge's personal assistant walked in the room, the interns carrying the potion, and Percy holding the bloodstained dagger. Just as the potion and knife were placed on the glass coffee table, Cho Chang walked through the room, and caught Hermione and Ron's eye. She gave them a puzzling look and Hermione went out of the room to tell her what was going on. "They're doing a potion," Hermione said when they were in the hallway, "using Wormtail's blood to bring him to us." "Wow," Cho said. "How'd they get his blood?" "From the dagger that he used to cut his hand off when he was trying to make that potion." "Yeah I know, Harry told me the whole story." "Really? Ooh, I'm so worried about him. I wish we could do a potion to bring him back." "I think we can." "What?" "Well, when Harry told me the story he said Voldemort used the same dagger to cut Harry and slice of Wormtail's hand." "So," Hermione said trying to get Cho to get to the point. "So, we can say the blood from the dagger and put it in the potion and bring Harry back." Hermione's eyes widened and then she ran back into the hospital wing, but she quickly popped her head out to say thank you, then she ran to the meeting. When she got into the room, Percy was just about to dip the dagger in the clear potion. "No!" Hermione shouted, making Percy almost drop the dagger in the potion. "What is the meaning of this?" Fudge shouted, jumping up from his seat. "Percy, continue with the potion." "No. Harry's blood is on that dagger. We can bring him back." "I will not hear this nonsense." "Percy, please put the dagger into the potion." "No!" Hermione shouted as the dagger came inches from the goopy potion. She quickly gave Ron a look and then took actions into her own hands. "Spell!" she shouted at Percy, who went flying across the room onto a hospital bed, and the dagger came flying into Hermione's hands. Many members of the Ministry stood up out of their seats bearing their wands, but Hermione was too quick. She grabbed Ron's hands and dove out of the window, and onto a ledge about 4 feet below. Ron didn't dare to ask Hermione what was going on, but followed her down a drain people onto the dew-covered grass. "Accio potion!" Hermione shouted at the hospital wing window, realizing that she had forgot the potion. The black cauldron came floating out the window and into Hermione's arms, which gave the potion to Ron to hold. They began to run down the Hogwarts grounds to a safe place and Hermione began to explain. "Oh," Ron said after Hermione told him. They were St. Hagrid's hut when they bumped into Aline and Elena. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Aline asked, or maybe it was Elena. They were so identical it was hard to tell. "We have a way to bring Harry back with this potion. But the Ministry doesn't think so," Hermione said as fast as she could, as she looked behind her shoulder, seeing the Ministry members running out the Hogwarts doors, being led by Madame Lestrange. "We're in," Elena or Aline said. "You'll need out help anyway." One of the 2 women pointed their wands at the Ministry members and shouted, "Medicit." The members instantly turned to stone. "Let's go." The three witches and the wizard ran as fast as they could until they were in the edge of the Hogwarts forest near some tall thick trees. They were going to use T's potion to bring Wormtail using his blood on this dagger, but Harry's blood is also on it. Ron explained. Oh, and by the way, which one of you is which? I'm Aline, the two twins said in harmony. No, I mean I'm Elena. The two twins once again said in harmony. No, I was her today. One of the twins screamed at the other. No, it was I. Fine, I'll be Elena. Okay. Hermione said, not having time to think about what the twins were talking about. Separate. Hermione pointed her wand at the blood-stained dagger. The blood flew off the dagger and floated in the air and floated blood. Blood began to separate and a smaller pile appeared in the air next to large droplet of blood. That's Harry's, Hermione said pointing to the smaller pile. His cut was smaller, it must have used less blood. Well then put it in the potion. Elena said as Ron put the cauldron filled with the clear liquid on the ground. He looked around underwater and saw one of the mermen holding a pot with the kelp in it that was holding Harry's leg. Barty was pulling him under and then shoved another dose of gillyweed into his mouth. Harry tried to escape, but when his lungs kicked in, one of the mermen smacked him across the head with the side of his machete, knocking him unconscious. Harry finally awoke to find himself still underwater at about 20 feet deep in front of a large red stone staircase that led from underwater to the surface. Barty and Wormtail were holding Harry. The mermen had done their duty and had left. They began to walk up the underwater steps and the gillyweed wore off just when they broke the surface. Harry took one look around and knew where he was. Azkaban. It was a huge complex made of red stone and iron-caged window. It was a small island, and on either side were tall reddish-brown cliffs. About 50 feet in the air. The waves were crashing against the side of the cliffs, and water sprayed down onto the sharp pointy rocks. Harry was ice cold, tired and most of all scared. He was about to go to the worst place in the world to meet the person he hated. Barty with his blonde hair, and Barty with his bald head were pulling him up the large steps to the entrance of Azkaban. Harry didn't even try to escape. What could he do? If he survived the fall of the cliff onto the large pointy rocks, he wouldn't survive the swim back. He was exhausted and would probably drown. Therefore he willingly went up the steps. When he reached the top he saw a large 20-foot-tall gated door, with two Dementors on either side. Harry got that sick feeling in his stomach, but he stayed strong. He couldn't pass out on the front steps, he would be killed. He thought of hitting them with some spells, but the Dementor had it when Harry stabbed it with the unicorn horn, which was in his pocket. He wouldn't use it now. He was waiting to do that later. The Dementors nodded at Barty and then held up their hand using their magic to open the gate. Once inside, Harry saw how hard it must have been for Sirius. At least he could turn into a dog. It was an unbelievably long red rock hallway, with small cells on either side. As they walked, Harry saw that there were people in the cells. Not prisoners. They had all been let free. These men and women were Aurors, Ministry members, Muggles, and as Voldemort called them, mudbloods. Some were sleeping curled up in a little ball in the corner screaming. Others chained up and shacking, and some being tortured with bleeding scars all over them. Harry winced and shut his eyes, unable to watch the horrible things Voldemort was doing. They walked what seemed for miles until they reached a cell at the 12th floor, the top floor of Azkaban. It was about 8 by 8 feet, with stalactites on the ceiling, shackles hanging on the wall, and human bones lying on the ground being picked at by rats. Get in there, Barty said as he threw Harry into the cell and Wormtail chained him to the shackles on the wall. Actually, they only chained one arm, because the other was boneless. Voldemort will see you soon. So look respectable. Drink this. Barty threw Harry a bottle of Scalo Gro. At first Harry thought Barty was tricking him and giving him poison. But he had no choice and poured the whole bottle down his throat. Good. Now have fun waiting here. Barty smiled and slammed the cell door shut. Harry sat on the floor not knowing what to do. He could feel his arm bone growing back and with each splinter he let out a painful scream. He sat there for about an hour when a Dementor ran up to the cell door. He put his head between the bars and Harry swore he saw a smile in his small mouth. Harry suddenly passed out. No, not Harry, anything but Harry. His mother's voice echoed in his mouth. Then came the cruel laugh of Voldemort and a flash of green. Harry woke up shaking when the Dementor was gone, but he was still shaking. He let out screams of pain as his bone was regrowing. Then an idea came to him. He knew. It would be very painful, but it just might save his life and kill Voldemort. He tried moving his half-grown arm. It hurt like nothing imaginable, but it still moved slightly. Half an hour later he heard voices from down the hall and he quickly started his plan. With one swift painful move he grabbed the unicorn horn out of his pocket with his almost drowned arm, and quickly put it in his shackled hand and hid it behind his head. Only the tip stuck up, but it blended in so well with Harry's messy black hair, it just looked like a tuft of hair sticking up. Then Wormtail, Barty and Voldemort appeared at the door. Wormtail was still being bossed around as usual, Barty was standing there smiling, and Voldemort. Well, let's just say he was different than when Harry last saw him, looking like a mangled baby. He was pretty fit for a 67-year-old, but he still had the evil snake eyes and unnaturally long fingers. Well, what do we have here? Voldemort hissed as he unlocked the gate. Barty unlocked the shackles. Barty crouch nodded and then ran to where Harry was sitting. He leaned down and unlocked Harry's chains, and paused a moment, giving Harry just enough time to strike into action. Harry took the unicorn horn in hand and stabbed it into Barty's neck. Ah! Barty screamed as he collapsed on the ground, screaming and shaking, as his hand clenched his wound. All around the stab mark his skin began to turn dark black, and his red veins popped out. The skin rash began to run all over his body until Barty let out one last painful scream that was so loud people in America would hear it. Then died as dark green smoke piled out of his mouth. What would Harry do now? Would he kill Wormtail and Voldemort, then run out of Azkaban killing all the Dementors so they couldn't hurt him? Then what could he do? He'd have to let all the prisoners out. No, that would never work. All he knew was that he had to kill Lord Voldemort. He ran through the green smoke that was pouring out of Barty's mouth, held his unicorn horn out in front of him and tried to stab Voldemort, just as Hermione added Harry's blood to the potion. Then it seemed as time stopped. As Harry's unicorn horn was just an inch from Voldemort's forehead, time seemed to stop. The tip of the unicorn horn began to slowly blow away and turn into nothing but black air. Then his hand began to blow away with the wind, then his arm. And soon his whole body blew away, through the barred window as colored air. Time came back as Harry's body came back together in the edge of the Forbidden Forest. And it seemed as if his foot was in some cauldron filled with clear liquid with red foaming bubbles that poured over the side. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Elena, and Aline all shouted at the same time. Harry looked around, and then passed out onto last year's leaves on the cold ground. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.